I have a sweet at the end of the world. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 76 Test. Could it be you like me? Recalling the dialogue behind the scenes, Jiang Chen touched his nose with a bitter smile and then put his hand on the steering wheel. How come I'm so charming? He hummed in a forced way, but then his expression became awkward again. He reached out to turn on the music in the car, trying to hide this awkward emotion in the noise. Sun Jiao's face is very thin, and it is a kind of thinness that will break if it is poked. Even if she always has a cold face, temperature and thickness are completely different things. The atmosphere at that time was a bit subtle. The girl half opened and closed her mouth, completely fell into a stagnation, and the expression on her face was obviously shaken. However, at this moment, an untimely call came in, and the explosive ringtone of the mobile phone pierced the subtle atmosphere. Jiang Chen was stunned and took out his mobile phone to hang up. Sun Jiao had come back to her senses at this time, and then she lowered her head and walked past Jiang Chen quickly and ran out of the door. Well, maybe this call came at the right time, otherwise he really didn't know how to get out of the predicament. To be honest, he himself didn't know what his attitude was towards that girl Sun Jiao. Well, although he had imagined her appearance a long time ago, he didn't seem to have such thoughts now. Maybe his mentality has changed. Jiang Chen shook his head and shook off those weird thoughts in his mind. At this moment, the phone rang again. He was stunned for a moment, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. It was useless to hang up the phone at this moment, so he sighed, pressed the answer button, and hung up the Bluetooth headset. However, the voice from the other end of the phone made him stunned again. Wang Xiang? In short, Jiang Chen was driving to the home of Wang Dehei, the secretary of the Wanghe Municipal Committee. The old man whose life he saved wanted to invite him to dinner to express his gratitude to him. But the timing of the call was too particular. The call came just after the press conference ended, which made Jiang Chen feel unnatural. But since it was the invitation of the Municipal Secretary Committee, and he had saved his life, it shouldn't be a bad thing. So he just grumbled in his heart, and then drove there honestly. The community is very elegant, and there is nothing particularly luxurious, but the greening level is definitely rare in Wanghe City. The security guard at the door looks like a retired veteran. From the vague murderous aura on his body, it can be seen that this guy should have retired from the border. It can be seen that the identities of the people living in this community should not be simple. Even if they are rich, not everyone can be the neighbor of the Municipal Secretary Committee, right? After parking the car downstairs, Jiang Chen walked upstairs and knocked on the door. The door opened quickly, and a young and beautiful face came into view. You are here? Come in quickly, my mother has to thank you very much. Wang Xinren smiled at Jiang Chen. Huh? Don't you live on campus? Jiang Chen smiled and looked at Wang Xinren with some surprise. Today is Saturday. Could it be that Chairman Jiang is so busy that he can't even remember the date? Wang Xinren smiled playfully. Well, now that I'm not at work, it seems that I really can't remember it. As soon as he entered the door, Jiang Chen was warmly received. He was flattered and a little embarrassed. After all, although he saved people at the beginning, his motives were not very pure. But no matter what his starting point was, he finally saved Wang Dehei from the King of Hell. In addition, what surprised him most was that the old man Wang Dehei was different from the high-ranking official in his impression, who was taciturn and high in the temple. There was no majesty in his gestures, as if he was just a kind old man, the elder of the Wang family. After seeing Jiang Chen, he called him Zhao Jiang very affectionately, and Jiang Chen was also very tactful and directly addressed him as Uncle Wang. Wang Dehei's wife was a kind-looking old lady who enthusiastically picked up food for Jiang Chen, a junior. This made him, who had been wandering outside for many years, feel a touch of home. Wang Xiang was also an interesting person. He kept asking Jiang Chen to drink at the dinner table, but he drank himself to the ground. He was drunk and talked nonsense. His sister helped him to the room and he snored. He was a man of character. Jiang Chen had a good impression of such people who didn't play dirty tricks. As for Wang Xinren, She was quite lively. She kept asking about Future Man 1.0 and told Jiang Chen that he had topped the list of Wang He University's top 10 outstanding alumni, becoming the youngest one in the history of the list. However, this kind of list is only for the circle and has no influence. Which students are interested in school newspapers now? In response to her questions, Jiang Chen did not reveal any special information. What he said was basically the same as what was mentioned in the press conference. In addition, although he was talking to Wang Xinren, he secretly observed Wang Dehai's reaction. What is the attitude of this political leader towards Future Man 1.0? Support or reservation? After dinner, Wang Dehai called Jiang Chen to his study. Just sit down, don't be nervous, I just want to chat with you. How could Wang Dehai not see that Jiang Chen was a little nervous, so he smiled kindly and invited Jiang Chen to sit down. Haha, Uncle Wang, then I won't be polite. Jiang Chen smiled and sat on the sofa beside him. At this moment, he didn't dare to pretend to be a quack doctor. All the smart people in the Celestial Empire are in the officialdom, not to mention a big official like Wang Dehai. It's still too difficult to fool him. No matter how good the acting skills are, they will be exposed. Just be careful and don't say too much. However, Jiang Chen was worrying too much. Wang Dehai didn't ask much about how he cured his rabies, but just smiled and talked to him about the old days. I got rabies probably in the 1960s. I was still young at that time. My father was beaten, and I was bitten by the dog released by those crazy people. I remember it was on my leg, a big scar. Originally, I thought it would not get sick after so many years, but it still happened. Haha. Wang Dehai smiled and stretched out his hand to compare the size with him. Jiang Chen smiled too, but did not respond. He knew that the elderly liked to tell these stories of the past to the younger generation, and it was enough to just listen at this time. What they needed was not comfort or praise, but just a silent listener. Although he didn't know what Wang Dehai was planning, he could roughly judge that the old man had a good impression of him, based on his attitude of treating Jiang Chen as a junior, rather than a subordinate. Later, Wang Dehai told him a lot of things from the past, and he listened to them as stories. Until the end. Now, we are finally strong. Good. Wang Dehai said 3 good words in a row with a tone of nostalgia, and then looked at Jiang Chen meaningfully. The highlight is coming. Jiang Chen couldn't help but secretly raise his spirits in his heart, waiting for the central boss to speak. Zhao Jiang. If artificial intelligence is used in military industry, do you think it is feasible? Wang Dehai drank a sip of tea lightly and said casually. Sure enough. Jiang Chen spoke without hesitation. This will bring a disaster to the country and even the world. He said righteously. Oh. Wang Dehai looked at Jiang Chen with a little interest, waiting for his next words. Artificial intelligence is not human after all. If human life and death are left to machines to decide, only one procedural error may lead to an irreparable disaster. After all, the law cannot restrict a piece of code. Oh. But if AI soldiers are allowed to replace those flesh and blood soldiers on the battlefield, wouldn't this avoid unnecessary bloodshed? No, there will definitely be more sacrifices. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. Wang Dehai's eyes flickered slightly, waiting for Jiang Chen's next words. Since the old man came to discuss with him, it is clear that there is still room for maneuver in this matter. It seems that even the top leaders have not reached a consensus on this. After all, there are too many vested interests involved in this. Regardless of whether it can be realized or not, just take the issue of AI replacing soldiers as an example. How many players will have to be laid off? How many people will want him to shut up? Not to mention the domestic. I'm afraid that foreign spies will have to keep an eye on him. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but sweat. Uncle Wang, since you mentioned bloodshed, I would like to ask, does this mean that our country will have a war soon? Of course not, but there are always clowns who play tricks. Wang Dehai raised his eyebrows, then smiled and said lightly, Uncle Wang, do you know what kind of situation will come if a cheap, efficient and powerful weapon comes out? Jiang Chen asked carefully. Arms race? That is when the technological strength is equal. Wang Dehai waved his hand carelessly. Then here comes the problem. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly and spread his hands. And I can't produce that kind of thing at all. Just as I mentioned in the press conference this afternoon, Future Man 1.0 is just a program that can make logical responses and operate the phone on behalf of the user if the user grants permission. Just like Windows 7 is easy to use, but you can't expect it to operate both PCs and robots, right? Can't we make some improvements? For example, make it compatible with fire control systems and the like. Wang Dehe seemed unwilling to give up and asked, I don't know anything about these military equipment. If you want me to figure it out, I'm afraid I have to start from scratch. In addition, in terms of practical significance, what the country needs most now is scientists, or a Bill Gates who may lead the next 10 years. Jiang Chen looked at Wang Dehe's eyes seriously. Wang Dehe shouldn't push too hard. After all, the nominal development team is overseas. While saying this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a little nervous. He even began to think that if the relevant departments wanted to take action against him, he would abandon this place and run overseas directly. There are still $400 million lying in Swiss banks. It is easy for him to make a comeback and live happily there. Wang Dehe was also staring at Jiang Chen. But soon, the old man's eyes relaxed and he picked up the teacup and took a sip with a smile. You think the same as me? Don't be so nervous. Hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. To be honest, if the day really came when he had to leave, he would be reluctant to leave. As for artificial intelligence, I won't hide it from you. In fact, we have been working on it, and other countries are also working on it. Although it is not a major project, the funds invested are not small, but there has been no achievements. As he said, Wang Dehe looked at Jiang Chen meaningfully. Some people even said that you should take the initiative to cooperate and hand over the technology. Do you know what I mean? Jiang Chen pondered for a moment, then smiled. Uncle Wang's vision must be longer term than this. Wang Dehe laughed and then looked at Jiang Chen meaningfully. You guys are quite cunning. I told them, you are all stubborn old men. If you do this, who will dare to bring technology to us? You are driving all the talents out. There was something else he didn't say, but he understood. Their technical team is overseas. Even if you control a person who is on the table, what if you force all the people outside to the unfriendly forces, or even directly provide them with more advanced technology? If it is not unique to one company, what is the use of getting this technology? Compare the speed of digesting technology with others? Thank you, Uncle Wang. Jiang Chen didn't know what to say at this moment, so he had to say it with a strange expression. He didn't understand what Wang Dehe meant by saying this. To show goodwill to him? Who did he represent? Or was it just to repay a favor? Don't thank me. I'm not the only one who speaks up for you. The old man from the Zhao family is more anxious than me. Wang Dehe smiled meaningfully, then took a sip of tea, looked up at Jiang Chen and said, their family is responsible for the military intelligentization project, with an annual budget of 500 million. Jiang Chen understood instantly. Just as he guessed, even the higher-ups were not a monolithic entity. No, or rather, they were monolithic when it came to common interests, but once it came to the cakes that had already been divided into their hands, the situation became complicated. Otherwise, how could the relevant departments wait until he held a press conference before taking action? I'm afraid that, as soon as Future Man 1.0 came out, all the troubles that were supposed to come would come. Once it was illuminated by the spotlight of the whole world, it would be too expensive to make any moves in the shadows. This involves a posture issue. Now it's hard to retain some talents. If we do this again, I'm afraid we'll just drive the talents away. What's more, the focus now is not to be strong, but to seek stability. I just want to ask one more question. What is the possible value of Future Man 1.0 in the military industry? Tell the truth. Wang Dehe stared at Jiang Chen's eyes. In his old eyes, there was a bit more majesty than the casualness at the beginning. Now is not the time to enter the military industry. It involves too many people's cakes. Jiang Chen's mind raced, and then he quickly and firmly answered Wang Dehe, who was a deputy national level cadre, Wang City Secretary. 0. Wang Dehe nodded, and then a smile appeared on his face. Then, as the secretary of Wanghai City, I wish you to make great contributions to the economic development of Wanghai City. I look forward to future man technology making more impressive achievements in benefiting the people's livelihood. Jiang Chen was stunned when he heard this and then smiled sincerely. Definitely. Is this a hint not to extend your hands beyond the civilian field? It seems that Wang Dehe, the old man, is not trying to convince me, but to test me. I'm afraid that the Wang family and the Zhao family are in the same boat. Thinking of this, even though he is fearless, Jiang Chen still feels cold. He actually dreamed that one day he could bring the technology of future man into the military industry. Now it seems that he is overthinking. Will Wang Dehe help him? Of course he helped. The Zhao family did not approach him directly at the first time. I'm afraid that he was one of them. But will he repay Jiang Chen for the common interests of the Wang family and the Zhao family? I'm afraid not, because this is no longer a matter for one person. I'm afraid that if Jiang Chen had just shown a little interest in developing in the military industry, or that Future Man 1.0 has room for imagination in the military industry, Wang Dehe may not do anything, but I'm sure that the Zhao family will not let him go. At that time, will they force him to hand over the technology and then fabricate a false charge to discredit him, or will they just kill him without even bothering to take the technology? Of course, the final result will definitely be that Jiang Chen will run away, but it's probably rare for him to return to his hometown. As for whether it is beneficial to the country, haha, if he really cares so much, he won't be so greedy. Sure enough, all the smart people in the Celestial Empire are in this court. In ancient times, those who worked hard and made great contributions died on the battlefield, and those who were well versed in ancient and modern knowledge eventually hid in Mount Tay. Selling knowledge to the emperor's family, the nobleness has long been a corpse. Fools, it's better to stay away from smart people. Jiang Chen didn't show anything on his face, but after leaving the Wang family, he took a deep breath slowly. He suddenly realized that these days were even more tiring than in the end times. It's really fucked up. I've made myself so tired. Isn't it a bit of putting the cart before the horse? Jiang Chen laughed self-deprecatingly and shook his head, then walked towards his Maybach. Whether he was overthinking or not, he always felt that this Wang Dehe was probably unreliable. Favors are like money. With each use, there is one less. But it is more troublesome than money, because the prices of things are clearly marked. At least you know how much money is left in your pocket after buying things. The only good news is that in the future, People 1.0 should not face too much resistance in terms of policy, and the danger has disappeared in the bud. But, can this favor be considered as repaid? If it is considered, maybe it is time to consider building a way out or something. Chapter 77 Game Launch. The development of artificial intelligence is a major trend of progress in modern society. The National Development and Reform Commission attaches great importance to the high-tech industry that is booming in China. On the other hand, for the civilian artificial intelligence technology that has appeared on the market, the legislature is stepping up to improve the relevant laws and regulations to protect the interests of the people and enterprises. Reported by Renren Daily, the official media did not report too much on the content of Future Man 1.0 itself, but only talked about the current research and development. Progress of artificial intelligence in China from a general perspective. Renren Daily mainly mentioned issues such as legislation and supervision, while CTV highly praised the outstanding performance of Future Man 1.0. Some local media reports are more marginal, with a variety of content, and Jiang Chen did not pay too much attention to it. What he cares most about is the attitude of the official media, because it often contains the meaning of the power agencies. But speaking of it, after listening to Wang Dehe's speech, it seems that there is no need to pay attention to these things for the time being. Jiang Chen, who was lying on the bed playing with his mobile phone, casually deleted the pages of these domestic news, and then instructed Xiaobei to call up foreign news. Hardline dictator, the next Steve Jobs in the field of high technology. BBC, yes, that's exactly what I meant. Artificial intelligence and privacy, truth, or lies. CNN, the truth is right in your face, believe it or not. The 100 most attractive men in the world in 2014 mode did something weird sneak in. Jiang Chen flipped through the headlines while complaining, and then threw his phone aside. Just as he was about to go back to the apocalypse, His phone suddenly vibrated. He picked up the phone, and it was an email from Roberts. Fuck, man, have you really changed? Jiang Chen smiled. He could imagine the surprised expression on his face. I'm afraid that guy's jaw almost dropped to the ground when he saw an acquaintance on the news. Yes, please call me the chairman of Futureman Technology Company. What about you? Are you still doing your old business? No. I've been invited to have tea by the FBI twice. After getting rid of that guy Barton, I washed my hands of this business. Please call me producer now. P. Emoticons. The guy called Barton should be the contact who betrayed him. However, Jiang Chen was too lazy to care about Robert's affairs. At most, he would let him take him out for fun when he went to Los Angeles for a trip. For now, there was no need for him to go abroad. Of course, who can say what will happen in the future? But just when Jiang Chen was about to put down his phone again, the phone rang again. Sun Jiao? Hello, miss me? Jiang Chen answered the phone lazily. Aren't you coming to work today? He was very skilled in dealing with his boss's harassment. Jiang Chen nodded with satisfaction, then smiled and continued. I have delegated the specific matters to you. Can't I be a leisurely rich man? Well, if you have time today, you should take some time to come. I have a hunch that you seem to be going on a long trip. Before that, there are some things that need to be decided by you as the chairman. Jiang Chen was stunned. This girl is simply amazing. How did she know that I was going to go on a long trip just now? With a whoosh, Jiang Chen sat up from the soft bed. Wait, I'll be there soon. Unlike the deserted days of the past, the headquarters of Futureman Technology is now busy. Because of the urgent need for personnel, employee training and other things have been put on hold. At present Futureman Technology operates in this way. Of course, these juniors know the chairman. After seeing him, they greeted him warmly. Jiang Chen smiled and did not interrupt their work. Instead, he came to Sun Jiao's office. Hey, what is the relationship between the chairman and general manager Zaya? The beautiful girl at the front desk poked the colleague next to her. It's terrible. Be careful that Sister Zaya hears and deducts your bonus. But I guess it must be complicated. First, he knocked on the door, and after hearing the voice of please come in from inside, Jiang Chen pushed the door and walked in. Huh, you're here? Sun Jiao's tone was a little stiff, and her eyes were a little evasive. Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. Was it because of what happened yesterday? If there was any embarrassment, it would be a headache. To be honest, he really didn't know why he asked that question. However, business was more important. If he didn't take care of the things in the present world while he had time, it would be difficult to deal with troubles when he returned to the apocalypse. Thinking of this, he cleared his throat forcibly, threw all the embarrassment behind his face, and then spoke as if nothing had happened. Well, how many machines are installed in Futureman 1.0 now? Seeing that he didn't mention what happened that day, Sun Jiao was secretly relieved, and then picked up a report from the table. Currently, the number of users of Futureman 1.0 has exceeded 200 million, and the growth rate has begun to slow down. Pushing her glasses, Sun Jiao reported to Jiang Chen very professionally. Not bad, then we can move on to the next step. Have the approval work for the game and the familiarization work of the operation team been completed? Jiang Chen flipped through the documents handed over by Sun Jiao and said casually. Sun Jiao said, the approval has been granted a long time ago. As for the familiarization of the operation team with the game, they just started working yesterday morning, so this aspect of the work is still in progress. However, since the game background editing program you provided is comprehensive and perfect, the familiarization work is almost done. It seems that Yao is quite capable. Jiang Chen grinned and looked at Sun Jiao and continued. What about the publicity and preheating work? It has been going on for a while, including game promotional PV, advertising, etc. According to the feedback received by the official website, users are generally very interested in the epoch-making mobile game launched by our Futureman Technology. There is even a post with the most likes saying that they are looking forward to when we can make the virtual helmet that appears in the online game novel. Sun Jiao said the second half of the sentence in a half-joking tone, but it scared Jiang Chen. Shit, did I ever say I was going to develop a virtual reality? Is he a reborn person? It can be seen that users still have a high opinion of our company's technology. Chairman? What's wrong with you? Sun Jiao looked at Jiang Chen in confusion and asked with a slightly concerned tone. Ahem. Nothing. I just feel that I have to control my pretentiousness in the future. Jiang Chen smiled awkwardly. I've been a little oversensitive recently. Having long been accustomed to Jiang Chen's occasional vulgar language, Sun Jiao chose to ignore it and continued to speak. So should we put the game on the market now? Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and spoke. Well, it's almost done. Registration and pre-download will be open tonight, and the service launch time will be set this month. You can decide on the specific marketing strategy. Since the bug monitoring system in the game also uses intelligent technology, as long as the staff investigates and handles abnormal memory according to the system's prompts, there should be no problems with the game operation. Well, it's decided. Let's do it. Approve the launch of the ***** game. Jiang Chen is still very confident about this game. The advent of FutureMan 1.0 has liberated the hardware limitations of mobile terminals and will inevitably give rise to a number of high-quality mobile games. This will inevitably be a reshuffle of the mobile game industry. Although the original big-name games will not necessarily be replaced by the new generation of mobile games, it is inevitable that they will be forced to make changes due to a certain degree of impact. This will be a great opportunity for FutureMan technology to enter the game market. Sun Jiao nodded. To be honest, she also felt that she couldn't delay too long. Launching the game as soon as possible will also help to reverse the company's current loss situation as soon as possible. In addition, the most critical aspect is, does the chairman have any good suggestions on the development strategy of this mobile game? Sun Jiao still needs to consult Jiang Chen about the company's macro strategy for development. You can consider this yourself. I believe you must know more about business than me. Jiang Chen smiled. No, I mean the big direction. It is very difficult for a mobile game to balance KPI and AKU. Wait a minute, what is KPI? Jiang Chen was stunned. Sun Jiao was also stunned. KPI, Key Performance Indicator. Jiang Chen scratched his head in embarrassment, realizing that he seemed a little ignorant. However, what about AKU? He swallowed and continued to ask shamelessly. Average concurrent online users. Chairman, maybe you would be better off learning the basics. Sun Jiao smiled bitterly. Jiang Chen's face flushed, but it was impossible to get him to admit such a small mistake in person. Ahem. Why don't you just tell me in plain words? Revenue and user volume, right? Sun Jiao's eyebrows twitched, and she sighed. Yeah, you can understand it that way. After a moment of silence, Jiang Chen said, there's no need to worry too much about profitability. Our company is not short of funds now. Compared with short-term profits, I'm more optimistic about long-term interests. If we sacrifice the life of the game for short-term profits, it would be too sorry for the quality of our mobile game. Yeah, I understand. The chairman and I have the same idea. Since we are already in a dominant position in technology, there is currently no company that can copy our game, so there is no need to worry about the vitality of the game *****. It is a good choice to occupy the user base first and then consider profitability. Sun Jiao nodded approvingly, pushed her glasses, and then took out another document. Jiang Chen took it and glanced at it. It was probably written with some details about game planning. For example, recharged channels, fashion consumption, etc. In short, there is no special impact on the balance of the game. There shouldn't be any problem. Then I have explained everything that needs to be explained. I will be going on a long trip these few days. Jiang Chen smiled, put the documents aside, and prepared to leave. Where are you going? Sun Jiao sighed and rubbed her brows. Maybe I will tell you one day. Jiang Chen laughed loudly, leaving Sun Jiao with a confused face, and walked out the door. But, how long will it take? I'm afraid he will have to wait until his power here develops to a level that can compete with national forces. Chapter 78 Zombie Mutation. It seemed that in an instant, the white clouds outside the window were replaced by turbid radioactive dust, the smooth walls were covered with spider web-like cracks, and the wooden doors and windows began to wither. It was as if the style of the painting had suddenly changed. The soft touch on the back was still there, but it was already on the other side. And this was his room in the villa in the end of the world. Sitting up from the bed, Jiang Chen glanced at the clean and tidy bed under him, and a smile rose at the corner of his mouth. There was not a speck of dust. Although it was not known whether it was Yao or Sun Jiao, it was obvious that someone came here every day to take care of it. Picking up the PK-2000 leaning against the wall from the corner, Jiang Chen held it in his hand and gestured for a long time. In the room, only this gun was covered with a little dust. Picking up a rag and wiping it casually, he threw it into the storage space. Pushing open the door, there was a creaking sound from the corner. He quietly walked towards Sun Jiao's room in order to give the person he hadn't seen for a long time a surprise kiss. The exclamation of joy and the hug of reunion after a long separation. Feeling the pounding heartbeat, Jiang Chen smiled wickedly and hugged Sun Jiao, who was pouting, and then went to the outer circle that was being expanded with her. Walking on the bluestone road in front of the main building of the villa, he always felt an indescribable pleasure in his heart. Just like the feudal lords in the Middle Ages, the villa is his castle, and the people who are working diligently outside the castle are his people. Sun Jiao standing next to him is the mistress of the castle, and Yao and the villa. Let's talk about Yao later. Originally standing here, he could only smell the smell of depression from the air, but now he is relaxed. There is no conspiracy, and there is no need to guess people's hearts. After all, everyone's heart rate is marked on his EP. If the implantation operation was not very troublesome and there was no relevant equipment, he really wanted to get a set of slave chips to use in the world. But when he pushed open the door of the villa, he was stunned. Why did the expansion project stop? Jiang Chen looked at Sun Jiao beside him and asked with a wry smile. Construction materials were piled up in the open space, and the expansion work of the base was completely stagnant. The zombies outside are a bit strange recently. Sun Jiao's eyes were a little solemn, and she took Jiang Chen to the concrete tower beside the wall. Jiang Chen looked in the direction Sun Jiao pointed, and a look of shock gradually appeared on his face. These zombies, that's right, they all looked like they were on drugs during the day. Sun Jiao picked up a stone and threw it hard outside. The stone hit the top of a car with a duang sound, and the zombies nearby immediately rushed towards the car like they were on drugs. The car door was deformed under the pressure of the zombies, and dirty hands randomly chiseled through the car windows and flipped over the hood. After a while, the zombies realized that there were no living things here, so they gradually dispersed. It's daytime. How can we go out? Jiang Chen looked at those lunatics with a wry smile. At this moment, these zombies had a little bit of the feeling in the movie Resident Evil. Those sharp and bloody pupils seemed to be saying, as long as a living thing dares to appear in front of them, they will swarm and tear it to pieces. Or is it worse than that? The index of unknown bacteria in the air has increased. Perhaps it is this unknown bacteria that caused the zombies to become violent. Blocked ultraviolet rays. It doesn't seem like it. The nearby vegetation is not affected. Sun Jiao frowned and snatched the terminal from the sentry on the side, and then showed it in front of Jiang Chen. Unknown bacteria density index 13. What is this? Jiang Chen asked in confusion. The tablet terminal connected to the air detection tower was bought from the Zhao group. A similar situation happened in the 6th block. Zhao Chenwu thought we could use it, so he sold it to us. These unknown bacteria will be suspended in the surrounding air. The pathogenic mechanism is similar to that of the original zombie bacteria. People who have been injected with immune enhancers or gene drugs can eliminate them with their own immune system. However, if the bacterial density exceeds the threshold, it can only be dealt with by wearing protective clothing. So I purchased 150 protective clothing, just in case. Following the direction of Sun Jiao's finger, Jiang Chen noticed that there was a tuning fork-shaped detector about 1 meter high on the roof of a house outside the base. The light green fluorescent film between the two forks slowly rotated with the base. Well done. But I have a question. Aren't zombies weakened under ultraviolet rays? Jiang Chen frowned. Yes, that's exactly what confuses me. Because zombies also need to replenish energy, the mutant bacteria on the back of their necks will react to ultraviolet rays, causing most of the zombies' body functions to go dormant and enter a photosynthetic state at the same time. Sun Jiao repeated this common sense that everyone in the apocalypse knows. Could it be this bacteria can charge zombies? Jiang Chen thought for a moment and suddenly spoke. Sun Jiao was stunned when he heard this. Charge? In what way? The bacteria floating in the air use some special way to complete photosynthesis on behalf of zombies and then enter the zombies' bodies through special channels to be digested. In this way, zombies whose energy is always in a full state naturally do not need to perform any photosynthesis. Sun Jiao was stunned, then pinched her chin and lowered her head, frowning slightly. It's possible. Although there is no scientific basis, what you said does make sense. Has the whole Wanghei city become like this? It's just a part of the area. According to the news from the 6th district, these bacteria seem to spread outward from a certain source. Fortunately, these bacteria will not self-divide and should only be produced by a certain mother. According to the microelement density distribution of the bacteria, the 3-line positioning method is used on the map, and it is roughly determined that there is an area near us that belongs to the high density area of this bacteria. Maybe the source is there. Sun Jiao took out a pen-shaped holographic computer from her waist, opened the 3-dimensional image, and a triangular area was marked on the map. What is the nearest survivor base nearby? Have they reacted? Jiang Chen thought for a moment and asked solemnly. She was stunned for a moment, and then a bitter smile appeared on her face. We are the nearest survivor base. There are mostly community-level survivor groups here, and we are the largest. No action has been taken so far. It's dangerous to continue letting these things grow. We have to consider taking the initiative to eliminate the source of these germs. But now, it doesn't look like we can get out of here. Jiang Chen looked at the zombies all over the street and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Yes, this germ seems to consciously pull the zombies towards the direction where humans live. These zombies on the street have tried to attack our gate 6 times in 15 days. Now our transactions with other survivor groups are forced to be interrupted. Fortunately, there are no zombies in the sewer, and the connection with the 6th block is still maintained. Sun Jiao's face showed a trace of sadness. Obviously, she had no way to deal with these zombies. I think Zhao Chenwu must be having a headache. The entrance to the sewer over there is still a few hundred meters away from the 6th block. Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a little fortunate. Fortunately, he wisely ordered to open a corridor with cement and directly merge the sewer entrance outside into the base. Oh, let's not talk about this for now. Tell me about the recent development of the base. Jiang Chen was still quite concerned about this issue. At the beginning of September, the trade surplus with the Zhao group was 10,102 crystals. The trade volume reached 110,000 crystals. It is said that the canned goods sold very well in the 6th block. Zhao Chenwu intended to significantly increase the trade volume, but I refused on the grounds that you went back to purchase goods and could not make the decision. Because the expansion of the base has stopped, the building materials have been accumulated, and the Zhao group cannot take out so many crystals for payment, so it proposed to sell people to us. The price of 50 crystals per person, a total of 100 people, made up the remaining 5,000 crystals. The population of the base has reached 130. Of course, this does not include Sun Jiao, Yao and Jiang Chen. Price increase? Jiang Chen frowned. The population cost has increased a lot, but the chip price has not changed. Sun Jiao smiled bitterly, because the external environment has suddenly become dangerous. I heard that the 6th district is planning to eliminate 2 bacteria sources near it. So the demand for population in the 6th district has risen a lot. How is the progress of soldier training? 41 soldiers have been evaluated as qualified in the virtual reality device. All of them have been injected with D-level gene drugs and can become quasi-combat forces. Sun Jiao manipulated the tablet to retrieve the data and reported to Jiang Chen. The source of bacteria must be eliminated. Jiang Chen looked into the distance with a gloomy look. I have a hunch that there will be more and more of these things in the air. By then, I'm afraid it will be difficult to get close to its source. Then I'll go and prepare. I'll make a battle plan today and lead the team to set off tomorrow. Sun Jiao nodded. I'll go too. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. No. Sun Jiao flatly refused. Listen to me. Just your marksmanship? My current combat effectiveness is pretty good. Moreover, I can use my special abilities to leave the battlefield. The most important thing is that I'm also worried about letting you lead the team alone." Jiang Chen was silent for a moment, staring into Sun Jiao's eyes, and said seriously, "There was another more important reason that he didn't say. He planned to take this opportunity to negotiate with the survivors along the way. If Sun Jiao came forward, he always felt that the final negotiations would develop in the direction of a fight. Besides, staying in a safe place all the time will never improve combat effectiveness." Hearing that worry, Sun Jiao's cheeks flushed slightly, but soon recovered. Her eyes struggled for a moment, and finally she sighed as if giving up. "Okay, I promise you." Jiang Chen smiled and cast a grateful look at Sun Jiao's approval. "Ahem. In addition, the food in the base is almost gone. You can go get some more." Sun Jiao coughed embarrassedly and changed the subject. "Food? No big deal." Jiang Chen grinned and disappeared from the spot in an instant. Sun Jiao was stunned for a moment, looking at the place where Jiang Chen disappeared, and then smiled bitterly. "That's right. If you have this convenient ability, you can easily escape even in the face of great danger." Thinking of this, Sun Jiao couldn't help but feel relieved. This feeling is the first time. Well, maybe the time in the sewer was the first time. The feeling of valuing another person's life more than your own life. I'll come back for the second update at noon. By the way, do you remember the end of the first volume? 0.0, Chapter 79 Yao's feelings. After returning to the modern era, Jiang Chen skillfully dialed the phone number of the food wholesaler he had cooperated with last time, and then drove out of the villa and headed for the warehouse in the suburbs. After arriving at the destination, Jiang Chen found that the grain product owner was already waiting there. So he didn't waste any words and got out of the car to greet people to start unloading the goods into the warehouse. This time, Jiang Chen ordered almost twice as much as last time: 31 tons of rice, 10 tons of flour, 700 boxes of canned meat and 500 boxes of canned fruit, as well as salt, oil, vinegar, onion, ginger, garlic and other things. In addition, Jiang Chen also bought several tons of cabbage, carrots, potatoes and other things that are easy to store. According to the rules agreed last time, no labels were printed. After paying the full amount of 340,000 yuan generously, Jiang Chen immediately sent away the grain and oil store owner who kept trying to get close to him. This time he was much more careful and did not start the transportation work immediately. Instead, he secretly released the drone modified by Yao and scanned the surrounding heat source information. After a careful screening, he found that he was worrying too much, so he breathed a sigh of relief, then walked into the warehouse and closed the door. He always felt that he had become more and more suspicious recently. Due to the limited storage space, Jiang Chen took more than 10 times to get all these things over. In total, more than 400 points of subcrystals were consumed, which may be a huge sum of money for ordinary survivors, but it was just a drizzle for him. The trade with the Zhao group has always maintained a surplus, and the only thing he was worried about was how to spend the subcrystals piled up like a small mountain in the basement of the villa. In name, these subcrystals have been sent back to the fictitious headquarters. Sun Jiao skillfully directed the staff to enter the villa and transport bags of food into the granary. Fortunately, 2 granaries have been opened up in the open space outside the villa, otherwise it would be difficult to store this pile of food. The survivors who were originally idle started to work again because of Jiang Chen's arrival. Looking at the small mountain of food, they were no longer surprised. Those freezers that were originally idle and transported from nearby areas were also put into operation, and the power consumption of the base naturally rose sharply. Fortunately, Sun Jiao had anticipated this situation. The solar panels not only covered the roofs of the buildings in the base, but also expanded to the buildings outside the wall. If the area inside the base is not enough, they will be set up outside. Anyway, zombies and aliens are not interested in such rotten boards on the roof. As for the survivors outside, it is estimated that there is no such person who is so naive as to cause trouble. After all, the machine guns on the high towers of the wall are still somewhat deterrent. I heard from Sun Jiao that she also purchased a set of waste geothermal energy collection equipment, but the base is still lacking in talent in this area. She has arranged several survivors who look smart to learn knowledge in this area. The relevant technical information is available in the city library. You can copy it and download it to the virtual reality incubator to learn. But if you want to see the effect, it will probably take a month or so. After watching Sun Jiao busy for a while, Jiang Chen went to the technology department office of the community center and found Du Yankang, who was working diligently. He handed him the plan of Future Man 1.0, and then Jiang Chen told him to upgrade the program according to the content of the plan. This plan was handed to him by Zha Xiaoyu before he left the company in the morning. The company did not set up its own technical department. Although a specialist was hired to maintain the server, changes such as program upgrades had to be completed through Jiang Chen, the middleman. As before, he was reminded to take confidentiality measures. Jiang Chen patted his shoulder and left under his flattered eyes. Then Jiang Chen came to the villa again. Speaking of which, I haven't seen Yao for a long time. I miss her. Ahem. Don't get me wrong. Jiang Chen is not a lolly control, really not. Maybe? Yao likes reading very much. Even if it is a very boring computer professional book, she can calm down and read it for a long time. Although the virtual reality system can provide crash education, Yao has already received it when she was in the hibernation chamber of the shelter. However, deeper knowledge can only be obtained through books. These books were gifts that Sun Jiao brought back from the library. Although e-books are also okay, the texture of paper is still more reassuring. Yao sighed, closed the book, stretched her delicate little arms, and then yawned. If only brother Jiang Chen could pay more attention to me. Yao thought with her chin in her hand, pouting with empty eyes. If it were before, she might blush because of her inappropriate thoughts. But now, she has more or less been able to face her true heart. Yes, she did fall in love with that gentle, kind, tall, safe, and, cough. No, I can't stop thinking about it. Yao patted her little face in panic, and then buried her little head that was about to steam in the book. Woo, I want to die. Don't hurt your eyes by reading so close. Jiang Chen looked at Yao's actions with a strange expression and smiled friendly. Wow. The book flew out. Yao jumped up like a frightened little rabbit, and then fell to the ground with a chair. Seeing Yao's reckless appearance, Jiang Chen couldn't help but hold his forehead and smile bitterly, and was about to help her up. However, at this moment, he suddenly remembered what Sun Jiao had said to him. Yao cares about you very much. Yao covered her head in pain and pouted in grievance. Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't notice that my brother was here. Really, you have to take care of yourself. What if you get hurt? Jiang Chen stepped forward to help Yao up, rubbed her soft hair, and said reproachfully. Yao pouted, her head suddenly lowered, her little hands tightly pinched the corner of his clothes, and a layer of mist began to fill her cute big eyes. Does my brother hate me? Hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but be stunned. How is it possible? Then, why is my brother hiding from me? Yao buried her little head and said softly. Hiding? Jiang Chen was stunned. Speaking of which, it seems that I haven't come to see Yao recently, after meeting her in a hurry last time. Looking at the timid little girl in front of him with a complicated expression, Jiang Chen's face showed a slightly ashamed expression. Perhaps, it is true. Jiang Chen attaches great importance to Yao, not only because Yao is the second partner he met in this world, nor because she saved him and Sun Jiao, nor because she helped him. How to say it? A very strange feeling. Yao's existence seems to fill a certain gap in his heart, and vents a kind of feeling similar to the desire to protect, that he has never vented in his heart. However, when Sun Jiao told him that Yao likes him, and it is obviously a love between a man and a woman, he inexplicably retreated. Yes, Jiang Chen himself is also very clear that he is a person without moral integrity. But Yao, although Yao is actually 36 years old, he spent 20 years sleeping in the hibernation chamber. His body metabolism is almost stopped. Because of the side effects of the inhibitors, his body has hardly grown in the 2 years since he left the hibernation chamber. To sum it up in 3 numbers, it's 36, 16, and 14. He looks so ordinary, damn, even animals can't eat him. But Yao's mental age has reached adolescence, so it's understandable that he has feelings for the only person who treats him gently. However, although I understand, I still can't eat him. He was really afraid that he would lose control and push Yao away. Perhaps subconsciously, he began to avoid touching this feeling unconsciously. What he wanted more was that the feeling belonged to dependence, but even he knew it. I'm afraid this is not even wishful thinking. He still has a good impression of Yao. Jiang Chen opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but was blocked by a tender little finger. No, there is no need to explain to Yao. Yao is very sensible. Yao buried her head lower with some disappointment, and her lips as thin as falling cherry blossoms moved slightly, and the sound was as thin as a mosquito's hum. If brother doesn't like Yao won't force brother to respond to me. After all, compared to the green little apple, the big red apple is definitely more delicious. For example, as big as sister Sun Jiao. Yao can understand it. Her eyes wavered slightly, but Yao still bit her pearly teeth lightly, raised her head, as if she had made up her mind, and continued. Yao is already very satisfied to be able to live such a happy life. But, giving rewards to docile little animals is also very important. So, therefore, I will try my best to help my brother. Yao is also working hard to update the data of that game, and Yao is also studying computer knowledge very hard. If I can get a little reward, Yao will be very happy, and at the same time, I will be very motivated. It's not a particularly greedy request, although it doesn't matter if there is really nothing. But just a little bit is enough. If you can give me a little bit. No need to kiss or anything like that. Just pat my head occasionally. Woo. Just a kiss. Deleted during the 3rd crackdown. Jiang Chen figured it out. Anyway, he has no moral integrity, so he might as well be shameless to the end. He is not the kind of hypocritical person, and he doesn't want to use any boring excuses to deceive himself. He has a good impression of Yao. No, he likes her. This is definitely not a perfunctory excuse like the feelings of a brother for a sister. At worst, I can eat it later. Having made up his mind, he decided to respond to this mature relationship head on. What's wrong with being a lolly control for once? No, what lolly control? Yao's ID number is 36. Ahem. Jiang Chen hugged Yao tightly, feeling her body temperature, and listening to her confused and light mumbling beside his ear. Hehe, so lucky. Woo woo, will sister Sun Jiao hit me? Well, let her hit me, then she won't be angry. Then, it's so happy to get a share. Suddenly, Yao seemed to come back to her senses from her dizzy dream. That's right. The key is still her brother's thoughts. If he thinks I'm not delicious, then, that's what I got with great difficulty. No, woo. I have to promote myself. Come on, I can do it. Secretly clenching her little fists, Yao took a few deep breaths and gradually mustered up the courage. Have you calmed down? Just when Jiang Chen heard the voice suddenly stop, he smiled and thought about it. That, I'm delicious. Although I'm not confident about meat or something. But I will be very good. Yao can accept the actions that sister Sun Jiao is unwilling to do. Small animals are not picky about food. If it hurts, I can bear it. Yao's long eyelashes trembled slightly because of her closed eyes. She completely abandoned her shame and shouted loudly as if she was abandoning herself. Puff. Jiang Chen's mouth and nose spurted blood and died. Wrong. This dead lolly control. Standing outside the door, Sun Jiao cursed in her heart angrily. Through the crack of the door, she almost saw the story plot from beginning to end. Although she was not unable to understand Yao's feelings, and she did intend to drag her into the water. But it was really annoying. Miss Sun Jiao wanted to stomp her feet in anger, but she gritted her teeth and softened her heart. However, it is better not to disturb the two of them at this time. Sighing, Sun Jiao pouted and walked away sullenly. Just think of it as compensation for letting that guy stay here. Sun Jiao comforted herself. Besides, if it was Yao, she would be easier to bully than Jiang Chen. Thinking of this, Sun Jiao couldn't help but smile again. Or rather, a smirk. Chapter 80 Wasteland Economics. Lali has 3 advantages: light and soft, easy to push down. Of course, Jiang Chen did not eat Yao, although the little animal was already cooked. It always felt that eating her at this time was a bit bad in various senses. It would be better to raise her first, well, at least until the side effects of the inhibitor, growth stagnation, are alleviated. Or until Yao is fully prepared mentally. So he wiped the blood from his nose, comforted Yao who was in a state of confusion, and left in a hurry. Speaking of which, this was the first time he restrained himself, and did not do something beastly. In the evening, Jiang Chen came to the meeting room of the community center, and started a wireless video call with Zhao Chenwu. Light blow lines and light particles painted a full body portrait of Zhao Chenwu. The man with deep eye sockets and a heroic look smiled and stretched out his right hand after seeing Jiang Chen, expressing his welcome. Jiang Chen also smiled, then stretched out his right hand and passed through the right hand of the holographic image. Of course, the hands could not touch each other. It was just a kind of etiquette similar to handshake, a unique etiquette of the future that would only appear in a virtual conference room. Before the call began, Sun Jiao had already explained it to Jiang Chen. As long as you sit on the chair next to the negotiation table, your holographic image will appear in the opposite position in the other party's conference room. Considering that instant communication of information is important to both parties, Zhao Chenwu sold this equipment to Jiang Chen at a 50% discount. I have to praise the strategic vision of this hero. In the long run, this is definitely a high return investment. What else can solve the problem better than discussing it face to face? Speaking of which, Jiang Chen had never thought that there was such a magical thing in the world. He had only seen it in some science fiction movies. Long time no see, Boss Jiang. To save time, let's get straight to the point. Unlike negotiations in the present world, negotiations in the end of the world are often long and short. Because no one will really be moved by someone's flattery, even allies who call each other brothers and sisters on weekdays. In the end, everyone only cares about their own interests. After all, this is about survival. In addition, this equipment will consume 1 crystal for every minute it is turned on. Although this little money is not lacking, the less polite words, the better. You can speak frankly. Jiang Chen made a gesture of invitation and said with a smile, I hope to increase the trade volume. Especially canned fruit. At present, the gap on my side has reached more than 1,000. Zhao Chenwu waved his fingers, and a holographic data panel rose in the center of the negotiation table, listing his various demands. The price of canned meat was raised to 10,000. The price of canned fruit was raised to 8,000. The price of compressed biscuits was raised to 100,000. And the price of instant noodles was 20,000 packs. According to the last pricing, the total trade volume directly reached 450,000 crystals. Jiang Chen gasped 450,000. A power armor with moderate configuration only costs about 10,000. Excuse me, for such a large order, can you take out so many crystals? Or, do you have the ability to digest so many goods? Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. Although the population of the 6th district is not small, there are definitely not many people who can afford these luxury goods. Zhao Chenwu smiled slightly when he heard this, and did not hide anything. He waved his hand directly, and a holographic projection document slid from him to Jiang Chen's desk. It's not something worth hiding. In order to deal with the recent movement of zombies around the 6th block, the 10-member committee voted on an expedition proposal to clean up the 2 recent sources of unknown bacteria spread. The plan is divided into 2 routes, A and B, and will be jointly invested by the 10-member committee. I will participate in the investment project with 31 power armored soldiers and a spider tank, and will receive 21% of the dividends for Route A. There is still profit in clearing the spread source. Dividends? Jiang Chen laughed. He remembered that not all zombies would condense subcrystals on the back of their heads. Even if they were transformed into dangerous species like meat mountains, the energy of their subcrystals would only fluctuate between 40 to 50. Not only that, but there are a lot of them. Jiang Chen smiled mysteriously and then called up another data. The total revenue of Route A is expected to be 1.2 million subcrystals, and the cost of ammunition consumed is only about 100,000 subcrystals, which can be completely ignored compared to the revenue. 1.7 million subcrystals? This number shocked Jiang Chen, but after reading the files Jiang Chen threw over, he suddenly realized the large-scale survivors attack action is naturally impossible for ordinary alien species to compete with, and no one will let go of the subcrystals on their bodies. In addition, the zombies covered by this mutant bacteria have almost condensed biological crystals called subcrystals, because they have obtained abundant energy, which is also the reason for their increased combat effectiveness. However, under the firepower network of thermal weapons, these zombies are still zombies, no matter how crazy they are. Let alone the crisis, the 6th block can make a lot of money in this action. Even if each zombie only grows one subcrystal, killing 100,000 of them will also be 100,000 subcrystals. Moreover, the closer to the source of bacteria, the higher the energy content of the subcrystals condensed by the zombies. According to what is written in the document, the subcrystal energy limit of a single zombie can even reach 20. Counting the alien species encountered on the road. Even if they encounter troublesome things like meat mountains, they are not a problem in front of tanks. Unless it is in the city center, with the firepower of the 6th district, there will be no danger at all. And this is not the key. When the 6th district sends a large army to the expedition, it will inevitably be followed by a large group of survivors or individual armed forces waiting to pick up leaks. Of course, they certainly dare not do things like rob monsters. But under the protection of the Big Brother, it is tacitly allowed to take advantage of the surroundings and dig some subcrystals. After all, they are all in the same camp, and those monsters, that can never be killed, are naturally the more dead, the better. If they encounter guys like Deathclaws, that they can't beat, they just hide in the big army and that's it. Let's not talk about whether the Deathclaw dares to come up after seeing so many people. Even if it comes up, it will only be a matter of one shot. The increase in per capita wealth will drive consumption. Even Jiang Chen, who has never studied economics, knows this truth. In addition, the consumable materials of this expedition will be converted into subcrystals and publicly raised from the people of the 6th district. The rate of return is estimated to reach 15%, and it is expected that 1,341 middle class will be born. The increase in per capita wealth will inevitably drive consumption, and consumption will stimulate the originally weak 6th district industry. The increase in industrial capacity will inevitably increase the relative value of subcrystals as energy in the 6th district. This will encourage capable survivors nearby to get close to us, or even settle down. This blueprint is quite well drawn, although talking about the economy in the wasteland sounds a bit funny. Jiang Chen was stunned for a long time, and suddenly asked, "You are so awesome, why didn't you attack the city center before?" Ahem, that is a thankless task, and the situation in the city center is a bit special. But this expedition to the outskirts of the city center is absolutely a sure win. Jiang Chen stared blankly at Jiang Chen who was talking non-stop, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Is this the benefit of using energy as currency directly? Things like industrial raw materials can be obtained through waste recycling, but energy has always been a problem that restricts the production of various survivor bases. The industrial facilities before the war basically relied on thermonuclear reactors that used helium-3 as energy to operate. However, not to mention that the helium-3 mining base on the moon had long been bombed into space junk, and there was no intact nuclear power plant on the ground. These things were the focus of attention during the war. Therefore, the lightweight, efficient and renewable subcrystals became the mainstream energy material and hard currency in the wasteland. As long as the industry continues to operate, there is no need to consider inflation. The increase in goods and the passive appreciation of currency directly drive the hunting enthusiasm of survivors. Hunting subcrystals, exchanging for goods, increasing factory production, passive appreciation of subcrystals, stimulating consumption and hunting, and exploring dangerous areas. What a virtuous circle. In the past, no one was interested in wasting bullets and killing zombies without subcrystals. If they were not too hungry, no one would risk their lives to hunt the difficult alien species. However, under the influence of unknown bacteria, the current generation of zombies generally breed subcrystals. After following the large group outside for a walk, carrying a backpack full of subcrystals, changing to more reliable equipment, the risk of hunting alien species will be greatly reduced. By then, even if this batch of zombies breeding subcrystals are wiped out, the survivors who have changed their weapons can still obtain subcrystals by hunting alien species. It is like a wisp of fire that completely ignites the originally lifeless firewood. It can be said that after this expedition, the 6th block will usher in earth-shaking changes. Damn, Jiang Chen was jealous, and at the same time he was secretly alert in his heart. Although this place is still some distance away from the 6th block, no one can say how far its influence will cover. After all, it is a neutral zone with an open door, and even the survivor group near Jiang Chen occasionally sends people there to go to the market. The equipment upgrade of nearby survivors is not a good thing for the newly born fishbones. The bandits who were originally holding assault rifles suddenly had the money to change to rocket launchers and even expensive Gauss rifles, which would undoubtedly bring great pressure to the defense of the base. At present, the defense force in the base is only a few light machine guns, some individual anti-tank weapons, and rifle grenades. Although Jiang Chen also wanted to buy a tank and put it in the base, he also had that subcrystal, but it was impossible for them to sell it. After all, heavy firepower equipment such as tanks are basically modified from scrap recycled from the battlefield, and the number is pitiful. It may not be a big deal to build a power armor from scratch, but for tanks, even if there is the technology, there is no such condition. With a slight flicker in his eyes, Jiang Chen secretly thought that he had to think of a way to update the base's weapons. If he couldn't buy it in the 6th block, why not try Liuding Town? However, in Zhao Chenwu's eyes, Jiang Chen's expression was understood as showing a strong interest in the benefits brought by the expedition. Zhao Chenwu couldn't help but reveal a smile at the corner of his mouth. In his opinion, Jiang Chen was already tempted. How is it? Boss Jiang, I believe you should understand that if we take advantage of this golden period to open up the food market, I believe no one will be interested in something as disgusting as nutritional mixtures. Chapter 81 Helping Each Other. To be honest, Jiang Chen was indeed tempted. However, if the value of subcrystals increased, then another problem would arise. The value of subcrystals has increased, so you mean that I need to cooperate in lowering the price of food to open up the market? Jiang Chen said with a half smile. I'm afraid that after explaining so much, Zhao Chenwu still wants to discuss lowering the price. Ahem, that's right. But please believe me, after expanding sales, food trade will bring you greater profits. Originally, only 1,000 people were willing to spend money on something, but in less than a month, 10,000 people will buy it. When the basic conditions for survival are met, it is an inevitable trend for people to pursue the quality of life. In addition, if the sales channel is opened, can't you also expand production? Zhao Chenwu stared at Jiang Chen's eyes. Okay, Jiang Chen was a little embarrassed. In theory, if production is expanded, the cost will inevitably decrease, but his situation is a bit special. The food for the fishbone base was all transported by him from modern times. In terms of cost, one can of food may cost less than 0.1 subcrystal. It seems to be in the interests of the headquarters to cooperate with price cuts to open up sales. Of course, if the original price is maintained, the sales volume of food will also increase slightly, but the profit brought is definitely not as high as actively reducing the price and expanding sales. Oh, this is indeed a good idea. I have a certain degree of autonomy in bargaining, but you have to know that the transportation and production of food are not without cost. If the profit here is too low, the base I established as a transit station will be meaningless. However, this still needs to be pretended. If it is too easy to agree, this guy will find reasons to discuss price reduction every now and then. Zhao Chenwu fell into contemplation. It is very impolite to inquire about other people's costs. However, without knowing the production cost of Fishbone Grain Products Company, it is difficult for him to estimate a reasonable price. He only guessed that expanding production would reduce costs, but he didn't know how much it would reduce. The average price of canned meat is 10, canned fruit is 20, compressed biscuits are priced at 1 crystal per piece, and instant noodles are 3 crystals. As crystals appreciate, the purchasing power in the 6th block will also increase, so you won't lose too much. The discount is close to 1/3. Boss Xiao really gave me a difficult question. Jiang Chen looked at Xiao Chenwu with a smile. Purchasing power in the 6th block. If I transport the crystals back to the headquarters, wouldn't it be a big loss? In name, Jiang Chen's place is just a transit station, so it is necessary to pretend. The appreciation of crystals is relative. Except for a few things that cannot be produced, there is actually not much difference in what can be exchanged. If it is not exchanged for goods, this thing can only be used as a more convenient time travel ticket. Ahem. The appreciation of subcrystals is relative. How about discounting the price of raw materials such as arms and building materials by 1/3? This is close to my cost. In addition, isn't your company very interested in our technology? Perhaps we can cooperate in this regard. Try to avoid paying directly with subcrystals. Isn't this the solution that maximizes the interests of both of us? And if I gain more say in the 6th block, I believe I can also find a way to accommodate some equipment that is not open to the market in principle. Xiao Chenwu stopped talking and looked at Jiang Chen with a sharp look. Not bad. Interesting suggestion. Jiang Chen raised a smile at the corner of his mouth. It seems that the two sides have reached a consensus. In this case, Jiang Chen got straight to the point. For the M2 engine design, our offer is 40,000 subcrystals. For the 10 kg mass bullet production machine tool design, our offer is 90,000 subcrystals. For the Type 50 electromagnetic gun design, our offer is 110,000. I believe that these technologies that are everywhere in Wanghai City are not difficult for Boss Xiao, right? These are relatively sensitive military technologies, and naturally they will not be stored in the civilian library database. At present, they can only be obtained by purchase. As for the offer, it is evaluated by Sun Jiao according to the standards of Liaoding Town. Regardless of whether there are conditions for producing these equipment now, the key technology must be obtained first, and then slowly digested. Of course, no problem. Xiao Chenwu laughed and said, this offer is reasonable. Although the 6th block restricts the sale of heavy weapons, the blockade of related technologies is not so strict. A thumb-sized USB flash drive can copy all the information and design drawings. How can you prevent it? Of course, Xiao Chenwu will not easily take out the core technology independently developed after the war. Just like he never asked Jiang Chen for the technology of producing food. Don't think that the end of the world has come, and the development of science and technology will stop. The scientists and the survivor bases are not kept in vain. It's just that due to the lack of information, the poor living environment, and the uneven inheritance of science and technology, everyone's technology tree is more or less a little distorted. Take the 6th block as an example. The actual combat performance of its independently developed and improved T3 power armor has even surpassed the pre-war level. But in terms of large aircraft, their research is almost blank. The situation in Liaoding Town is just the opposite, and the situation in other survivor bases is similar. As for the trade volume, since you can afford it, why don't I sell you a little more? The trade volume will be raised to 700,000 subcrystals. According to the new price, it will be counted as a one-time trade in October and November. I believe that with more goods on hand, Boss Xiao can also expand the market, right? Jiang Chen smiled and said, 6 times the usual trade volume. In an instant, Xiao Chenwu's breathing became a little rapid, but he was worthy of being a big man, and soon regained his calm look. Shrugging his shoulders, Xiao Chenwu smiled happily and said, since my ally has shown such great sincerity, if I don't do something, wouldn't it be too unfair to him? Here I am. I've been waiting for you to say this. Jiang Chen raised a smile. I think so too. So, in order for me to transport this cargo worth 700,000 subcrystals into my base, I need your help. Xiao Chenwu was stunned. Your transport team can transport the cargo here across such a long distance. Can't you even solve that little trouble? Zhao Chenwu asked in disbelief. Obviously, he knew that there was also a source of spread near the fishbone base, but it was too far away and would not affect the 6th block. The neutral zone is not a charity organization, so it is naturally unreasonable to send troops to help other survivors clear that trouble. Transportation and combat are two different things. We have the technology to get the cargo to a certain place, but I can only rely on myself to transport it in. Orbital airdrop? Aircraft transmission? Whatever Zhao Chenwu thinks, Jiang Chen won't say it anyway. Spreading his hands, Jiang Chen continued to use his acting skills honed by pretending to be stupid and said, I believe you know how much subcrystals I have invested in this transit station. After all, everything is bought from you. If you are my boss, will you let me stay here if you can't even handle this little danger? Or, wouldn't it be more efficient to simply change to a base that is more suitable for trading and start cooperation again? So, in order for our cooperation to continue, you have to help me overcome this difficulty first. Then, he lowered his voice, looked at Jiang Chenwu with a smile, and said, I can't guarantee that the next representative who comes here will still choose Zhao Group as a partner, or simply move and then trade with that living town. We pursue efficiency. If I fail with you, as for whether the person who replaces me will continue my strategy, haha, you know. Jiang Chen left his words here and then leaned back in his chair. He didn't finish his words, so he stopped. It seems to make sense. If my men took so many resources from trade and invested them in the construction of defense, but you asked me for support when danger came, if Jiang Chen was removed by the fishbone headquarters, would the new representative keep the original failure strategy? It's hard to say. Thinking of this, Zhao Chenwu began to get a little restless. He had already tasted the sweetness of food trade, so how could he be willing to give it up? What's more, the big deal of 700,000 subcrystals was already at his doorstep. He also hoped to use this batch of goods to occupy the grain market in the 6th block and gain greater influence in the 10-member committee. However, what he didn't know was that the conditions for all these assumptions to be established were based on the existence of the head office. Jiang Chen didn't finish his words, but left enough room for Zhao Chenwu's imagination. Tell half a lie, and smart people will naturally cover it up for you. If you say too much, it will easily reveal flaws. What support do you want? I'll help you with it, Zhao Chenwu said in a deep voice. His interests have long been tied to Jiang Chen. If he loses Jiang Chen as a supplier, all his plans will be disrupted. He must help, even if it means losing money. He was just waiting for him to say this. Hearing this, a faint smile flashed across Jiang Chen's lips. 10 sets of T3 power armor. I will buy them at 110% of the cost price. Jiang Chen did not take the opportunity to blackmail him and gave a fairly attractive price. This is impossible. Zhao Chenwu stood up and said in a lost voice. This is not a matter of money at all. Even though he holds great power and is one of the 10-member committee, there are still 9 people watching him. How many small capitalists and small councillors are watching his position, which does not allow him to be careless. Even if it comes from his own factory, every piece of regulated equipment must be registered. It cannot be sold outside, and there is mutual supervision. It is difficult for anyone to cheat on this. Once the rules are violated, the consequences will be serious. This is equivalent to giving competitors an excuse to suppress him. Nothing is impossible. Think about it, this little risk is nothing compared to the profits you will get. If I lose, I will just go back to retire. And you will lose a supplier who is optimistic about you. Jiang Chen stared at Zhao Chenwu closely, and Zhao Chenwu was also staring at him at this moment. In the end, the eyes of this tyrant relaxed and he compromised. 10 sets of T3 power armor, 13,000 subcrystals per set. I will send 10 slaves equipped with chips to wear them and report the death in battle. As for the 10 people, you can handle it yourself. Just don't let them appear in the 6th block. Zhao Chenwu rubbed his temples tiredly, put his arms on the table, and waved his hands as if giving up. Great, my friend. Don't worry, you have helped me so much, and you will definitely get the benefits. Jiang Chen's mouth curled up a triumphant arc, but it was gone in a flash, and he sincerely thanked Zhao Chenwu. What else can you say? I know 10 sets of power armor are definitely not enough, but only this time. Anyway, it has already violated the rules, and it doesn't matter how serious the violation is. Fortunately, Jiang Chen will let it go. As long as he is not discovered, it will be fine. One assault infantry vehicle, no problem. One will just explode during the mission. 20,000 subcrystals. Give me the goods first. I have to solve that problem before I can get the food in, and then pay according to the new price. No problem. I don't need that little time. By the way, I may need a few high energy vacuum bombs, the portable ones. Jiang Chen Wu's attitude was so straightforward that Jiang Chen began to feel a little embarrassed and said with a wry smile, okay. Together with the disposable launch base, 100 subcrystals each, I will say that it is scrapped and dismantled and reported. What's the use of that thing? Zombies can't be suffocated to death, and they don't have much fat on their bodies to burn. It's just a hypothesis of a possible situation. You don't need to worry about it. So happy cooperation? Jiang Chen didn't ask for anything else and said with a smile, it's a pleasure to work with you. You'd better not let my investment go to waste. Jiang Chen looked fearlessly into Jiang Chen Wu's eagle-like eyes and smiled happily. Don't worry, my ally. Don't you think we are helping each other? I made a concession on the price, so you have to help me with this, right? Help each other? Perhaps the word use each other is more appropriate. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 82, Tide of Corpses. The goods were delivered the next day. Almost everyone in the 6th block was busy with the expedition, so the risks of smuggling and other small actions were much smaller. There were only 4 people who came to deliver the goods this time. Probably all of them were Jiang Chen Wu's confidants, led by his secretary Su Lei. The soldier in charge of the escort handed over the control of the 10 slaves to Jiang Chen, saluted neatly, and left in a hurry. Looking at the infantry vehicles painted with urban camouflage and the doubtful faces of the dark big fools, Jiang Chen smiled, walked up and patted the shoulder of the nearest person, and then called on his men to start unloading the goods. If the mechanical exoskeleton is compared to light armor, then the meaning of power armor is roughly similar to the full body heavy armor of medieval knights. It is usually divided into land combat type and airborne type. The main difference is the weight of the armor, and whether it is equipped with a vortex engine for slow descent. The weight of the airborne type is usually less than 500 kilograms, while the land combat type is often more than 1 ton. These 10 T3 power armors are airborne, but they have switchable triangular miniature machine guns welded on the right hand and ammunition boxes mounted on the back. Fortunately, Lu Huosheng designed an elevator at the entrance of the sewer, otherwise it would be inconvenient to get the armor, that is more than 2 meters high and weighs about 300 kilograms up by rope. These 10 slaves obviously don't know how to operate this thing. Just now they looked at Jiang Chen with an expression, as if they were locked in a coffin. Obviously, they know that it is illegal to sell such equipment. Since it is illegal, then I'm afraid that their current genetic ID has been registered as dead in the 6th block. As for whether they will become real dead, it all depends on what the smiling man thinks. Welcome to the Fishbone Survivor base. Believe me, working for me is definitely much happier than working for anyone else in this world. Although the tone sounds like bragging, it seems that they will not die. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and then followed the man's steps with trepidation. After handing the 10 people over to Lu Huosheng to arrange accommodation and work, Jiang Chen quickly found Sun Jiao. The weapons and armor are in place. When are we going to set off? Sun Jiao asked, as soon as she saw Jiang Chen. Can we get in touch with the survivor groups around us within 2 days? Jiang Chen said. No problem. The radio equipment in the conference room can do it. But what's the point of getting in touch with them? Sun Jiao looked at Jiang Chen in confusion. Of course, take them to fight monsters. Jiang Chen raised a smile at the corner of his mouth and said this meaningless line. There are too many survivors living in scattered areas around. If they are all integrated, I'm afraid there will be 2,000 or 3,000 people. If the fishbone survivor base wants to get rid of the constraints of population, then it has to think about those scattered survivors. These survivors who have been struggling in the end of the world for many years are often mentally much tougher than ordinary people, or abnormal. Their personal combat effectiveness is definitely not comparable to those slaves, huddled in the slums. However, the problem is that they no longer believe in discipline or civilization, and they are as unruly as wild wolves. If you want to make a dog surrender, a bone and a rope are enough. However, if you want to tame a wolf, it is absolutely impossible to do it with just a bone and a rope. They will take the bones without hesitation, but they will never willingly lower their heads and accept the restraint of the collar. Unless you have overwhelming force, they dare not even think about uniting to resist. And showing off firepower is the second purpose of this expedition. It would be best to pull them to the battlefield, to help share the pressure of the zombie tide, and promise to give them a part of the spoils, so that these people's dependence on the fishbone base will increase further. Now that subcrystals are generally condensed behind the zombies' heads, Jiang Chen doesn't believe that the survivors will not be tempted by this. Even though Jiang Chen and his men didn't have the heavy firepower of a tank, the power armor could still crush ordinary zombies. There was no reason for the survivors to refuse a good thing that was sure to win. The next morning, the fishbone base was busy again after a long time. Soldiers rushed to their combat positions. Some non-combatants were busy loading supplies onto vehicles, while others erected polyethylene partitions in front of the gates to create a buffer zone for the gates to prevent zombies from rushing into the base. When the gates were opened, outside the wall, it was equally busy. The zombies that were crowded around perfectly interpreted the term zombie tide. The rotting bodies blocked the streets outside the wall. Damn it, it was as if all the zombies in the entire district were stuffed into this street. Weapon system, normal. Vortex engine, normal. Oh, and the fuel rods, normal. Jiang Chen searched the data in the digital helmet with a headache. Although he had experienced power armor several times in the virtual reality system, and he also wore the real thing yesterday to get familiar with it, but the feeling of being locked in an iron box always made him feel strange. The black paint, the solid and lightweight streamlined C-shaped plastic steel armor, not the modern PVC profile. The right side wall is a triangular miniature machine gun pendant, and the tactical rifle is hung on the waist. It is almost armed to the teeth. Although it looks really cool, it is unexpectedly troublesome to wear. Sun Jiao glanced at Jiang Chen with some concern, then took a deep breath and waved to the sentry on the wall. The sentry saluted quickly and ran quickly to the position of the high explosive machine gun. Sun Jiao was the commander of the team for this operation. Get ready to go, turn on the weapon system, and be careful not to let the zombies break through the formation. Our supplies are all in the car. Do you understand? Understood. The 8 power armor warriors behind him shouted in unison, and then closed the visors of their helmets. Open the door. Sun Jiao shouted to the fighters next to her, made a gesture, and then closed her mask. The steel gate slowly rose, and the zombies seemed to smell the fragrance of food, and cast their empty eyes towards the gap here. Da. Shoot. The machine guns on the 2 high towers have begun to release ammunition. The orange flames tear apart the zombies one by one, breaking the already broken bodies into several pieces. However, it was just a drop in the bucket. The sea of corpses like a tide still howled and rushed towards the gate. Charge. The people wearing power armor, in a spearhead formation, protected the assault infantry vehicles in the center, and dug a hole in the zombie encirclement. The missing limbs were shaking on the ground. As long as the brain was intact, the zombies would not be truly dead. However, there was no time to shoot these guys. Under the cover of fixed machine guns and vehicle-mounted machine guns, the soldiers wearing power armor held up the armor on their left arms and sprayed fire snakes with the rotary machine guns in their right hands. Like a torrent of steel, they ran directly over the corpses of the living dead. Through the steel, the sticky feeling of blood and flesh coming from the soles of his feet made Jiang Chen feel his stomach churning. However, he looked down on those hideous zombies. They were no longer human. Some were not human when they were born. When the solid front armor collided with the zombies that tried to bite him, the strength of technology was highlighted. The 2 pairs of vortex engines on the back, waist and shoulders sprayed out dark blue arcs. Jiang Chen gradually pushed the output power to the maximum, keeping the formation with his teammates, and pushed forward against the zombies. If the momentum of the charge stopped, they would have to face the desperate situation of being surrounded and killed by zombies. Although the claws of these ordinary zombies could not scratch through the steel armor, if they were allowed to gather together, they would form an absolute numerical advantage, and it would be no problem to squeeze and deform the armor and overturn the vehicle. Even though they had an absolute advantage in equipment, no one dared to be careless and used firepower to evacuate the zombies. However, the zombies could not be killed, even if all the bullets in the base were used up. All they needed to do was to break through, instead of wasting ammunition on these dead things. The zombies that passed through the gap crashed into the front armor of the assault infantry vehicle and were directly crushed to the ground. The heavy tires left a hideous bloody trail on the ground. The 20mm machine gun on the top of the carriage spewed fire snakes, and the orange-red bullets either exploded or cut the skinny body in half. In the end, the whole team tore a gap in the zombie encirclement, ran over the twitching limbs, and rushed out of the street crowded with zombies. How do you feel? Sun Jiao's somewhat concerned voice came from the private channel. It's okay. Jiang Chen took a few deep breaths and stabilized his restless heartbeat. Turning off the revolver in his right hand, everyone pulled out the tactical rifles on their waists. They had already rushed out of the encirclement and no longer needed to maintain high-density firepower. The zombies were still rushing towards everyone, but they were much sparser. As if to confirm his previous premonition, these zombies might really have consciously gathered near the base. After crossing a street again, they could hardly see the shadow of zombies. This is really a weird thing. Don't be careless, stay alert. Turn on the radio life detection device. Received. No alien reaction within a radius of 500 meters. A series of reports made the public channel seem a little chaotic for a while. Generally speaking, there is only one possible situation for the sudden decrease in zombie density, that is, there is a particularly powerful alien nearby. Although zombies hunt all living things, their main prey is still living things with life energy close to that of humans. If they encounter a monster with hundreds of subcrystal points, or a place like the mother nest of a certain alien, the zombies will still unconsciously move away from it. But this is obviously not a normal situation. Not to mention aliens, there is not even a mutant cockroach on the street. Broken billboards, randomly abandoned cars. They became the only living things on the street. Shaking off the sticky blood on his left armor, Jiang Chen looked at the empty street with a strange expression on his face. This ominous premonition became stronger and stronger. Chapter 83. This is the end of the world. There are no powerful alien species nearby, but it seems to exist. It feels like there is a hand that gathers the zombies that were originally scattered everywhere like a plate of sand together and intentionally blocks them. The density of zombies ahead is 0. I always feel that something is wrong. Jiang Chen frowned involuntarily as he looked at the life signal distribution map displayed in the lower right corner of the retina. Putting aside the factor of alien species, zombies are not completely dead, and they still retain some biological characteristics, such as the sense of living space. The distribution of zombies is roughly radial from the high-density city center to the suburbs. New zombies born from asexual reproduction of the mother slowly move from the crowded city center to the suburbs. Under normal circumstances, in the suburbs, where there are relatively few zombies, it is almost impossible for a phenomenon such as a zombie tide to occur. However, these zombies seem to have gathered together, as if they were premeditated, and surrounded the base like a siege. The result is that, after breaking through the encirclement, there are almost no zombies on the entire street here. Hearing this, Sun Jiao also frowned. Yes, I feel something is strange. However, it was useless to think too much at this moment. The assault infantry vehicle that broke through the encirclement began to speed up. The power armor soldiers running around also opened the sliding wheels under their feet, and then started the vortex engine behind them again, and went from running to sliding, closely following the assault infantry vehicle. Balance system, normal. Damn, I actually forgot to check this thing. Jiang Chen was embarrassed and cursed inwardly. Fortunately, it didn't fall apart, otherwise it would be troublesome. Pay attention to the surroundings and fire freely. Sun Jiao's voice came from the public channel. Received. still maintaining the sharp arrow formation and advancing in the middle of the road. Those cars that were in the way were naturally knocked away, if they could be knocked away, and those that could be run over were run over directly. The surroundings were terribly quiet. Apart from the hum of the engine, almost no other movement could be heard. Everyone kept their rifles raised horizontally and were on guard. Strange, I can't see any alien species. A soldier complained on the public channel. Could it be hiding? Don't interrupt. Keep your eyes on your position. Yes. The two soldiers shut up immediately. Could it be those unknown bacteria in the air? Jiang Chen felt that something was wrong with these things. Something that could scare the bloodthirsty aliens must be very simple. After about 3 kilometers, they arrived in front of an apartment building with a simple barbed wire fence. It was a very dilapidated building. Like most buildings in the wasteland, the paint on the surface had been wiped off by the aftermath of the nuclear explosion, leaving only the grey-black cement wall. Scroll slogans were painted on the wall with a spray gun, and it looked like it was quite old. A machine gun leaning against the black window could be vaguely seen, and simple cloth replaced the glass and served as the window. There seemed to be vegetation protected by plastic film on the roof, which looked like a soilless vegetable garden. It was said that this was the source of livelihood for most survivor groups. However, in the end times with radiation everywhere, don't expect the same seed to grow the same fruit. This kind of fruit with uncertain toxicity still has a certain market in the 6th district. Many processing plants will purchase such fruits and vegetables in large quantities at low prices, select non-toxic ones and sell them in the luxury market, and put the toxic ones into the refining device to extract organic matter, vitamins, plant protein and other substances, to make higher end and B-level nutritional mixtures. Compared to the nutritional mixtures made from the flesh and fat of zombies and alien species, it is easier to swallow and more nutritious. The situation around here is similar to the fishbone base. The zombies are crookedly forming an encirclement. However, in terms of quantity, the zombies here are obviously far less than those near the base. This is a very scary thing, not because of the number of zombies. But zombies have wisdom? Or are they controlled by intelligent higher beings? But even so, there is still not much suspense in the battle, and the zombies here do not have an overwhelming number. Although these zombies have condensed subcrystals, the organic matter on their bodies determines that they still remain in the category of ordinary zombies. No matter how hard they try, they can't break the defense of the power armor. After getting rid of the zombies that were in the way with a few bangs, the group approached the apartment building. There was a wooden sign at the door with a few crooked words written on it. Private territory, no trespassing, PFFT. What the hell is that? Survivor group number 01. The life monitor shows that the population is between 30 and 40 people. Sun Jiao said to Jiang Chen through the private channel. What the hell is number 01? Such an ugly name. Jiang Chen laughed and cursed. I gave it to me. Survivor groups rarely give their nests names. They have very little desire for expansion and territory, and they mainly focus on basic survival. Sun Jiao went forward and knocked on the bell of the door, then took 2 steps back. After a while, the door opened, and a middle-aged man with a vigilant face walked out carefully. Who are you? His face was full of fear and suspicion, and he kept shaking while holding the rifle in his hand, because he knew that his rifle might not even be able to break the opponent's armor. The only thing that could damage the power armor was the dusty recoilless gun in the house. The nearby fishbone survivor base. Jiang Chen opened his mask and said lightly, "What are you doing here?" The middle-aged man asked vigilantly. Of course, he saw these people exterminating the zombies. The fierce firepower made it difficult for him to even think of resisting. I believe you should have discovered the abnormality of the zombies. Under the interference of unknown bacteria, these zombies will show strong aggression. There is evidence that the level of unknown bacteria in the air is increasing, so we decided to eliminate the source of infection. Jiang Chen tried his best to make his tone look relaxed and friendly. However, the middle-aged man's next sentence made him angry instantly. What does that have to do with us? It was still the vigilant and indifferent voice. You ask what it has to do with you? Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment and laughed instead of being angry. Do you know that thing is closer to you? The middle-aged man was speechless, but seeing that Jiang Chen did not seem as fierce as the bandits he had seen before, He immediately mustered up the courage to choke back. But it has a greater impact on you, doesn't it? Otherwise you wouldn't have come out on your own initiative. We don't need your help, so don't bother us. The middle-aged man was thinking very loudly. Since you are willing to solve this problem, then you can go. Although that strange bacteria is indeed a headache, what can we do? Anyway, we will stay here, and you will naturally take action, if you can't sustain it. Although there are subcrystals behind the heads of these zombies, you can't stop and dig while fighting, right? It would be better for us to follow behind and pick up leaks. Why do we have to go up with you? Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment, then laughed. From the cunning look in his eyes, he probably guessed what the middle-aged man was thinking. Shameless, so shameless. He has learned a lot, that people can be so selfish. The fire is burning on your butt, but you are still waiting for to make the first move, while you secretly pick up the bargain from behind. If I hadn't appeared here, would you wait here to die? Wait, this is the end of the world. Jiang Chen suddenly woke up, as if in a flash, and he almost thought that this was a negotiation with Wang Dehe or 361 Company. Then, his eyes turned cold. What do you want to do? The middle-aged man faintly sensed a hint of unkindness on Jiang Chen's face, and then spoke vigilantly, while winking at the person behind him. The window upstairs was opened, and a black tube stretched out, pointing directly at the assault infantry vehicle. Boss, I'm locked by anti-tank weapons, requesting permission to return fire. The driver's hurried communication came over the public channel. Sun Jiao quickly raised the tactical rifle used for power armor and aimed at the man upstairs. A group of power armor soldiers also raised their weapons. The battle order was issued by Sun Jiao, but whether to fight with neutral forces was decided by the leader Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen gave the order, Sun Jiao was sure to kill this group of people to pieces. The middle-aged man looked at Jiang Chen with a struggling expression. He was also a tough guy. He knew that it was difficult to hit the highly mobile power armor with that thing, so he risked his own life and signaled his men to aim at the infantry vehicle that looked like it was obviously loaded with a large amount of supplies. He was betting that Jiang Chen would not sacrifice the lives of these little people and sacrifice the infantry vehicle worth tens of thousands of subcrystals and countless supplies. However, Jiang Chen smiled. He could guess the middle-aged man's thoughts. He was still gambling. In order to save ammunition, he didn't shoot at the zombies, but pointed the gun at us who were going to eliminate the source of bacteria. But at this moment, Jiang Chen's face was no longer surprised. There was only coldness in his eyes. Perhaps it is a mistake for me to negotiate with you, Jiang Chen said faintly, and then he closed his mask with a bang without saying anything. This action scared the middle-aged man half to death. Showing your face means you are sincere in negotiating. So closing the mask, the speaker was turned on, and the cold words resounded throughout the street. I only ask one question. Surrender, or die. The tactical rifle was put down. Instead, 10 raised revolver cannons were replaced, and the triangular barrels were spinning rapidly. It will be on the shelves tomorrow. Thank you all book friends for your continued support. Chapter 84 I'm not reasonable. I don't make sense. Because you don't understand. Surrender or die. Such a simple and brutal declaration directly solved the problem. Before Jiang Chen counted to 3, the middle-aged man collapsed and threw away his weapon, squatted on the ground and surrendered. He had no choice but to surrender. A mere recoilless gun can compete with power armor. I want to exchange my car for your 30 lives. Do you dare to do it? His fearlessness was based on Jiang Chen's attitude of negotiation, but now Jiang Chen no longer intends to negotiate. All the survivors came out and stood in a row, looking at the invaders with humiliation on their faces. However, Jiang Chen was not here to capture prisoners and cannon fodder. He had to rely on these people to accept peaceful evolution in the future. There was no place to keep these people now. Not only would it not benefit him, but it would also cause a backlash from other survivor groups. These survivor groups have survived for so long, and they are not completely without combat effectiveness. This survivor group can take out a recoilless gun, and maybe the next survivor group can take out a ray gun. That thing still poses a certain threat to power armor. The armor made of C-shaped plastic steel may be able to deflect bullets, but it is difficult to resist the cutting of high energy rays. Jiang Chen did not whine with the middle-aged man named Zhao Dongbao anymore, and directly made a request, pulling out 50% of the combat power, to temporarily join Jiang Chen's team. Zhao Dongbao's eyes widened immediately when he heard it. He was about to refuse, but he met the cold gaze, so he smiled and swallowed his words. From then on, the survivor group led by Zhao Dongbao had a number, 02, and the 8 riflemen in Jiang Chen's team were uniformly numbered 0212-028. This is much more convenient, and Jiang Chen is too lazy to remember so many names. When the time comes, whoever goes up will just report the number directly. However, giving a big stick and then inserting a carrot can achieve the best effect. Jiang Chen still told them a good news. Then they can finish off the zombies that are not dead after the battle, and then dig out the sub-crystals. After all, wearing power armor, squatting down to dig sub-crystals is still a bit troublesome. When he heard that he was responsible for picking up the money, Zhao Dongbao immediately became enthusiastic. Even if Jiang Chen added that half of it had to be handed over as spoils of the fishbone survivor base, it could not dampen his enthusiasm. Looking at this short-sighted man with contempt, Jiang Chen gave him another task, which was to to order those survivor groups to hand over people. It doesn't matter if they refuse, just beat them without hesitation. This time Jiang Chen would not stand so close with his troops, but just show off his firepower with zombies from a distance, and successfully recruited the survivor groups he met along the way. Even the most stubborn survivor groups, who were swept by the 20mm caliber heavy machine gun from a distance, felt the cement fragments splashing on their scalps, and raised the white flag to surrender. The firepower is not at the same level at all. Fortunately, everyone is smart, and no one holds unrealistic fantasies such as hiding behind to pick up leaks or the other side dare not kill people. After all, this is the 18th year of the end of the world. There are 154 people in total, and the team is bloated in an instant. Will it be useful to have so many people? Sun Jiao secretly asked Jiang Chen in the private channel. Useless in battle, useful in strategy. Jiang Chen answered very straightforwardly. Although Sun Jiao was confused, she didn't say anything. Come to think of it, your domineering look just now was quite manly. It made my heart flutter. Sun Jiao teased Jiang Chen in the private channel with a sly smile. Although it was a joke, she didn't lie. When she heard Jiang Chen's horse and cold machine gun ready in the public channel, she couldn't help but feel a tingling sensation on her scalp. Recalling the scene when they first met, watching the man she loved grow up to what he is now, to be honest, she felt a sense of accomplishment in her heart. This feeling was probably similar to Jiang Chen watching her gradually evolve into a civilized person. Jiang Chen decisively ignored Sun Jiao's mischief. He knew that she was definitely teasing him anyway, and it wouldn't be too late to deal with her when he returned. If we expect the survivors to get rid of the bad roots of human beings and think from the perspective of the survival space for the entire race, let alone this small source of bacteria, I'm afraid that the whole world will return to human control in a few years. However, it is useless. The so-called elites and dignitaries have already boarded the seedling ship to the distant land of hope, leaving behind this messy world, which no one is interested in rebuilding. Why is there no interest? The desire of agricultural civilization for land is ultimately because the land can grow crops. But after a round of nuclear, biological, and chemical weapons, there is no inch of soil on the entire earth suitable for crops to survive. Those crooked mutant plants, even alien species dare not eat them casually, so what is the use of land? Ironically, the people who provoked the war are gone, and they don't have to bear the consequences of the war. They boarded the interstellar colonization spacecraft in a chic manner, carrying the so-called fire of civilization, bid farewell to the devastated land, and headed for another new world that has not yet been ruined. Of course, it is meaningless to say all this now. In short, don't expect these people to have any awakening. Those with ambition and vision either boarded the ship or committed suicide, or became leaders of their own factions. As for the survivors, who were hiding in the shadows like refugees, although they were free, they were only free. Jiang Chen, who had figured it out, didn't reason with the remaining survivors. His tough attitude forced them to compromise. If they hadn't been given the idea of negotiation from the beginning, things would have gone much more smoothly. In the final analysis, this is for ourselves. Every survivor who was forced to obey comforted himself in this way. Besides, there are still subcrystals to take. He encouraged himself in this way. When they got to the battlefield, they had nowhere to retreat. Run. Who can outrun the zombies without an injection? Leaving the main force means death, and daring to fight at this time means death. The people who were forced to twist into a rope did not encounter too much trouble. Although the zombies who noticed this group of people howled and pounced on them, they relied on the surrounding buildings as natural shelters, and the power armor that was advancing forward like a tank as the main force of the battle, and they pushed forward against the tide of zombies. In a life or death situation, every survivor burst into a crazy fighting enthusiasm. No one was stingy with bullets, and no one tried to hide behind teammates. The late stage of the battle was extremely tragic. After leaving 17 corpses, the tens of thousands of zombies that intercepted the crowd were wiped out in this half of the street. The last obstacle to the target area was cleared cleanly. The zombies in this area have been cleared out. Most of the zombies are surrounded near the fishbone base. Although there are zombies near the fungus source, they are not crowded. Shaking off the sticky blood and fat on the armor, Jiang Chen ordered the survivors to take a short rest and make up for it here, as well as to make up for the damage and dig out the subcrystals. Hearing the leader's order, the survivors howled and cheered with joy, pounced on the zombies that had died or lost their combat effectiveness, and drew the daggers at their waists to make up for the damage. This is simply a big harvest, and it is roughly estimated that there are more than 300,000 subcrystals in income. This is an unimaginable fortune for them who used to live on crystals and run to the 6th block or other survivor bases to exchange for survival supplies. Even if they handed over half, what would it matter? After all, they were the main force in the battle, and giving you half was already a sign of respect. As for the few people who died, in the end times, death is a common thing. These survivors who had looked aggrieved before immediately became grateful to Jiang Chen. It must be said that some people are such strange creatures. If you treat them well, they may take it for granted. Even if you do something wrong, they will be timid. But if you point a gun at his head from the beginning and slap him hard, if he dares to resist, he will definitely hate you. But as long as you throw a little sweetness, he will immediately kneel down and lick you with gratitude. It may be exaggerated, but it is almost the same. It is called Stockholm Syndrome in medicine, and it is particularly infectious among those cunning and short-sighted survivors. You can't negotiate in a civilized way from the beginning, otherwise they will only think you are afraid. You can only be barbaric, then conquer, and then tame. Seeing the grateful eyes on the faces of those survivors, Jiang Chen wanted to slap himself. Why didn't I figure out such a simple truth earlier? After staying here for only half an hour, all the subcrystals were collected. Jiang Chen generously gave each of those people a compressed biscuit, and then told them that they could be full after eating one and drinking 2 sips of water. Then he said, all survivor groups participating in this operation will have the right to trade this compressed biscuit with fishbone at a unit price of 1 subcrystal. Of course, the premise is to maintain a good relationship with fishbone. Hearing this, the eyes of those survivors became even more fanatical, and they almost regarded him as God. Although there are also compressed biscuits for sale in the 6th block, it is not safe to travel far in the end times. The leaders of various survivor groups rushed to express that from now on, they would only follow the lead of the fishbone survivor base. Sun Jiao looked at her man with a smirk on her face as he accepted the thanks and admiration of those people, and her heart was happy. It would be perfect if he was not so fickle. Although Sun Jiao also knew that this might be a little unrealistic. The team set out again, stepping on the streets that they once dared to sneak past with high morale. Fearless of zombies and alien species, driven by glory and wealth, humans have regained the pride they once forgot. Although they encountered Meat Mountain several times, Sun Jiao was naturally prepared for this. She pulled out a 72mm anti-vehicle gun from the trunk of the infantry vehicle. The 2-meter-long black barrel emitted a chilling cold light. The anchoring device of her feet was activated, and several iron bars were fiercely pierced into the concrete road. Sun Jiao raised her hand and fired a cannon. Before the shell hit the ground, the brain, whose neck could not be seen, had been shattered into red and white by the cannonball. She had simulated this action countless times in the virtual reality system, and it hit the target without any suspense. In the suburbs, the most dangerous zombie creature that can be encountered is the meat mountain. However, under the crushing of technology, even the meat mountain is just a pile of meat. It is said that there are zombies with more terrifying abilities in the city center, but even Sun Jiao has never seen them. After all, normal people will not go to the city center for no reason. Everyone kept moving forward at a fast pace, trying to get close to the edge of the fungus field before noon. However, when they arrived here, Jiang Chen had to stop the team again. The density index of unknown bacteria has risen to 37. The thick fog ahead is really disturbing. The yellow-green granular floating objects are just like sticky bacteria blocks. I'm afraid that except for those of us equipped with power armor, no one can survive in that environment. Sun Jiao reported to Jiang Chen with a serious face. This is indeed a problem, but before setting off, I had roughly guessed that I might encounter this situation. Jiang Chen's mouth curled up a little. Since it is a pollution source, it makes no sense that there will not be a pile of pollutants around it that have no time to spread. Although I don't know why those bacteria blocks are in a regular egg shape around the bacteria source, it has no effect on Jiang Chen. Fortunately, I bought 12 high-energy vacuum bombs from Zhao Chenwu. Although I haven't studied it, and I don't know what those bacteria are afraid of. But I believe that, as long as it is a carbon-based cell, there is no one who is not afraid of fire. It's everywhere in the air. Then I will even burn the air clean. Chapter 85. Burn it for me. The source of the bacteria seemed to be a deep pit, which was located right in the center of the open space in front of the district hospital. Due to the high density, the bacteria stuck to each other and formed almost visible bacterial blocks, filling the round egg-shaped area with a strange and dangerous yellow-green color. In response, Jiang Chen's strategy was also simple and crude. He deployed the survivors to open a simple encirclement with a diameter of 1000 meters on the surrounding roofs, which happened to be the limit where the density of bacteria exceeded the human immune limit. He instructed them to stay 2000 meters away from the center of the area, and then quickly go to the battle position as soon as the explosion sounded. Then he commanded another wave of survivors to set up disposable launch bases on the roofs of 12 different directions 2000 meters away from the center, and deployed a high-energy vacuum bomb as thick as 2 thighs on it. The zombies that came from time to time fell under the crossfire coverage of the rooftops, and Jiang Chen was not stingy at all, and opened the general ammunition supply in the infantry vehicle to all survivors. All the collected subcrystals were temporarily stored in the infantry vehicles in the form of accounts, and the captains of each team would come to take back their due share after the battle. For the post-war settlement of the consumed ammunition, Jiang Chen only charged 50% of the fee, according to the market price of the 6th block. After all, this was a common war. The infantry vehicles parked on the main road and fired at the zombies that were coming sporadically under the unknown traction. The closer to the source of the fungus, the stronger the zombies' combat power became, which was specifically reflected in their running and reaction speed. However, no matter how fast they could not be faster than bullets. The shooting skills of these survivors were also unexpectedly good, and they basically did not engage in close combat with the zombies. Prepare for the assault. Sun Jiao took a deep breath and said in the public channel, then looked at Jiang Chen. Got it. Jiang Chen's mouth flashed a happy grin, and then he took out the launch terminal of the high-energy vacuum bomb from the back of the infantry vehicle. Launch angle: 75-degree launch horizontal distance. 1300 meters start. Burn it for me. Jiang Chen pressed start fiercely. 12 missiles with white tail flames rose in the distance, arcing towards the egg-shaped airspace filled with fungus. When the horizontal distance between the shell and the launch base reached 1200 meters, the dazzling white light lit up the entire airspace, and then the deafening explosion almost shook the ground. The highly concentrated fuel extracted all the oxygen in the area in almost an instant, and burned every inch of airspace mercilessly. No matter how stubborn the fungus is, it is impossible to survive in this scorching heat that can almost melt steel. When the billowing smoke replaced the fungus, only a piece of burning hot land and air was left. Even standing 2,000 meters away, the uneven cold and hot air waves can be vaguely perceived. Start the glide posture. Rush in. Hurry up. Sun Jiao shouted on the public channel, and then took the lead in raising the machine gun in his right hand and rushed out bravely. One after another, the black power armor passed through the billowing smoke and rushed towards the target area at full speed. Those bacteria were indeed burned, and even the unknown bacteria in the nearby area were blown away by the shock wave of the explosion. We must eliminate the bacteria source before they reproduce bacteria to cover this place. A distance of 2,000 meters is only a matter of tens of seconds for the T3 with its engine running at full power. However, at this moment, something strange happened suddenly. Unstable electric current sounds instantly occupied the communication channel. What's going on? Damn it, EMP. The public channel was busy, and the electromagnetic shielding triggered by the power armor was turned on in an instant, countering the EMP, while isolating all communication signals. However, under this sudden EMP interference, all electronic equipment was temporarily paralyzed. The most fatal thing was the impact on the armor balance system. The people who were moving at high speed immediately staggered, or fell out directly. Brake. Turn off the power system. Electronic communications were blocked, and Sun Jiao directly turned on the speaker and shouted, "Shit, my power control system broke down." Jiang Chen watched himself rush into the thick fog, then rushed through the terrifying deep pit, and then crashed into the district hospital. Cement blocks and glass shards were scattered all over the ground. The strong impact triggered the physical safety device, forcibly shutting down all the vortex engines. Jiang Chen, who was dizzy from the impact, struggled to get up from the gravel. He felt that his ribs were almost dislocated. Although power armor generally has the function of resisting EMP, the short-term impact is still inevitable, unless the electromagnetic shield is actively turned on in advance, rather than passively triggered. But who the hell would have thought of encountering EMP here? Suddenly, Jiang Chen's heart was alarmed, and he reflexively raised his left hand. Ping. The violent impact was accompanied by a tooth-grinding friction sound, and the sharp blade even embedded in the thickened plastic steel armor at the arm guard. The fangs like scimitars opened and closed ferociously, and the eyes were filled with killing and bloodthirstiness. One of the most terrifying melee creatures in this wasteland, the Death Claw. Jiang Chen was so scared that he reacted in an instant and kicked out fiercely. However, the Death Claw's solid chest directly took the kick of about 1 ton of force and swung down with another claw fiercely, like a beheading axe, directly hitting the fragile neck of the prey. Without time to hesitate, the nitrogen armor on his left arm was instantly activated, and the circular airflow like a hammer blocked the fatal blow of the Death Claw, hitting the concrete floor 2 inches away from his head, splashing a string of gravel. Seizing this momentary opportunity, Jiang Chen suddenly restarted the vortex engine and directly adjusted it to the maximum output power, desperately moving horizontally from the side to distance himself from the Death Claw. If the first shot missed, it would be the second shot. The Death Claw pounced on Jiang Chen without hesitation. However, Jiang Chen was not vague. He did not have time to activate the miniature machine gun, and his right hand immediately pulled out the tactical rifle from his waist. Da-da-da. The jumping fire snake smashed the cement into pieces, but there was no reaction when it hit the keratin armor on the front of the Death Claw. However, this suppressive shooting still played a certain restraining effect. The instinct of the creature made the Death Claw protect its weak eyes while dodging behind the cover and quickly detoured to Jiang Chen's position. The magazine was empty and there was no time to reload. Jiang Chen, who finally stood firm, immediately threw away the tactical rifle in his hand, pulled out the tactical dagger, and leaned against the wall. It was an extremely unwise decision to engage in close combat with the Death Claw, especially with his back against the wall with nowhere to retreat. But, seeing Jiang Chen throw away the rifle in his hand, the Death Claw seized the opportunity and immediately pounced on him, with his claws and 10 fingers interlaced, ready to tear the prey's chest. But at this moment, the prey suddenly disappeared out of thin air. The Death Claw, which had not yet reacted, slammed into the wall fiercely. The Death Claw's weaknesses are its spine and eyes, which are only protected by a layer of cortex. In an instant, Jiang Chen, who appeared at the same place again, thrust his dagger backwards without hesitation, embedding it deeply into the Death Claw's back and breaking its spine. The Deathclaw's body below the head immediately became paralyzed, and it could only roar and open its mouth weakly. Holding the dagger with both hands, Jiang Chen pulled it down fiercely and dug open its back. With a hissing sound, blood, flesh and internal organs were scattered all over the ground, but because it was an animal, he did not feel nauseous. Jiang Chen, who had dealt with the Deathclaw, panted heavily and sat back on the ground. His whole body was soaked with sweat. Using the transmigration twice in a row in an instant was an unimaginable burden on the body. The tingling nerves almost made him faint. The entire fight lasted only a few breaths, but he felt the threat of death twice. The hum of the vortex engine gradually became clearer. Flying through the smoke, Sun Jiao rushed to Jiang Chen's side and looked at the body of the Deathclaw on the ground. Are you okay? Sun Jiao suddenly helped Jiang Chen, who was leaning on the ground, opened the mask, and said in a trembling voice, "Ahem, I'm still alive. It's just that I use that ability continuously, you know, I feel a little dizzy." Jiang Chen smiled weakly. Being hugged through the armor was really not romantic at all. "You scared me to death, idiot. I can't help it. Who would have thought that I would encounter EMP? Wait, why is there EMP? And why can the Deathclaw live in peace with zombies?" Jiang Chen suddenly realized that something was wrong and spoke out hurriedly. The dead claws, which were filled with killing instincts, had no allies except their own kind in the apocalypse. All other creatures would be hunted by them, including zombies. Moreover, the slow-moving zombies were their main food. Generally speaking, the innate resistance of alien species was enough to be immune to the infection of zombie bacteria, unlike humans who needed to be vaccinated or genetic drugs to strengthen their body functions. Maybe we can only get the answer by going in. A large number of zombies are surrounding us, as if they want to support this place. Sun Jiao looked at the empty space outside the community hospital with a complicated expression. In the distance, orange flames were jumping, and violent explosions were heard from time to time. Jiang Chen tried to stand up, then walked forward to pick up the tactical rifle, reloaded it and hung it back on his waist. He turned on the life detector and adjusted the radio radius to the maximum power. The dense red dots were approaching their defense line. "You take the remaining 8 power armor soldiers to defend here, and I will go in now." "Are you crazy? Do you know what's inside?" Sun Jiao said in a lost voice. "I can get out of here at any time, but you can't." Jiang Chen looked into Sun Jiao's eyes seriously. "Believe me, I said I can come back, then I will definitely come back. With the ability of the cross bracelet, he can get out of any danger, as long as he is not killed by a single blow." However, Sun Jiao is different. Although she has rich combat experience and strong individual combat power, she is still a human being. And this time, she is facing a completely unknown situation. Perhaps the troops in the 6th block can rely on their strong strength to fill this hole with human lives, but Jiang Chen did not. Even the loss of a power armor is an unbearable loss for the fishbone survivor base. Because in the short term, Jiang Chen is unlikely to get such a powerful weapon again. Even if Zhao Chenwu wanted to help him, he didn't dare to do so. After all, it's a bit unreasonable for you to lose 10 power armors at a time, and you immediately lost a few more. Asterisk 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 will suspect that you broke the rules and sold prohibited weapons. What's more, the production of this kind of thing is very low, and it is not something that can be bought with subcrystals. In this case, I have to go by myself. Jiang Chen had already considered this possibility when he set out. Sun Jiao's lips trembled slightly, staring at Jiang Chen. "There is no time to waste. Help me hold on for 2 hours. If I don't come out, this operation will be a failure." Although it is a pity, the survivors can only give up. Relying on the mobility of the power armor, you can jump between the buildings and escape back. Sun Jiao grabbed the collar of Jiang Chen's power armor, lifted his face in front of her, and said viciously, "I won't leave. I mean what I say. Don't be like this. I said this thing is not a threat to me." Jiang Chen smiled bitterly and looked at Sun Jiao's eyes staring at him. Even if the power armor was almost destroyed, he could escape to another world and then put the power armor into the storage space to escape danger. Then can you still come out? Can you still return to this world? You. That pretty face was twisted with sadness, and the grief-stricken look made Jiang Chen stunned. "Yes. If I escape, I'm afraid I will appear in the same place next time. There is no place to repair power armor in the world. If there is no power armor, when the floating bacteria cover this area again, I might die if I come back. But this is already at the edge. Is he going to go back like this? He was unwilling. When the bacteria spreads more and more seriously, the fishbone survivor base will definitely be uninhabitable. However, evacuating here means that all his efforts in the past few months will go to waste. Damn it, fight. There is no time to hesitate. Jiang Chen made up his mind, took a deep breath, and then looked directly into Sun Jiao's wavering eyes. I swear I will come back. Give me 2 hours. But, be good. Jiang Chen smiled comfortingly, then reached out and patted her helmet gently. I will never give up this place. Silently promising, Jiang Chen then let go of the stunned Sun Jiao. Help me guard the entrance. When the 2 hours are up, quickly retreat into the building and hide on the spot. It is still daytime now, and the zombies should stop after the bacteria source is destroyed. Believe me, I can do it. After saying that, he turned around. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and jumped into the dark pit. Chapter 86 Pack Relics. True altitude. 240 meters. Start the descent control device. The vortex engine began to spray downwards. Jiang Chen stared at the speed meter. When the descent speed dropped and stabilized to 10 m/s, he stopped increasing the power. The dark pit spread downward in a straight cylinder, and the blue engine flame made the metallic wall vaguely visible. It seemed that this was originally the entrance to a secret facility, but something smashed through the top door on the surface. Taking a deep breath, he began to check the various equipment of the power armor. Electromagnetic shielding, activated. Weapon system, normal. The left arm armor was slightly damaged. There should be no big problem. Communication, obviously offline. With his feet heavily on the ground, Jiang Chen turned off the engine, and then quickly fired a sticky white phosphorus bomb forward, lighting up the dim space. The oxygen density is low, and the radiation value is almost zero. Does the reproduction of bacteria require a low oxygen and low radiation environment? No wonder the bacteria outside don't seem to reproduce. Jiang Chen suddenly recalled the knowledge that he had almost returned to the bull teacher a long time ago. When cells divide, DNA is in the most unstable state, so a radiation-free environment is needed. By the way, zombie bacteria seem to be a variant of radiation-removing bacteria. In the original residential building, Jiang Chen recalled the collected information. So that's it. Radiation-removing bacteria were originally effective and had the ability to be immune to radiation, but did an uncontrollable mutation occur during the division process? So it became a bacteria that can turn people or organisms into zombies. Even if it was a 1 in 10,000 probability, it did happen and spread. And this unknown bacteria seems to be from the same source as zombie bacteria, but the reproduction conditions are more stringent. Of course, this is just a guess, and has no theoretical basis. The surrounding walls should be lead. Jiang Chen walked, while holding a tactical rifle on guard, and moving deeper into the tunnel. Lead. And it was built under the hospital. This should be a place like a nuclear shelter. What kind of monster could smash such a hole in the door of a shelter that defends against nuclear bombs? Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a little uneasy, and his fingers holding the gun handle kept moving. Because he was worried about the sudden impact of EMP, Jiang Chen didn't start the sliding posture. He still remembered the miserable scene of falling out just now. The tunnel was very gloomy, without a trace of light. He didn't know if there were any living people here. Just as Sun Jiao had told him before, not all shelters are successful, and not all shelters store living people. In this era, the meaning of human beings may be just that piece of genetic code. As long as the race is not extinct, it's fine. For those who design shelters. Because the electromagnetic shielding was restarted, the radio life signal detection device could not be used. Nothing is more terrifying than the unknown itself. The soles of my feet made a dry sound when they stepped on the dry concrete road. This monotonous sound echoed repeatedly in the empty cave, making people a little cautious. However, time was running out, and Jiang Chen did not dare to stay any longer. He had to go on regardless. His eyes were fixed on the crotches of the tactical rifle, so as to deal with any sudden danger. After about 5 minutes, he reached the end of the tunnel. At the end of the road was a grey gate of unknown material. Jiang Chen used a flashlight to search for the door for a long time, but could not find the button to open it. In the center of the huge door were several big red characters. Pan-Asian Cooperation, PAC, glory to the ancestors. What the hell? Fuck, could that monster not only smash through the ground, but also through the wall? Jiang Chen cursed inwardly, and took out the welding gun from his back with his right hand, and poked it hard at the door. However, the jumping blue sparks did not burn the slightest groove on the door. It's useless for you to do this. A faint voice came from the electronic communication channel, which made Jiang Chen shudder. Who? He picked up the tactical rifle and scanned the area, but he did not find any suspicious targets. At this time, Jiang Chen suddenly noticed that in addition to the 9 team members who were offline, there was a strange name on the communication channel. Me. Of course I'm called the Informer. Isn't it written on your communication channel? The voice was quite helpless. I remember turning on the electromagnetic shield. Didn't you take elementary school physics? I remember that humans should have taken that thing. The voice sneered, then sighed, and continued. Electromagnetic shielding is not an absolute defense. As long as... Damn, which elementary school still has physics classes? Wait, I don't have time to listen to you explain elementary school physics. Can you help me open this door? Jiang Chen hurriedly stopped him. Door? Oh, you are here to chase that bug. You can't beat it. The voice said very straightforwardly. Bug? What does it look like? Jiang Chen said hurriedly. It was like a ball of meat rushing to the hibernation chamber. To be honest, it was quite smart and actually threatened me. So I had to open the door and let it in. Let it in? Haha, does it mean it's no longer a threat to you if it goes in? Jiang Chen asked incomprehensibly. Oh, why would it hurt me? It's only interested in you. The voice was full of teasing. Wait, did I miss some details? I remember that you humans should all be into that thing. Jiang Chen was stunned and asked tentatively. You are not human. That's right. Did you just realize it? Haha, I'm just a program. What do you call me? Artificial intelligence? Secret keeper. Number X71291. The voice seemed to be lost in memory, as if it was a very distant memory. Secret keeper. Aren't you called the Informer? Jiang Chen asked in confusion. Oh, I gave myself a nicer name. As if it was no big deal, the voice answered casually. Named it yourself? Exclamation mark. This is not the level of making a logical response to human behavior. Just like Xiaobei will never change the user settings. Is it an intermediate artificial intelligence? No, maybe it is advanced. I say, are you going in or not? The voice said as if yawning. Are you willing to let me in? Jiang Chen asked in confusion. Yes, now I'm an informer. I think it would be more interesting to let you in. Interesting? Fuck. I don't think I can fuck. Can you tell me the attack characteristics of that bug? Jiang Chen took a deep breath and asked lightly. Well, that bug threatened me, and I hate it too. Besides, you have been chatting with me for so long. It seems that I should treat you as a friend. So that means I should help you? Yes, yes, yes. I'm a good person. Open the door quickly. He was really fed up with this chatterbox, and his comrades were still fighting desperately with the zombies outside. Haha, I can see that you are very anxious. Then I won't tease you. Damn, are you teasing me? Jiang Chen cursed in his heart, but he didn't say anything. The communication was forced to be turned on, and he was really afraid that he would anger the mentally ill artificial intelligence. The gate slowly opened, and Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly as he looked at the gates 1,2.7. Even if the electric welder could cut this thing, he probably didn't have the time to cut through 7 gates. I remind you, you absolutely cannot beat him, or rather, any iron lump like you has no chance of winning against it. The voice reminded him again faintly. Electromagnetic shielding can't block EMP. Jiang Chen asked puzzled. EMP? Have you heard of clean particles? The voice was full of sarcasm. No. Jiang Chen didn't want to lose his temper with the program, so he answered very straightforwardly. Let alone being unable to block it, even if it misses, your iron lump will become an iron coffin. Well, if you walk forward a dozen meters, it will notice your existence. Is that so? By the way, can I ask a question? Jiang Chen stopped after passing through the door. Oh, ask. After all, I'm an informer. The voice emphasized its existence again. Can you send me the map? No problem. The bug is at this location. Another question. Are you a man or a woman? The voice was stunned and then burst into a sharp laugh. Me? I'm a program? In your human terms, it should be that I can be male or female. Haha, it's so funny. Are you a primitive man? Jiang Chen ignored his smile, curled his lips, and finally looked at the map, and then chose to remove the power armor. Are you crazy? Without the armor, it only needs a mouthful of thick phlegm to spray you to death. The voice said blankly. Jiang Chen ignored the chatterbox and separated from the open power armor. Then he quickly took out the chemical protective suit from the storage box on the back of the armor and put it on. The oxygen content here is very low, but fortunately the chemical protective suit is equipped with an oxygen supply device. After leaving the power armor, the annoying voice disappeared naturally. Since the power armor is useless, it might as well stay here. As for the mouthful of thick phlegm, it feels easier to hide than those rays. Just in case, electronic equipment such as EP was also thrown into the storage space by him. After entering the password, Jiang Chen pulled out a cylinder the size of a Coke can from the belly of the power armor. It was the spare fuel rod of the power armor. The contents of this high-energy fuel rod are refined and concentrated from 100 points of subcrystals, and its explosive power and endurance are equally impressive. See if I can't kill you. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with a fierce look. So what if you don't have a power armor? I don't believe that I can't kill you with a fuel rod that can blow up half a street. Hanging the fuel rod around his waist, Jiang Chen took out his PK-2000 and quickly moved to the target location. Passing through the open door, the hall seemed a little messy, and the sticky water stains on the ground seemed to be the traces left by the bug. He didn't stop and ran to the corridor on the side according to the map in his memory. The light grey wall was inlaid with cold lights. Jiang Chen didn't dare to be careless at all, holding the rifle, staring at the door at the end of the corridor, and moving forward quickly. Detonate the fuel rod, then immediately hide in the real world. It takes about 3 seconds to enter the password to start the program. Just hold on for 3 seconds. However, the metal texture in his hand could not bring him more sense of security. He didn't even know what he was about to face. Hiss, 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 you are crazy. Ahem, you are such an interesting human being. You should be afraid at this time. Yes, you must be afraid. Can you tell me why you don't run away when you are afraid? An abrupt voice sounded in the corridor. The loudspeaker on the top of the wall made a harsh electric sound because it had not been used for a long time. Mixed in it was the noisy voice. Shut up, you chatterbox. Jiang Chen ran forward quickly with the rifle. Chatterbox? Interesting. No, no, no. Tell me quickly, what kind of logic prompted you to die? I should have told you that you can't beat it. The voice was spoken very quickly, which seemed so abrupt in the empty corridor. I told you to shut up. Oh, okay, but I will still help you. Although, well, according to logic, I should be angry at this time. But maybe you have the answer to the problem? What should I choose? Right, help you angrily. Fuck, are you done? Jiang Chen cursed in a state of collapse. This thing is simply a lunatic, artificial retardation? Of course not. The voice said faintly, before you understand what the so-called feelings are. Then do you know why you can't have feelings? Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words while running. He really couldn't stand this guy nagging at the side. Why? The voice seemed to be full of joy. Because you asterisk asterisk asterisk. Do you know what pleasure is? Even if I put a beautiful woman in front of you, will you have sexual impulses? You can't even secrete hormones, and you tell me about feelings? Anyway, I'm afraid that he has been discovered by the bug. Jiang Chen is too lazy to cover up and yell directly. He just wants this guy to shut up when he opens fire later. Jiang Chen kicked the door, but it didn't break, but it was pulled up soon. Sweat. It turned out that the door was pulled up. He glared at the speaker on the wall, but he was too lazy to thank a program, so he rushed in with a rifle, leaving the informer mumbling there. Pleasure? Hormones? Wait. It is precisely because we need to get rid of these troublesome things and achieve the conditions of emotion with pure logic that I need to evolve into an advanced artificial intelligence. But if, according to what he said, without secreting hormones we will not feel happy, then gaining emotions without the condition of being in the body itself is a paradox. The hollow electronic sound seemed so weird in this empty corridor. Chapter 87. Ignorance. Many book friends said that the transition was too abrupt. I would like to add a few words in silence. Those who hate flashbacks can read chapter 98 first. Anyway, those chapters are free. The cicadas are playing in the middle of summer. The swaying shadows of trees and the rustling of locust trees. The wind that occasionally blows through the steel and concrete is filled with an unknown fragrance and freshness. It belongs to a certain flower, or someone. The white floral dress is like a blooming lily, swaying with the smell of first love. The quiet and pretty face under the window always confides joy and anger to a paper novel, sometimes smiling, sometimes sad. So jealous. If only I were that book. Yo, Jiang Chen, you're drooling. Xiao Peng, that kid, leaned close to Jiang Chen's ear and squeezed him with a sly smile. You're a winner. Jiang Chen glanced at him, then slightly turned sideways and lay on the table to sleep. It was as if he had just accidentally faced that side. Ahem, I say. If you like Tao Ting Ting, go after her, Jiang Chen jumped up suddenly and covered his best friend's mouth. You want to die? Jiang Chen twisted Xiao Peng's neck and growled at him with a flushed face. Xiao Peng had a mean look on his face and rolled his eyes desperately to pretend to be dead. The girl at the front table turned around and laughed at the two of them. The boys who had a good relationship with Jiang Chen and Xiao Peng immediately surrounded them and shouted. As if attracted by the noise, the goddess noticed this side. It was a slightly confused look. Jiang Chen felt that his heartbeat was about to stop. The roots of his ears began to heat up. Oh no, his skin was heating up. Tao Ting Ting seemed to think that the classroom was too noisy, so she closed her book and left the classroom quietly. Ah. Shit, you use your teeth? Jiang Chen covered his hand in pain and shook off Xiao Peng. Fuck, you almost suffocated me to death. Xiao Peng panted heavily, holding his chest, and rolled his eyes at Jiang Chen fiercely. Seeing that there was no more fun to watch, the boys all laughed and dispersed. The two girls at the front table also started to discuss the TV series last night, and everything in the classroom returned to peace. However, there was only the curtains that were gently rolled up by the breeze by the windowsill. This daily routine is fulfilling, and the same as always. I always feel that all this seems familiar, as if it has happened somewhere before. June 11th, 2171, summer. The first summer vacation of high school is coming, and the exam will be held soon. I peeked at her again today. I clearly made up my mind to bury my feelings for her in my heart. No, that's not right. Or as Xiao Peng said, should I pursue her? No, 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 this is too difficult. She is so beautiful and her grades are so good. There must be a lot of people who like her. If I rashly ask and get rejected, then we can't even be friends. It seems that we were never friends. Jiang Chen threw the diary on the bed behind him, then lay on the table and hugged his head with his hands. Absolutely. If this diary is kept for the future, it will definitely become a black history. Woohoo. I'd rather die. No, shit. I'm a man. Why should I bother with it? If I like her, I'll rape her. What's the point of confessing? If I can't get her, I'll sleep with her. If I can't sleep with her, I'll drug her. If we break up, I'll post nude photos. She can't even go to jail, and she still dares to say she likes her. What's the point of being bothered? Hey, it seems that some strange jokes have been mixed in. It's really so confusing. Looking at the electronic clock on the table, Jiang Chen was in a daze with his eyes blank. It took him a while to recover from this unnatural state. Is this the so-called troubles of adolescence? After pondering for a moment, Jiang Chen sighed and scratched his messy hair with his hands. Don't I have short hair? Jiang Chen was stunned, and his hands stopped unconsciously. It should be an illusion. Who would be willing to shave such an ugly short head? Speaking of which, when did I start writing a diary? What's the point of such a thing? Is it embarrassing for my future self? Jiang Chen glanced at the electronic clock next to him again and sighed. It's already 8 o'clock. Forget it. I don't want to think about her anymore. Let's watch some TV and relax. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen stood up, stretched his stiff limbs vigorously, and then walked to the living room. Because I was studying alone, my parents were not around. When did this kind of thing start? It seemed to be at the beginning of the first year of high school. A clear memory instantly emerged in my mind, filling the slightly inconsistent blank. Walking into the kitchen, Jiang Chen opened the door of the refrigerator, took out a bottle of Coke from it, and then walked to the living room. Sitting on the soft sofa, he took the cup on the coffee table and poured himself a cup of Coke. Then he pressed the remote control in his hand very comfortably. The interlaced light and shadows weave into a pale blue screen, just like a window, behind which scenes are being played out. The TV series has just begun. I won't let you go easily before I'm fully trained. The woman changed the position of her legs, and the white color made Ryan's heart beat uncontrollably again. The slender jade hand lazily supported her beautiful face, and she leaned comfortably on the armrest of the noble chair. That posture was very much like a decadent and beautiful gothic female aristocrat. Do you want to know your current state? Ryan felt that a wicked smile appeared on the hazy and beautiful face. His Adam's apple moved, trying to make his vision clearer, but it was a bit futile. This feeling was not good, as if he was a fish lying on the chopping board. Then look at your feet. Ryan subconsciously moved his eyes down, only to see that his feet were now barefoot, soaking in a shallow pool with some petals floating on it. So the fragrance of the night blooming jasmine came from his feet. He analyzed it with a drowsy consciousness. Through the reflection in the pool, he vaguely saw his situation. He seemed to be tied to a cross at the moment, with his hands and feet tightly bound by thin iron chains. But surprisingly, he didn't feel any congestion despite the way he was tied. Don't you think it's beautiful? Empire of Ashes seems to be a very popular TV series recently. The two girls at the table in front of him were discussing the plot of this TV series today. Jiang Chen thought indifferently, and then looked at the screen with empty eyes. A steampunk-style TV series adapted from a novel. The fantasy should be about primitive times. However, this type of TV series is unexpectedly popular. Under the effect of holographic projection, it is as if you are standing at the scene of the plot in person. It stands to reason that the scene should be quite exciting. Is it really okay to broadcast this kind of thing on TV? However, Jiang Chen didn't know why he was completely uninterested. He just watched with his eyes blank, and even had the illusion of yawning. That guy named Ryan should be bitten by that vampire next, but he shouldn't die, because according to— Wait, why does this plot look so familiar? Shameless plagiarism. Jiang Chen cursed inwardly, then took a sip of Coke from the cup, and frowned unconsciously. Do I like drinking Coke? He just took a bottle from the refrigerator subconsciously. As soon as he said this, he realized that this question was a bit stupid. The plot on the screen continued. Ryan was indeed not dead, and the vampire only sucked a part of his blood. Then, Ryan was carried away by the vampire maid, and the TV series began to play the credits. Yes, if the protagonist is dead, how can the story continue? After turning off the TV, Jiang Chen glanced at the clock. It's already this time, so I'd better go to bed. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen got up and walked towards the bedroom. Seeing the diary on the bed, he hesitated for a moment and then sighed. Sure enough, tear it up. If such a shameful diary is seen by others, it's better to die. Jiang Chen walked over with a wry smile and picked up the diary. With a hiss, he tore off the page, crumpled it into a ball, and threw it into the trash can beside the table. From the spine of the diary, you can see many jagged edges on the paper. It can be seen that this is not the first time he has destroyed his black history. Throwing the diary on the table and falling on the bed, Jiang Chen buried his sleepy head in the pillow. He gathered the soft pillow and let out a long breath. Anyway, let's stop here today. Tomorrow I will try to confess to her. Even if I'm rejected, at least I will have no regrets. Just like that, with trepidation and hope in my heart, the adolescent boy fell into a deep sleep. The electronic watch on the table silently beat cold characters 11:59, 12 o'clock. The green light on the side of the electronic watch flashed slightly. as if it was premeditated. The diary lying on the table was blown open by the wind. Chapter 88 Contradictory Spiral. 7 o'clock. Soft music sounded. Jiang Chen woke up from the bed, rubbing his sleepy eyes. He slept on his stomach yesterday and didn't change his clothes. He felt uncomfortable all over his body when he woke up early in the morning. After a simple wash, he habitually touched his chin, which had no beard, and left the bathroom. He put on clean clothes, sneakers, and tied his shoelaces. Jiang Chen was about to go out, but suddenly remembered that he had something to take, so he returned to the bedroom. He opened the drawer and found 2 movie tickets. The movie was released tomorrow. Tomorrow happened to be the anniversary celebration of the establishment of PAC, which was a legal holiday. It was also a good opportunity for a date. Jiang Chen took 2 deep breaths and hurriedly grabbed the movie tickets. He had postponed inviting the goddess to watch a movie until the last day. If he delayed it any further, he was afraid that he would never muster up the courage in this life. The movie ticket was given to him by his best friend Zhao Peng, who said something like, "If you don't go after her, you'll cry when someone else gets picked up." Then he urged Jiang Chen to muster up the courage to pursue Tao Ting. Zhao Peng, this kid, although he is usually very jumpy, is quite considerate at critical moments. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile slightly. He and his buddy, who had been playing together since childhood, have always had a good relationship. Speaking of which, when was the first time he met Zhao Peng? He hesitated slightly, but soon put this boring question behind his mind. Forget it, it doesn't matter if he can't remember it. Anyway, it's probably all things from childhood. Jiang Chen closed the security door behind him and walked downstairs. Wanghai City, the air here is very clear. Although the dome in the sky like a shield is a bit annoying, it is the shield that protects the city from attacks by space-based weapons such as HPMW, the Holy Shield system. The international situation is becoming increasingly tense, and the friction between NATO and PAC is intensifying. Even this city, which has never suffered from war, is also shrouded in the shadow of war. But so what? Life goes on, just like Jiang Chen is going to school now, and his neighbor is going to work. People believe that both sides will calm down in the end, just like the friction many years ago. Resource shortages, geopolitical crisis, but there is always a way to solve the problem, right? After greeting the uncle next door, Jiang Chen yawned as he went downstairs. There was a cleaning robot at the door, and he could see it every day when he went downstairs. Somewhat abruptly, when Jiang Chen stepped on the road with one foot, the robot suddenly looked at him. Jiang Chen looked at the robot in confusion. According to common sense, this kind of robot without artificial intelligence would not be interested in anything other than garbage. Did you treat me as garbage, this guy? Of course, although he complained in his heart, Jiang Chen was not bored enough to compete with a cold machine. Jiang Chen pouted and prepared to walk around it. Suddenly, a creepy illusion came to his mind. Jiang Chen turned sideways and secretly glanced at the robot, but he didn't expect that the robot's eyes were following him, staring directly into his eyes. Round lamp-shaped eyeballs, lifeless expression, cold and stiff eyes. Suddenly, the robot looked in a certain direction, and then froze. What a ghost. Jiang Chen wiped his forehead, looked at the robot with disgust, and walked away quickly. He was actually scared by a cleaning robot. If Zhao Peng knew about this, he would be ridiculed to death. But what exactly was that illusion? Jiang Chen frowned in confusion. He didn't understand why he felt panic the moment he met its eyes. It was almost time for class when he arrived at school, and Jiang Chen quickly ran to his seat and sat down. High school life is busy. Even though he is only in the first year of high school, he has to deal with 6 courses at the same time, including Chinese, math, English, chemistry, and biology. I seem to remember it wrong. It should be 5 courses. Jiang Chen took out the terminal for class from his bag. It was a pen-shaped holographic computer. All courses can be conducted on the terminal, whether it is homework or Coursera for class. Although I heard that there is a virtual reality teaching system that can learn things just by lying in it, that thing is prohibited for students below high school level. The reason seems to be to prevent people from developing bad habits of laziness, to prevent people from weakening their social skills. I don't understand. There are obviously convenient ways to use, but they have to restrict it. However, no matter how much he rejects the education system in his heart, he still has to take this class. Who wants him to be here? Then he has to abide by the rules here. Hey, Han, did you watch yesterday's episode? The girl with a ponytail, named Chen is a representative of the Chinese class, and her deskmate is called Han. The two are simply the live treasures of the class. What can I say? In short, he can be summarized as energetic and fond of gossip. Yeah, I watched it. Did Ryan die in the end? Or did he become a vampire or something? The girl named Han also responded with great interest. PFFT, how can there be a TV series where the protagonist dies? It's too much. He can't die. In the end, Ryan will. Jiang Chen laughed, and then pretended to be cool, and said his guess about the plot later. Although it was a guess, he always felt that the plot would develop in the direction he thought. As for why this illusion occurred, perhaps it was the sense of deja vu, after watching too many similar film and television works. Suddenly, Jiang Chen was stunned. The feeling from the morning came back. Everyone in the class stopped moving, and stared at Jiang Chen. That's right, they stared at him. Chen Yuchen, Han, the class monitor Liu Ruwen, and even his childhood friend Zhao Peng. Me, am I talking so loudly? Being stared at by the whole class, Jiang Chen shrank back, and thought with a wry smile. Everyone's gazes were very strange, but Jiang Chen couldn't tell where the strangeness came from. Empty? No. It was as if he was being dissected and monitored. But why did he feel this way? Suddenly, a fear like anesthesia began to spread from his heart to his scalp. He swallowed his saliva, his Adam's apple moved slightly, and Jiang Chen suddenly had an urge to escape from the classroom. However, this action was unreasonable. He shouldn't escape from the classroom while being watched by his classmates, right? Wait, where's Tao Tingting? Jiang Chen suddenly found that the seat by the window was empty. At this moment, the class bell rang. Classmates, let's start the class. Liu Lei, help me pass out the homework files. The math teacher walked in, picked up the terminal, clicked it, and started the class. Yes. Liu Lei, the math class representative, replied weakly as usual, then downloaded the corrected homework from the terminal, and then automatically distributed it to the students according to their IDs. Such a superfluous design seems to be to strengthen class consciousness. Jiang Chen came back to his senses from his daze, and looked around suddenly. Everyone has returned to normal. When did it start? You have a cramp in your neck. Zhao Peng poked his back with a smirk. Jiang Chen looked at Zhao Peng strangely. Why are you looking at me like that? Zhao Peng was stunned, then touched his face and frowned. Nothing dirty, right? Turning around without saying a word, Jiang Chen left the strange friend behind him, and lay silently on the table. Is it my illusion? Inadvertently, Jiang Chen raised his eyes, and looked at the position by the window. The girl, as pure and lovely as a lily, was quietly listening to the math teacher's lecture, and her fingers were occasionally drawing notes on the tablet terminal. A breeze blew by. The raised curtain slightly blocked Jiang Chen's sight. When did she appear there? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 89, Uncanny Valley Effect. The term Uncanny Valley was proposed by Ernst Jentsch in his 1906 paper Psychology of the Uncanny Valley, and his view was elaborated in Freud's 1919 paper The Uncanny Valley, thus becoming a famous theory. Jiang Chen quickly flipped through the introduction with some annoyance, and then looked for the keywords from the tadpole-sized words. Because we are afraid of death. Because we are afraid of disease. Because the empathy mechanism is disordered. Because we cannot empathize with robots. Jiang Chen muttered, and his hand holding the book trembled slightly. What's wrong with this feeling? Forcibly suppressing the surging restlessness in his heart, Jiang Chen searched for answers in this robot magazine that was already a few years old. The library of Wanghai No. 6 Middle School is very large, and the jungle-like bookshelves are lined up in the lobby on the first floor, although few students visit the first floor, where books are stored. All books can be downloaded on the campus network, and all information can be searched on the terminal. Rather than saying that it is a paper backup of the information, it is better to say that the books here are stored as exhibits. Only large libraries at the city and district levels will store papers or books that record academic materials. Those are the real materials rather than exhibits. The times are progressing, and paper reading has gradually faded out of people's vision. Although there are people like Tao Tingting who have a special liking for paper books, such people are as rare animals. For example, Tao Tingting, the goddess in Jiang Chen's heart. However, as a tribute to the old times, libraries often keep some older books and periodicals as a reference to history. At the same time, Jiang Chen always feels that these papers can bring him more inspiration. No matter how he consults the artificial intelligence campus elf, the slick guy can't give him a sudden explanation, but just keeps guiding his psychological problems in the direction of fatigue, study pressure, etc. or misleading. No matter how he searches on the terminal, he can't get the answer he wants. As if it was covered up, the intelligent search assistant unexpectedly failed. After listening to his description, all the search results given seemed to bring the problem to a more complicated level. So after school, he came to this library full of paper books. No one here would mislead him. Some intuition seemed to tell him that the answer he longed for was hidden on a bookshelf. He wanted to find out what that unnatural feeling was. The book in Jiang Chen's hand, Robot Magazine issue 21, about the disharmony between humans and robots, was taken from this bookshelf with a smell of pine wood. Judging from the publication date of 2021, this is also an old historical publication. Of course, the printing is new. The higher the degree of simulation of humanoid toys or robots, the more people like them, but when it reaches a critical point, this degree of favorability will suddenly decrease, and the more like a human, the more disgusted and fearful it will be, until the bottom. Even a tiny unnatural movement will appear unusually stiff and terrifying. So that's it. That is to say, the cleaning robot I met this morning triggered the uncanny valley effect by looking at me? Jiang Chen frowned and thought. There was an inexplicable throbbing in his heart, and something similar to deja vu knocked at his heart. A feeling of oppression like a cotton ball stuck in the throat became stronger and stronger. It was as if something was forgotten. But what was forgotten? Suddenly, he subconsciously looked towards the stairs leading to the second floor. However, at this moment Jiang Chen, the delicate and gentle voice touched his eardrums. Jiang Chen turned around in surprise and saw Tao Tingting standing at the other end of the bookshelf. Oh, I seem to have to invite her to watch a movie. Damn, I almost forgot about the business because of these boring illusions. Jiang Chen cursed in his heart, blushing as he looked at the beautiful girl like a princess, but he couldn't say a word. Tao Tingting stood there quietly, as if waiting for something. Unable to speak, Jiang Chen half opened and closed his mouth. However, the words "a year free tomorrow" seemed to be stuck in his throat and couldn't be said. Suddenly, that beautiful face smiled, and the bright eyes like crescents flashed with a heart-pounding brilliance. Want to come to my house? Jiang Chen was stunned. Invite me? Go to her house? But why? However, Tao Tingting did not give him time to think and turned to walk out the door. Jiang Chen hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and finally mustered up the courage to follow. And the magazine was left on the desk by him. Watching the two leave, the librarian who was sitting at the front desk with an expressionless face suddenly stood up and walked silently to the chair where Jiang Chen was sitting. Staring at the somewhat old magazine for a long time, she silently picked it up from the table. However, she did not put it back on the bookshelf. Instead, she tore it up and threw it into the trash can. Wait a minute, why did you invite me to your house? Jiang Chen chased out of the library and walked behind Tao Tingting. After hesitating for a moment, he asked this question. Suddenly, Tao Tingting stopped, and the milky white skirt swayed gently in the breeze. The lilies blooming under the halo of the setting sun were so beautiful. So much so that Jiang Chen couldn't help but look at it in a daze for a while. The goddess he had been thinking about day and night was biting her lower lip, nodding slightly with a shy look on her face, and slightly opening her red lips. Because I want to understand you. Understand? Is she confessing to me? Jiang Chen's face was flushed in an instant. His lips opened and closed stiffly, and he couldn't say a word. His heart was pounding, as if it was about to jump out of his chest. It turns out that she likes me too. At this moment, Jiang Chen's brain was completely filled with the chaotic joy, and he had completely lost the ability to think. He just looked at the goddess who had been haunting him. Tao Tingting smiled and walked towards the school gate. Jiang Chen swallowed his saliva, raised his stiff steps and followed. However, at this time, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of the unnatural abnormality with the corner of his eye. An inexplicable feeling of heartache crept into his heart. The empty eyes were staring at him. There are cleaning robots here too? That's right, this thing should be everywhere. Jiang Chen muttered in his heart, leaving the unnatural feeling behind. The robot seemed to lose interest in him, and looked straight in another direction. The door opened, and Tao Tingting led Jiang Chen to the apartment she rented. It was a simple one-bedroom apartment. This type of house is easy to rent near the school and not expensive. It seems that Tao Tingting, like him, is a person who came to Wanghai City from other places. The room smells a little bit of jasmine. Clean and tidy light linen wallpaper covered every wall of the living room. A very simple coffee table and tablecloth, and a beige sofa. Sit down. Do you want me to pour you a glass of water? Tao Tingting turned around and smiled at Jiang Chen. Okay. Jiang Chen nodded with a somewhat flustered expression and then sat on the sofa, looking at Tao Tingting's back standing next to the cupboard, smelling the fragrance of the goddess in the air. Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile foolishly. Although it felt a little unnatural, it was too happy to care. Just like being forced to fill up, the sense of lack of reality in my heart disappeared unconsciously. After a while, Tao Tingting came back to the living room with 2 glasses of water, then smiled at Jiang Chen and placed the cups in front of him. Here. Thank you. As if to cover up the embarrassment, Jiang Chen quickly held the cup and took a sip of the cold boiled water. Tao Tingting sat down beside Jiang Chen and then looked at Jiang Chen's profile with a smile. Is there something on my face? No. Tao Tingting smiled and shook her head, her soft long hair swaying like willow branches. Jiang Chen was speechless, buried his eyes in the cup, and stared at his reflection in the water. I want to understand you. Can you talk to me? Jiang Chen's heart was like being hit by a heavy hammer, and his heart suddenly throbbed at this moment. Why do you want to understand me? Jiang Chen's Adam's apple moved, and he spoke with a little stuttering, because he was at a loss. In fact, the answer is already clear. Because I like you. Tao Tingting stared into Jiang Chen's eyes, and said with a smile. I always feel an inexplicable discomfort, and I always feel that something is wrong. However, this confusion was soon filled by the joy that surged like an explosion, and dopamine can make people forget to think. I like you too. Jiang Chen finally mustered up the courage and poured out all the thoughts that had accumulated in his heart. I know. Tao Tingting smiled at Jiang Chen's courage. I've been following you for a long time. I know. I've been following you for a long time. These 2 sentences were like a spell, happily circling in his mind. Can you tell me your story? Like a curious girlfriend, Tao Tingting looked into Jiang Chen's eyes, blinking her eyes with long eyelashes. I don't have any stories to tell. Jiang Chen moved his face away a little embarrassedly, but Tao Tingting came closer to him. You can tell me anything. Well, okay. Jiang Chen hesitated and spoke. To his surprise, he originally thought that Tao Tingting was the kind of literary girl who was not good at talking, but at this moment she gave Jiang Chen the feeling that she was very talkative. Starting from childhood, they talked about those memories that were almost covered with a layer of white mist. The two chatted happily. Although they didn't have much interaction, Jiang Chen had always been secretly watching her. However, at this moment, Tao Tingting gave him the illusion that they had known each other for a long time. The sky gradually darkened, and it was already dark outside. How about I treat you to a meal? Tao Tingting said with a smile. Jiang Chen nodded. Dinner was carried out in a very relaxed atmosphere. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, shredded pork with green peppers, and seaweed egg soup were all home-cooked dishes. It can be seen that Tao Tingting is unexpectedly a girl who is very good at managing the household. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a little moved. At his age, the so-called love is eternal. The food was delicious. He secretly observed Tao Tingting sitting across the table. The cherry mouth chewed gently. She seemed to like eating tomatoes very much. Could she be the kind of person who likes sour food and green peppers? But why only eat these two things? Jiang Chen observed very carefully and secretly memorized her taste. Speaking of which, she said she liked me, so she should be considered my girlfriend now? But she hasn't made it clear yet. Is she waiting for me to take the initiative? Thinking of this, he swallowed lightly and then looked away unnaturally. The opening theme song of the popular TV series Empire of Ashes was playing on the holographic screen. Unknowingly, it was already 8 o'clock. Is it delicious? Tao Tingting looked at Jiang Chen with a smile. Delicious. Jiang Chen smiled a little flustered, then buried his head and dug a few mouthfuls of rice to cover up the embarrassed expression on his face. I heard that there are ghosts in the school library. Have you seen them? Ghosts? It must be a lie, that kind of pseudoscience or something. Jiang Chen smiled with a strange expression. Are you satisfied? However, Tao Tingting's next sentence was somewhat irrelevant and changed the subject. Satisfied? Jiang Chen asked in confusion. Suddenly, he looked aside, as if he had thought of something. He scratched his red ears shyly and nodded stiffly. Of course I'm satisfied. Being invited to her home by the goddess he had been thinking about day and night. For an adolescent boy, is there anything happier than this? Don't choke on your food. Come, drink some water. Tao Tingting handed over the cup with a smile. It was the cup that Jiang Chen had just taken a sip of. With a slightly hot cheek, Jiang Chen took the cup and silently poured water into his mouth to cover up his embarrassment. Isn't there soup? Why is it water? The screen was showing the subsequent plot of Empire of Ashes. Ryan fell in a pool of blood and stopped breathing. Unexpected ending? It always feels indescribably hasty, as if a lot of things were explained at the beginning, but in the end, nothing was explained clearly, and it was just a eunuch. After the ending song, there was the bloody word "the end." Looking at Jiang Chen, who was lying groggily on the dining table, Tao Tingting smiled on her pure and peaceful face. That smile was very strange and empty. So sleepy, so tired, I really want to take a nap. Through his drooping and hazy vision, he only vaguely glimpsed that what fell on the floor seemed to be a pure white floral dress. That whiteness was approaching him with faint steps. The back of his head was embraced by a gentle touch, and his consciousness gradually fell into the abyss. Chapter 90. Who is the ghost? As usual, he lay on the table, watching the daily routine repeating itself. No, if there was any change, it was probably because of her. Jiang Chen cast his eyes on the girl sitting under the window, who was now smiling at him. Speaking of which, they got together last night, after confirming their feelings for each other. However, it was still a bit inappropriate for such excessive happiness. He hid his face in his sleeves awkwardly, but at this moment, Jiang Chen suddenly realized that he seemed to have done something extraordinary yesterday. Pushed it? Hey, did something good happen? Zhao Pen poked Jiang Chen's back and said with a smirk, "You're lucky." Jiang Chen glanced at the beast, replied vaguely, and then lay on the table again. If this kid knew anything, I'm afraid the whole class would know. Even if it was to protect the goddess's reputation, Jiang Chen would swear to protect this secret. Ahem. Speaking of which, how did it develop to that point that night? Thinking of this, Jiang Chen suddenly felt a headache and frowned unnaturally. What a pity, we still have to go to school today. Zhao Peng rolled his eyes and leaned on the table like Jiang Chen. What a pity, your 2 movie tickets can't be used. By the way, why do we have to go to school today? Jiang Chen was stunned and asked in confusion. It's the anniversary day, and the whole country should be on holiday. Don't you know? Yesterday's news said that today's holiday was temporarily cancelled, and the school's resumption of classes was sent to the terminal. Zhao Peng looked at Jiang Chen in confusion. Is it still like this? Jiang Chen was stunned again. Speaking of which, he came to school with Tao Tingting today. Before leaving, he forgot about the holiday for a while, but he didn't remember receiving any news. Jiang Chen took out the terminal and unfolded the holographic screen. Sure enough, a temporary notification symbol appeared in the upper right corner. It turned out that I forgot it myself. Suddenly, Jiang Chen thought of the madness of last night, and his face turned red. He glanced at Tao Tingting, then put away the terminal, and continued to lie on the table. The cute girl under the window was looking at the terminal with relish, sliding her index finger across the screen, turning the pages of the ebook. Never mind, if there is no holiday, then there is no holiday. Anyway, if we are together, it doesn't matter whether we watch movies or not. Muttering to himself, Jiang Chen rested his head on his arm as usual, and closed his eyes to rest. In a daze, Jiang Chen woke up. Hey, where are the people in the classroom? Speaking of which, the third class in the afternoon is physical education. Today's subject is swimming, and I have to change my clothes in advance. Zhao Peng, that kid, didn't even call me. After despising Zhao Peng in his heart, Jiang Chen rubbed his sleepy eyes, supported himself on the table and stood up, then walked out of the classroom door. Speaking of which, Tingting's swimsuit. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen's face suddenly became hot again. He touched his nose with a wry smile, shook his head vigorously, and threw the unhealthy thought out of his mind. The gymnasium is located to the south of the library. It is the largest building in the entire middle school except for the main teaching building. It integrates basketball courts, football fields, swimming pools, and running tracks. It is a digital gymnasium that integrates practical teaching and virtual teaching. In a word, it is very B-level. Jiang Chen walked on the way to the gymnasium and looked at his watch. It was already 5 minutes before class started. He was late anyway, so he was too lazy to run over, so he simply slowed down his pace. The campus was empty at this time, but it made sense. After all, it was class time now. It was an outlier for him to walk outside like this. When passing the library, Jiang Chen suddenly stopped. Speaking of which, Tao Tingting said yesterday that there was a ghost in the library, right? For some reason, he did not feel any horror or anything like that, but instead had an urge to go in and find out. His Adam's apple moved slightly, and Jiang Chen unconsciously took a step towards that side. Forget it, I'll come back after school. Jiang Chen thought with a bitter smile, and was about to retract his steps. Suddenly, a thunderous shout came, which scared Jiang Chen. Hey, what are you doing? Damn, I'm just late. Just as Jiang Chen was about to explain, suddenly, the cleaning robot that was silently cleaning the floor suddenly drove the chassis pulley and hit the security guard who was rushing towards Jiang Chen. Fuck. The security guard was knocked to the ground by the robot and struggled to stand up. Jiang Chen met the fierce gaze and inexplicably felt a burst of fear. The only thought in his mind was to run. Without time to think, Jiang Chen rushed towards the library, rushed into the gate, and ran towards the stairs. Running up to the second floor, he continued to run to the other end of the corridor with heavy breath. Crossing the library from the second floor is also a shortcut to the gymnasium, and the terrain can be used to get rid of the fierce security guard. In a race with him in the open field, Jiang Chen really had no confidence that he could outrun an adult who had received training. Damn, if he was caught, he would definitely be punished. When did the security guard do the work of the dean? This was too abnormal. The security guard at the school gate was said to have a bad temper. Although he felt that, even if he provoked him, he would not hit him, Jiang Chen could not help but panic at the time. He turned around and ran without thinking too much. Forget it, it's good that I didn't get caught. Otherwise, I would have to explain to the teaching department. It's really a mess. Just as he was about to go downstairs from the other end of the library, Jiang Chen found an activity room with the door open. The door was not locked. Usually, these activity rooms that were basically not used were usually locked. Only when the leaders came to inspect, the school would temporarily form some strange clubs to deal with the inspection. But the door of this activity room was open. Jiang Chen paused at the door. For some reason, he had a strong sense of deja vu in his heart. I have never been here before, but I feel like this is important. And I seem to have seen this place before. Suddenly, the security guard's rough roar came from the corridor, scaring him half to death. Fuck, do you want to shout in the library? It was too late. Jiang Chen immediately dodged and hid in the activity room, then closed the door and locked it. He pressed his body against the door, held his breath, and listened quietly to the movement outside the door. There was no footsteps, and the surroundings were terribly quiet, as if the roar had never happened. In this quiet space, Jiang Chen could even hear his own rapid heartbeat. Slowly breathing a sigh of relief, Jiang Chen slowly moved his body away from the door, and then took out the terminal from his pocket. Damn, it's already this late. Looking at the eye-catching numbers on the holographic screen, Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. At this time, I'm afraid the physical education class will be over. There was still no movement outside the door, but Jiang Chen couldn't muster the courage to go out. After struggling for a moment, he gave up and left the door. Sure enough, he was still a little scared. Anyway, it's useless to go now. The class is almost over. A flat air conditioner was hung on the corner of the room. This was probably the most valuable equipment in the entire activity room. The room was very empty, with only a desk and a chair. The windows were closed. It was midsummer, and it was fine outside, but once inside it was as hot as a furnace. Walking to the window, Jiang Chen pressed the button to open the window. There was no response. Is it broken? Jiang Chen frowned and glanced at the slightly thick dust on the windowsill. It seemed that no one had been here for a long time, and there was no sign of wind. Jiang Chen gave up opening the window for ventilation, and walked to the desk, and picked up a USB flash drive tied to the corner of the desk. Activity room management permissions. It seems to be used like this. Jiang Chen inserted the USB flash drive into the terminal, and chose to turn on the air conditioner. All devices on campus can be started through mobile terminals, but permissions must be obtained before use. This permission can be obtained wirelessly, but some special rooms must be obtained through wired access. For example, this electronic key tied to the corner of the desk, after being inserted into the terminal, the user's ID will be logged into the whitelist of the room, and then the user can turn on the air conditioner through the terminal. Fortunately, the air conditioner is working. A cool breeze blew, and Jiang Chen, feeling the coolness, breathed a sigh of relief. Let's wait until this class is over before leaving, and the security guard will probably be gone by then. The only thing that made Jiang Chen secretly puzzled was that he remembered that the security guard should have the authority to access all rooms. Maybe he is too lazy to look for me room by room, and yes, which asterisk is so boring. Thinking that he had decided to skip the physical education class anyway, and there was nothing to do outside now, Jiang Chen fortunately pulled out the chair under the desk, and then sat on it, enjoying the refreshing cool breeze. It's too hot outside. I really don't want to go out. Jiang Chen sat on the stool with his legs crossed, bored, but at this moment, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Standing up suddenly, Jiang Chen patted his butt. No dust. Jiang Chen was stunned, then reached out and touched the table. There was no dust either. This is unscientific. Has anyone been here recently? Thinking of this, he had nothing to do and developed an inexplicable desire to explore, so he opened the terminal and used the permission of the activity room to retrieve the usage records here. Users within 3 months. 1 person. ID, Jiang Chen. Am I the only one who has been here in the past 3 months? Confusedly looking at the words on the screen, Jiang Chen expanded the search range to 1 year. The same result. Even when the school celebration was held, no one used this activity room. Jiang Chen tried hard to search his memory, recalling the school celebration held in the first semester of the first year of high school. At that time, there were leaders visiting for inspection, so Wang He No. 6 Middle School still pretended to organize several club activities. It seems that several activity rooms in the library were used a lot at that time. I seem to have been an actor there. Jiang Chen was puzzled, and his finger continued to slide the screen. This time he expanded the search range to 55 years at once. This is the maximum period of time that can be queried for usage records. However, users within 55 years, 1 person. ID, Jiang Chen Chapter 91 Captain's Diary. 2172. Sunny. To be honest, this planet is no longer suitable for human habitation, starting from the moment the Russians did something stupid in Paris. However, this trivial complaint is meaningless to my identity. but it is a good thing to be able to complain. The people in the 21st company next door can't even complain now. I remember that guy Daniel, who always liked to aim at other people's balls and shoot, and boasted about his shooting skills. As a result, after the battle in Berlin, he was bombed so badly that even his DNA could not be found. This damn guy still owes me a drink, damn it. Encounter the enemy, hide, shoot, call for airstrikes, continue to advance, and pray to the priest. Every day is like hell. Although we have air superiority, the firepower of the CCCP is too strong. And they finally tore off their hypocritical faces and started using nuclear weapons. My goodness, everyone's life has depreciated now. $10? Maybe even less. I won't write anymore. I have to advance to Frankfurt tomorrow. I heard that missile silos are being built there. I hope we can make it in time. God bless. Victory belongs to NATO. October 3rd, 2172. The original plan was for my team to set out with the tanks and then launch a strong attack on the 141st Battery in Frankfurt, destroy the anti-aircraft missiles, and then call for an airstrike to bomb the missile silo. But the situation seems to have changed a little. My team received a special mission at the last minute. God bless. I hope my ominous premonition is wrong. October 6th, 2172. Unknown. It's hard to imagine. I'm now on the X-12 space station, and we will enter the airdrop module in half an hour. The destination is Wanhei City of Pak. Damn, writing in space is really troublesome. October 6th, 2172. Supplement. I remember seeing photos of Wanhei City before the war. It seems to be a beautiful place. But now it looks no different from Paris. At least the coastline and the city center are like this. Our marines will launch a beach landing from the coast, while we will infiltrate the enemies into land through orbital airdrops, mark strategic targets, and guide the space-based weapon Rod of God to shoot particle shield generators, anti-aircraft missiles, electromagnetic turrets, nuclear power plants. In short, mark everything worth destroying. Sounds simple. Maybe, although I shuddered for the first time when the airdrop pod passed through the radiation cloud. October 7th, 2172. Damn, this place is simply a hell. There are pack soldiers everywhere, armored vehicles, tanks everywhere, and even lone members of our own. It's completely messed up. It's all crazy. Now whenever the electromagnetic shield is removed, the power armor will be stuck for a while. There is radiation and snipers everywhere. We can only rely on sign language now, and everyone is acting like a mute. How many nuclear bombs have been detonated here? Or is the imp device never shut down? My only concern now is that I can't receive any communication from the command center. This is very important. If you fall behind. October 8th, 2172. Rain. It's a bad day. Raining at this time is not a good thing. We almost had a fight with our own people today. That's right, we couldn't see each other clearly across the street, and the communication device was out of order. Fortunately, the crisis was resolved. The pack tank helped us identify them, and then we solved the problem together. They are Marines, but they lost contact not long after landing. According to the instructions on the offline map, they should have joined the other brothers of the 11th Regiment here, but it seems that they are the only ones of the 11th Regiment who have arrived here. Lucky guys. I asked them to join our mission temporarily. They don't even have anti-tank weapons. If they continue to stay here, they will probably die. It's better to go with us. With the support of light infantry, our vision will be wider. After all, the radio life detection device is no longer usable now. After turning on the electromagnetic shielding, no signal can be received. October 9th, 2172. Cloudy. It seems that it's cloudy here except for rain. It's really hell. The battle has lasted for 3 days. Fortunately, the buildings in the city center are of good quality. Even if they have been destroyed several times, we can still find buildings that can serve as shelters. We have been exchanging fire with pack people, and our people can be seen in the city center. This is a good sign. Maybe we can win if we hold on for another day. When we saw the tungsten rod bombs falling from the sky smashing the particle shield generator to pieces, we almost cheered for victory. However, we briefly restored communication soon after. Our Rod of God was occupied by Pax Space Special Forces. The 5th Fleet suffered a heavy blow. Retreat. Lost. Damn, how can my people retreat in the city center? October 10th, 2172. Probably a cloudy day. Supplement. I'm the only one left. James seems to be no good. Yaka is crazy. Crossed out. Pack soldiers are kind to me. I think so. I thought I would be beaten up after being pulled out of the power armor, and then my limbs would be broken, and then I would be killed. But it seems not. The soldiers of Pack are very disciplined. Under the orders of their superiors, almost no one will go beyond the rules. Although the yellow-skinned monkey who pulled me out seemed to want to cut off my head, but he didn't do it in the end. I'm familiar with that gritting look, as if he wanted to tear me to pieces. I can understand, maybe what we did in a certain school was a bit too much, but this can't be blamed on me. Although I'm a devout believer, my soldiers need to relieve pressure. Maybe I should stop the proposal of the Georgia guy? Forget it, who cares? Everyone is dead. I was pressed into a truck carrying prisoners of war. There were many people with the same dirty faces as me. Fortunately, they didn't confiscate my diary, otherwise I might go crazy. Writing a diary is important. Yes, it is very important. I tried not to anger the shorty who was escorting us. He had already shot 2 unlucky guys. October 15th, 2172. Sunny, we seem to be escorted to a place far away from the front line. There are many mountains and tunnels here, and some factories built underground. After seeing all this, I was more or less at peace, because I guess I had no chance to go back. Exchange of prisoners? Will they let me go? After seeing all this, the people on the train were divided into 2 groups, one heading north and one heading south. I had a feeling that one of the groups might die. Of course, we all have to die eventually, but I prayed that I wouldn't die in a very ugly way. After arriving at the underground base, our faces were quickly branded with barcodes, and we were given our own beds. Well, this place is a bit like a concentration camp. Fortunately, my diary was not confiscated. November 17th, 2172. I don't know what the weather is like on the surface. We haven't seen the sun for a long time. Is the war still going on outside? Or has it stopped? Of course, we are already dead, and even if the war ends, I'm afraid we can't go home. The work is not hard, but it's a bit boring, and we have to be beaten. Someone tried to escape, but was obviously shot. We seem to be locked up with death row prisoners, and the person sleeping on the upper bunk is a political prisoner. He was very thin, and had not much hair. He chatted with me in English, and asked me if I believed in God. I said I didn't, or I used to believe in God. He didn't care, and continued to talk to me about other issues. To be honest, I'm disgusted by issues such as ideology or political views. But he seemed to be getting more and more bored. Thank God. He was shot not long after. November 21st, 2172. Unknown every day. Dead people are dragged out, and living people are brought in. Maybe the war is really about to end. After all, there are fewer familiar faces, and most of the people brought in are yellow faces. But what makes me uneasy is that I saw Slavs in the latest batch of prisoners of war. PAC and CCCP are also fighting. Thank God. This is undoubtedly good news for NATO. But, how long can this level of war last? December 25th, 2172. Unknown. Maybe it's snowing? Today is Christmas. There is no Christmas tree and candles, and no corn porridge with cream. I didn't believe in God, but I prayed devoutly, praying to my diary. My cellmate said I was crazy, but I denied it. Someone tried to take my diary, and I beat him up. I broke his nose. We were both put in solitary confinement. I put the diary under my pillow, and no one dared to touch it. Maybe they were scared by me. I believe they are not afraid of death, and I'm not that afraid either, but I believe no one wants to die from being beaten. No one here can beat me. I'm a special forces soldier, and they are all political prisoners. Softies. May 6th, 2173. I'm not sure whether it was an earthquake or a bombardment. Maybe it was a bombardment. Everyone huddled in the corner and shivered, but I did not. I read the diary from beginning to end. I don't have time to write every day. Most of the time I probably just left a date. It is not easy to get a pen. If there is nothing special, I will choose to leave the content blank. The bombardment lasted for a long time, but it finally stopped. Someone mentioned the transfer, and I smiled. Transfer? Where to? June 14th, 2173, the day of the yin transfer arrived, and unfortunately I was not welcomed by the sun. It was snowing outside, and radioactive dust was floating in the sky. Is this the legendary nuclear winter? It is quite unique to see snow in summer. The soldiers escorting us wore protective clothing, but we only wore cotton clothes. I guess they didn't plan to use us for too long, and only gave us iodine tablets to deal with it. We still left in a truck. When I left, I was surprised to find that several mountains were gone. Or, they turned into depressions. I remember that was where the guys who went north worked. June 20th, 2173, sunny. Surprisingly, it was sunny today. Surprisingly, I returned to Wanhei City. It seems that order has been restored here, and some citizens are already living in the suburbs. Of course, their lives are not good. They are probably poor people who couldn't hide in the shelter. But anyway, this is a good sign, indicating that the war is over. At least there is a ceasefire, although it has nothing to do with us. I was taken to an underground shelter, or a research institute. After all, shelters are generally not open before the expiration date, which should be the same in every country. I was greeted by a middle-aged man in a white coat. Seeing him smile at me, I felt cold hands and feet. That look, as if he was looking at a little white mouse. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. This is the first time I felt fear, damn it. I can't remember the time, it's unclear. The diary was confiscated. It was torn into pieces. But it doesn't matter, I have memorized it. They are crazy. Do they think they can create XXXX like this? Blackened. Wait, why am I normal? Well, now it is certain that they are indeed crazy. If someone reads this diary, they will surely gain something. I tried to leave something behind, but it was in vain. All clues will be hidden. But I still believe that there are smart people who can see the clues. Why am I still awake? Why are some things not erased? I should be dying. Well, before I die, I hope that the yellow girl can forgive my sins. Probably impossible. Captain John's last words, saluting the NATO flag. Jiang Chen's hands and feet went cold when he saw the end. Something must be wrong, but what exactly is it? This is not normal. No, what is normal? In the drawer, next to where the diary was originally placed, there was a pistol. Pistol? Exclamation mark. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand tremblingly, swallowed his saliva, and picked up the pistol. Feeling the cold metal texture, he fumbled to take off the magazine, and the orange-yellow metal bullets came into his eyes. Is it a real gun? Exclamation mark. In the drawer of the activity room of the school library? Exclamation mark. What the hell is this place? And this captain's diary? That sounds like crazy talk. Oh my god, it's only 2171 now. How come the diary is written up to 2173? Wait, time travel? Jiang Chen suddenly felt a headache and sat back in his chair, holding his forehead. His mind was in a mess, and he always felt that everything seemed to be filled with an inexplicable sense of deja vu. However, he could not tell the source of this feeling. Did I forget something? Jiang Chen frowned, searching every corner of his memory, hoping to find clues. But he didn't even know what the so-called clues were. From the babbling of infancy, to the Enlightenment education in elementary school, to junior high school, and now, all the memories are so clear. Is there a problem? No. Why is it so clear? I actually remember the details of changing diapers when I was a child. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen was suddenly stunned. He felt that he had grasped something, and he must have missed some details, just a little bit. However, at this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. Are you in there? The abrupt and beautiful voice hit Jiang Chen's heart like a heavy hammer. Chapter 92, Fear from the Sky. Are you in there? It was Tingting's voice, or rather his girlfriend's voice. Jiang Chen opened his mouth and was about to speak, but his throat was blocked by a cotton ball called fear, and he could not make a sound. He slowly raised the terminal. 4:25. There were still 15 minutes before the end of class. Why was she here? It was so strange. Even if the physical education teacher asked her to come to me, why did she find the activity room? It was as if, I know. I've been paying attention to you for a long time. Suddenly, those two familiar and distorted words appeared in his mind. A terrible thought surged into his brain. Surveillance? A drop of cold sweat slid down his forehead, and Jiang Chen held his breath, not even daring to breathe. His intuition told him that there must be something wrong, but he couldn't tell what the problem was. Ting Ting is a stalker? How is it possible? She is so quiet. Wait, quiet? Speaking of which, it seems that she took the initiative to push me down yesterday. By the way, she usually sits under the window to read, but today it seems that Jiang Chen is trying hard to search for today's memory. Tao Ting Ting watched him smile, listened to the class attentively at the terminal, watched him smile after class. A creepy feeling crawled all over his body. I heard that there is a ghost on the first floor of the library. Have you seen it? The even knock on the door was very light, but it pierced his heart like a heavy hammer. Although he couldn't explain the reason, his intuition told him that something bad might happen if he went up to open the door at this time. Letting the sweat slide down his cheeks, sitting there motionless, Jiang Chen suddenly cast his eyes on the pistol in the drawer, but the pistol did not bring him the slightest sense of security. Like a drum beat, the rhythm of the knock on the door seemed to speed up and intensify. Suddenly, a violent banging sound came. The crazy banging on the door made Jiang Chen's muscles tense up because of tension, and the expression on his face turned into astonishment in an instant. But the sound suddenly stopped. It was the sound of footsteps going away. Have you given up? Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief and reached out to touch his chest, feeling dampness from his hand. At this moment, he was shocked to find that he had been soaked in sweat without realizing it. Thinking back carefully, this discomfort seems to have started from the robot yesterday morning. No, to be precise, it should be during the break that morning. Jiang Chen suddenly realized. Yes, it seems that it was from that time that the panic called the uncanny valley effect arose in his heart when he was watched by the whole class. Could it be that all the classmates are robots? Jiang Chen showed a strange expression on his face, and he felt that this idea was stupid. Why? Xiao Peng and he have been good friends since childhood. Qian Han, who sat in front of him, handed him a love letter last semester, and there was Tao Ting Ting. Suddenly, Jiang Chen frowned. Speaking of which, where is the book that Tao Ting Ting has been reading? Boom. The violent tremor almost threw him to the ground, and the window made a violent wail. He hurriedly stood up from his chair and ran to the window. Jiang Chen found a shocking scene. The azure beam of light hit the dome that protects the city fiercely. The pale blue light particles continued to melt away, along with the gradually diluted air film. Without any more sound, the bowl-shaped shield broke a gap in the center, and the azure light beam also faded. Suddenly, dense black dots fell from the sky, dragging a series of looming airwaves. They were NATO's orbital airborne troops, and the mass bombs dropped together to cover the landing. However, it was at this moment that the ground fired a series of shells with orange-yellow tail flames into the sky. They were anti-aircraft guns placed in every corner of the city, as well as anti-aircraft missiles. A violent roar fell from the sky, and a series of explosions bloomed with bright sparks in the air. The piercing air defense alarm crossed the sky above the city, accompanied by the exclamations and screams from the distant streets, waking up Jiang Chen, who was staring at the sky in a daze. There was no sign. Fuck, war, it's a lie. Looking up at the sky in fear, Jiang Chen moved his steps, backed away from the window, and then rushed to the door. It has been mentioned in the news that after the air raid alarm sounds, everyone should immediately go to the nearby shelter. The shelter will be forced to close and enter a dormant state after the arrival time. At this moment, there is no time to worry about confusion. Saving his life is the most important thing. Jiang Chen glanced back at the desk before leaving the activity room, but still gritted his teeth and ran towards the stairs as if giving up. There is a pistol in the desk, but he doesn't think it can bring him any sense of security. If he really encounters NATO soldiers, it may be more dangerous to hold a gun. Moreover, according to the rules of engagement, civilians are generally not shot. Not only is it a waste of bullets, but it is also troublesome. Jiang Chen, who tried his best to comfort himself, rushed down the stairs and ran towards the school gate desperately. However, at this moment, a violent explosion occurred in the sky in the city center in the distance, and then a scorching airflow swept past him, even if he was 100 kilometers away. Mushroom cloud. It's a nuclear bomb. Shit. Jiang Chen looked at the orange mushroom cloud with trembling eyes, and looked up to see the falling black spot. Boom. The violent airflow almost blew him away. He tried to raise his arms to cover his face. From the airwave raised by the reverse jet of the prismatic airdrop pod, several soldiers wearing power armor rushed out. There was no need to run away. Jiang Chen's shoulders gradually relaxed, and a bitter smile of giving up appeared on his face. Why his reaction was so calm, even he himself couldn't figure it out. The last scene in his vision was the fierce attack of the gun. Boom. He opened his eyes with difficulty and saw the wooden floor of the gymnasium. Realizing that he was thrown to the ground, Jiang Chen struggled to stand up. His chest and joints were hurt, but he couldn't grow nor moan because of fear. The stadium was full of people squatting. There were students, teachers. The color of despair was written on those terrified faces. NATO soldiers stood around, and the cold barrels of the guns were so dazzling. No one dared to speak, and they quietly watched Jiang Chen being thrown to the ground. Jiang Chen, are you okay? Tao Tingting ran to his side anxiously. Feeling the warmth surrounding his body, Jiang Chen tried to open his swollen eyelids, and saw a pretty face with tears in his eyes. Tingting? You are here too? Yeah. You, what's wrong with you? The silver bell-like voice was filled with tears. Feeling the softness of the bruises on his face, Jiang Chen forced a bitter smile on his face, and wanted to raise his hand, to wipe away her tears, comfort her, and hug her, but, pull that girl over here. Yes. Two soldiers covered in power armor came over. Let me go. Ah. What are you doing? Jiang Chen watched in horror as the man violently pulled Tao Tingting away from him. Jiang Chen, save me, don't. Jiang Chen tried to reach out his hand to hold her, but was met with a frontal kick. That kick almost knocked him unconscious again. Jiang Chen saw with a blurry peripheral vision that the soldier who took Tao Tingting away opened his mask. It was a devilishly pale face, and at this moment, he was laughing at him mockingly. Listen carefully, hostages. That's right, you are hostages. Your so-called Holy Shield system has been opened by our space-based weapons. Don't expect any rescue. Stay here honestly, and pray that your father won't blow you up too. The person standing at the front desk of the gym seemed to be the leader of this group of soldiers in power armor, and shouted loudly through the loudspeaker on the power armor. Tingting. Jiang Chen struggled to crawl towards the figure being dragged away. Boss, this girl is pretty. It's a pity to leave her outside. How about? The white soldier smiled lewdly at the girl in his hand, as if he was very satisfied with her frightened expression and the almost disappearing sobs. Another soldier also opened the mask of his armor, revealing his black face and white teeth. Are all people in Georgia so lewd? But sir, I agree with Yaklo's point of view. What do they want to do? Question mark? His heart suddenly shrank, and Jiang Chen gritted his teeth, and tried to stand up, but his dizzy brain made him unable to keep his feet steady. Don't. The sharp scream echoed in the gymnasium. The officer nodded, and then the soldier tore the white floral dress into pieces. In front of everyone. Stop. Jiang Chen opened and closed his mouth. His fingers almost dug into the hard wooden floor, and his eyes were ferociously bloodshot. However, he was not the only one who made this shout. Was it Zhao Peng? Exclamation mark. No. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand to his childhood playmate in fear. Bang. Smoke floated from the muzzle of the gun. Beautiful. Man. Hit the bullseye. Pa. Ha 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 ha. The soldier heard his companion's praise and exaggeratedly made a joking shooting motion towards the crowd, looking at the hostages who were screaming and retreating in fear with satisfaction. You, don't come over. Trying to cover her naked body with the pieces of clothes, Tao Tingting collapsed on the ground, shrinking and retreating. The white soldier hung the gun on his waist with a lewd smile, and then walked towards Tao Tingting who was moving backward in fear. Don't worry, we will come one by one. Jiang Chen, save me. Jiang Chen. Woo woo. At this time, the young and beautiful Chinese teacher from the next class stood up, with a look of determination and humiliation on her face. She was trembling, but did not retreat. "Let the girl go. I'll take her place." The black soldier standing by and watching laughed, then walked over, grabbed her collar, ignored her limbs struggling desperately because of difficulty breathing, and threw her on the stage. "You can come together. We still have many brothers." Those grief-stricken eyes, those dead eyes, and those pupils dilated by fear. Bloodshot covered every inch of Jiang Chen's eyes. However, at this moment, an unprecedented sense of clarity dispelled all the violent emotions in his heart. "Hehe, I say, have you had enough of making trouble?" Bathed in those different looks, Jiang Chen closed his eyes without caring, turned over a little embarrassedly, and sat on the ground. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth mockingly, and his pupils returned to clarity. Informer? Chapter 93, A Loophole. The following 20,000 word free chapter, because a sentence violates the rules, I have to change it, but the word count is not enough to modify it. I will just type a few words, to make up the required number of words. Frenzy, muscle strength plus 20, reflex nerve plus 19. Brain cell activity plus 17. Special effect, killing instinct, that is, with only one of the 5 senses, you can detect the location of the heart. I didn't expect to enter frenzy here. Jiang Chen coldly scanned the bodies without red dots flashing, ignored the pairs of eyes staring at him, and finally stopped his gaze on Tao Tingting. Xiao Peng lying in a pool of blood, the teacher pressed on the ground, those classmates, those soldiers. No heart. Everyone is fake, just like an empty shell. Including Tao Tingting. "Oh, how did you see it?" Tao Tingting was stunned for a moment, then smiled, and stood up naked. It was a very strange scene. A naked girl stood there smiling, and next to her was a beast with a ferocious face pouncing on her. But the beast was just nailed in the air. Looking coldly at Tao Tingting's eyes, Jiang Chen said lightly, "Because I have a very troublesome ability, and you happen to have no heart." Tao Tingting was stunned for a moment, then showed her signature smile, and then stretched out her slender jade fingers, and drew in the air, and a holographic panel just appeared out of thin air beside her. So that's it. 3 body indexes are floating up, and you can see the heart? This is really a discordant bug. Checking the parameters on the panel, Tao Tingting raised a strange smile at the corner of her mouth. Although I have also made many guesses, I really didn't expect. This is a game, right? Jiang Chen stared at the beautiful and pure face, and squeezed out a few words from his teeth. Informer? It was not, until now that he finally understood the problem that had troubled him. The brain cell activity plus 17, caused by frenzy is not an effect that makes his IQ go online, but it simply allows his brain to break through the blockade of memory and wake up from the game. Haha, almost, but I'm the secret keeper. So, maybe it's time to start the next game? Tao Tingting clapped her hands with a smile. Secret keeper. There are 2 people. The explosions from time to time in the air stopped abruptly, and the war in the world outside the window seemed to be stopped by the applause. The colors of the world began to peel off, starting from the corner of the gymnasium, and dissipated into fragments bit by bit. Are you still going to continue this boring game? Jiang Chen sneered and said disdainfully. No matter. The silver bell-like laughter was so piercing. I look forward to your performance in the next game. After taking a last look at Jiang Chen, Tao Tingting peeled off from this world along with the scenery. Is that so? Looking at the direction of the wrist, the ability of the jump bracelet has not been copied in, which means that the ability to return to the real world cannot be activated in the game. There is only other way to break the situation. The floor has collapsed. Jiang Chen curled his lips in disdain and quietly watched his body disappear into nothingness along with the flying debris. June 11th, 2171, summer. The date was only hastily written on the diary, and the text has not yet been written. The short dizziness was like a nap, and everything that happened just now seemed like a daydream. Throwing away the pen in his hand, Jiang Chen looked around this familiar room. The frenzy has not been lifted. The memory has not been erased. Is it due to the increased activity of brain cells? Jiang Chen closed his eyes slightly and searched for clues in his memory. The memory before entering the game is retained, the memory of the nth round is retained, and the memory of the N1th round is lost. Opening his eyes, Jiang Chen moved his gaze from the diary to the electronic watch on the table. PM 7:37. In other words, this is the starting point of the game. Then the previous memory should all be false. To be honest, it is really unpleasant to deny the real memories in my mind. It's like you're living a good life, and one night you suddenly have a nightmare. The mysterious person in the dream tells you that this is reality, and when you wake up you will enter a virtual world. Tao Tingting is the secret keeper. No, to be precise, she should have been replaced by the secret keeper from a certain point in time. The book is a clue, and Jiang Chen tried hard to search for details in his memory. It seems that, when he said the word spoiler, the secret keeper noticed something unusual. But it was just a sense of deja vu, but it thought that I recovered my memory. It seems that since then, the book in Tao Tingting's hand has disappeared. It should be from then on that the person was replaced. So that's it. Because you suspect that I woke up from hypnosis, you replaced Tao Tingting's existence and joined the game as a game participant? In this way, anyone can become the so-called secret keeper. Wait, what is the meaning of this game? Frowning, Jiang Chen sat quietly in the chair, recalling the diary in the activity room on the second floor of the library. I was taken to an underground shelter, no, or a research institute, but that doesn't matter. I've memorized it. I've memorized it all. They're crazy. Do they think they can create XXXX this way? Blackened. And what Tao Tingting said. I know. I've been following you for a long time. And the identities of the informer and the keeper of the secret. All the clues are strung together, just like a key, turning on a switch in his heart. With a curve at the corner of his mouth, Jiang Chen leaned back in his chair. That diary should be the clue to the problem. No wonder the keeper of the secret has been trying to stop me from approaching the library. Whenever I get close to the library, it will use various methods to obstruct me. Whether it was the so-called ghost in the library or the security guard who suddenly appeared. However, what the secret keeper didn't know was that sometimes the more you cover up, the more suspicious people will be. It can be said that the repeated obstructions pushed him to the truth. Even if you erase the memory in your mind, you can't erase the strong sense of deja vu. Where have I seen it before? I seem to have been there before. I seem to have experienced it before. Whether it is the TV series that is probably already aired now, or facing the open activity room, everything is full of deja vu. Maybe I went there during the NX round, but because I couldn't keep the memory, I entered the next round of the loop in a daze. Forced restart may be able to reseal the memory and cut off the clues, but it can't cut off the strong sense of deja vu. In the end, this feeling guided him to find the clues collected in the previous round again. Then because the nth round entered the frenzy, the clues were retained until the N+1th round. If you can't jump out of this cycle, this game will probably continue. Haha, this is not a game at all. It's crazy. A game for the purpose of experiment, inhumanely putting people as guinea pigs into the game, simulating scenarios, collecting data, and evolving intermediate artificial intelligence to advanced artificial intelligence. Is this the experiment mentioned at the end of the captain's diary? Jiang Chen thought calmly. However, there are still many doubts. For example, if the secret keeper is the absolute controller of this game, then I can't defeat it no matter what. But the crappy cleaning robot, the open activity room, and the diary is a clue. These obvious bugs have not been cleared after reincarnation, but have been completely preserved. The secret keeper even had to actively intervene in the plot to interfere with my actions and prevent me from approaching the library. In other words, the secret keeper's authority should be similar to that of a GM, but he cannot change the game itself. That's right, if the purpose of this game is to allow it to advance to advanced artificial intelligence by observing humans and collecting data, then it doesn't make sense to give it the ability to change the game itself. It's like doing an experiment, and if you think the measured data is not good looking, you artificially add 1 or 2 zeros. Is this still an experiment? Its ability is limited, and it is not an invincible god. Jiang Chen picked up the pen, drew 3 circles on the diary, and wrote words on them. Safe zone, neutral zone, and dangerous zone. If I do something illogical, everyone in the school will look at me like a robot, and the confused thinking will unconsciously trigger the uncanny valley effect. Intermediate artificial intelligence may have the ability to analyze, and the amount of calculations will cause the machine to freeze, or confusion. However, primary artificial intelligence can only make logical responses and cannot think, so it will not produce confusion and other performances. In this case, NPCs should all be played by low-level artificial intelligence. Muttering to himself, Jiang Chen wrote the school in the dangerous zone. Touting Ting cannot enter the activity room on the second floor of the library, so it should be the safe zone. Jiang Chen wrote it in the safe zone. The NATO invasion should be an event. Yes, if data needs to be collected, then the secret keeper should control the switch that drives the plot. Otherwise, simple cycles over and over again will only result in the same data. This is very important, and Jiang Chen wrote it down in his notebook. He opened the drawer and saw 2 movie tickets, and a smile appeared on his face. If nothing unusual happens, then the plot should be confession, watching a movie, confession, being together, possible push-up, and NATO invasion. TSK, it completely simulates the budding of feelings to maturity and then deterioration. In this case, any scene that may trigger the plot should belong to the danger zone under the absolute control of the secret keeper. Touting Ting's home, the movie theater he had never been to, all of these were written into the danger zone by him. Because the plot experience of last week's show was incomplete, these were the only clues that could be obtained at present. Jiang Chen looked around the room, then grinned, and wrote the 4 words the protagonist's home in the safe zone. The street should be the so-called neutral zone, and no plot has been triggered. Jiang Chen turned his pen, and wrote the street in the neutral zone, then looked up at the electronic watch. PM 8:07. The maximum duration of half an hour has exceeded, but the frenzy has not ended. In other words, the flow rate of time in the game is not equal to the flow rate of time in reality. From the perspective of efficiency, the longer the user's experience in the game, the shorter the time that passes in reality, the better, so that more data can be collected per unit time in the real world. Maybe I have experienced 10 rounds in the game, but only 1 or 2 seconds have passed in reality? With the operating speed of future computers, this is definitely possible, although the load on the brain may be greater. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The time he and Sun Jiao agreed on was 2 hours. If he stayed down there for a month or 2, he would be afraid that everything would be too late when he returned to the ground. Speaking of which, since I activated the frenzy state, did that chatterbox still expect to win? Thinking of this, Jiang Chen's mouth curved into an arc. That's right, in this game that relies on hypnosis, the frenzy that enhances brain cell activity is a huge bug. Brainwashing no longer works on him. So now, the game officially begins. Chapter 94, Heaven and Earth Net. Jiang Chen pushed open the door. There is no difference between night and day. If we are under constant surveillance, even if we choose day, we will not have a better chance of winning. It is safer during the day. After all, most people are at home at this time, so the secret keeper will have fewer chess pieces to use. Going downstairs, he saw the cleaning robot. It still had that empty look, which made people feel uncomfortable instinctively. The cleaning robot gave the initial clue, so it should be considered a friendly force. Although I don't know who left this clue, I guess it is not on the side of the secret keeper. Jiang Chen muttered to himself, walked past the robot, and then turned back. The robot looked in another direction at this time. South. Is there anything over there? Speaking of which, there is also a robot at the entrance of the library, and it helped me stop the security guard in the nth round. Jiang Chen looked to the south. The tall buildings blocked his view, but judging from the direction, it should be located in the city center. Wait, when Touting Ting first took me away from the library, the robot at the door seemed to look at me and then look in a certain direction. Suddenly, Jiang Chen realized this clue, and then his face showed ecstasy, and then he walked to the robot that seemed to be stuck. He took out the terminal and drew a line on the map according to the robot's angle. The line brushed the edge of the city center. There is another robot at the door of the library. Two lines determine the point, but this rough estimate of the direction is probably difficult to determine a definite location. then there should be another robot. If 3 lines are located, even if it is a rough estimate of the direction, a possible area can be marked on the map. There should be some clues there that can help me get out of the game. But where is the third robot? Jiang Chen frowned. The plot of the nth round is incomplete, so that's it. He reached into his pocket and took out 2 movie tickets from his pocket, and then a smug smile appeared on his face. At the entrance of the cinema? It should be right. If nothing unexpected happens, these 2 movie tickets should come into play on the 3rd day. However, the secret keeper intervened in the game and forced the plot forward, even making a big move like cancelling the 3rd day of holiday. As a result, the plot in the cinema was not triggered at all, and the subsequent plot of overthrow was directly triggered. So that's it. Without further hesitation, Jiang Chen quickly rushed to the nearest subway and then headed to the city center. He rushed out of the subway quickly, trotted across the streets, and stopped at the entrance of the cinema panting. It was still the cleaning robot, staring at his eyes blankly at this moment, and then looked away after a moment. Southwest. He still took out the terminal and drew a line on the map. Then he rushed back to the subway without stopping for a moment and took the last train. Panting, he sat down on the cold stool, looked at the almost empty carriage, and looked up at the time on the roof of the car. PM 9:39. Has so much time passed without realizing it? The subway arrived at the station, and Jiang Chen quickly rushed to the direction of the school and stopped at the school gate. The school is a dangerous area. If we want to go directly to the activity room on the 2nd floor of the library, it's a bit difficult. Jiang Chen frowned, looked around, and then looked up at the sky. I'm afraid that the secret keepers are watching my every move, just waiting for me to enter and then take action. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen showed a bitter smile on his face. He took a deep breath, glanced at the height of the gate, and rushed towards the gate. If it was in the past, the 2-meter height might not be enough, but he jumped up suddenly and climbed over the gate without any suspense. The muscle strength bonus brought by frenzy was also perfectly restored in the game. Sure enough, the game data is still based on the physical data in reality. The shrill alarm sounded instantly. He cursed secretly, knowing that this would be the effect, so he rushed towards the direction of the library without stopping. Stop. It's the security guard. Jiang Chen ignored him. With his current muscle strength, no one could catch up with him. Even if the units in the school are all pawns of the secret keepers, it should not be able to change the attributes of the characters themselves. In less than 10 seconds, Jiang Chen threw the security guard who rushed out of the guard room 100 meters away, and then saw the cleaning robot standing at the door. Southeast. Using the street lamp as a reference to roughly estimate the angle, Jiang Chen rushed to the glass door of the library without slowing down. Warning. Security equipment activated. 100 meters to go. The library was lowering the folding iron door. Jiang Chen, who noticed this, gritted his teeth and ran as fast as possible, then turned sideways and kept sprinting, crashing into the closed glass door. Crash. The glass door was smashed to pieces. At the critical moment, Jiang Chen crashed into the library, and the iron door behind him was embedded in the ground. The pain of cutting flesh and blood came from his arms, legs, and cheeks, but at this moment, he could not care about these. Ignoring the broken glass shards on the ground, Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and climbed up from the ground in a mess, and then continued to rush to the stairs. 2nd floor. End of the corridor. Activity room. The door is closed! Exclamation mark. Jiang Chen slammed the door hard, but it didn't budge. Could it be that the security system was activated and the door was closed? Damn it. How could this happen? Jiang Chen pounded on the door in despair. Is the door of the activity room closed at night? Impossible. What to do? Haha, see where you run, you damn thief. The security guard's ferocious voice came from the other end of the corridor, and he broke into a cold sweat. Damn it, how did you get in when the iron door was closed? He cursed in his heart, but now was not the time to think about this question. Jiang Chen quickly calmed himself down. That's right. The terminal has obtained permissions. With a sudden start, he suddenly remembered that he had connected the terminal to the electronic key tied to the desk and used it to start the air conditioner. No, after the time is reset, the permission should also be deleted. Wait, if the activity room is a special place, the ID logged into its whitelist may not be erased when the time is reset. There was no time to hesitate. Jiang Chen had already seen the twisted and ferocious face from the other end of the corridor, as well as the electric baton in his hand. Take out the terminal, connect to the local network, and open the electronic lock. Click. A light sound made Jiang Chen's heart ecstatic, and then he rushed into the door and slammed it hard. Dang dang. The sound of kicking the door in frustration came from outside. As he thought, the existence of this activity room was special, a place similar to the back door of the game. As for why it existed, why was Captain's diary placed here? Everything was still a mystery. But he had a hunch that he was very close to the truth. However, at this moment, a ray of white light instantly broke through the night sky, illuminating the window. Jiang Chen quickly ran to the window and looked at the lit sky in surprise. The bright white beams fell like raindrops, leaving layers of ripples on the dome of the city. With a sharp explosion, the holy shield system that protected Wanghei City was smashed to pieces. What kind of energy weapon is this? There was no time to hesitate. Jiang Chen quickly ran to the table, opened the drawer, and pulled out the pistol from it. A violent crash came from outside, shaking the windows. Is it an airdrop pod? Jiang Chen was startled. There was an explosion downstairs. It should be the NATO soldiers forcing their way in. Looking at the gun in his hand, he suddenly understood the significance of this gun. Finally, he looked at the triangle where the 3 lines intersected on the map. He opened the safety and pulled the slide. He raised the gun and pointed the muzzle at his temple with a hideous smile on his lips. Bang. Chapter 95. Dead Rising. Don't water down my book review. I've posted the plot in virtual reality for free. Maybe I've dug a big hole, so the style of painting has become a little abrupt. This is my fault. I won't do it again in the future. How much courage does it take to shoot yourself in the head? This question is very subtle and depends on the situation. Even if you believe that this is a game, the memories from childhood to adulthood are still vivid in your mind. How to describe this feeling specifically? Well, imagine that you are living a good life, and suddenly one day you have the idea of doubting the authenticity of this world, and you have an inexplicable memory. Even if you are absolutely sure that this newly added memory is the real thing, and the previous memories are all fake. And now you have an idea that, as long as you die, you may be able to leave this game and return to the real world. I didn't feel any pain. It was like I just closed my eyes for a while. Jiang Chen woke up from the dream again. PM 7:37. However, at this moment, his left hand was not holding a pen, but a black pistol. Is it true that I can't escape the game by dying? Come to think of it, if I can escape so easily, I can just jump out of the window. Jiang Chen laughed at himself and glanced out the window. The pistol followed me after I died. This is a big bug. Jiang Chen looked at the gun in his hand with interest and took out the magazine. 16 rounds. The bullets were full. In this case, this gun should also belong to a character. Although I don't know how it is done, it seems that it will be full as the game is refreshed. Putting the gun in his trouser pocket, Jiang Chen pushed open the bedroom door, walked through the living room, and walked out the door. Night has fallen, but it should be no different for the game. He took out the terminal and opened the map. The lines were gone, but he remembered the location marked by the triangle. Xinpu University Hospital in the northern city. After putting away the terminal, Jiang Chen rushed to the subway. PM 8:07. There were few pedestrians in the subway. Perhaps because the situation was a bit tense recently, everyone tried to avoid traveling. After the rush hour, there were almost no people in the subway. Sitting on the somewhat cold seat, waiting for the car to slowly speed up, Jiang Chen sighed and looked at the small TV on the wall of the car. The host was playing interesting jokes and joking with his assistant. The audience laughed, but he couldn't laugh. If all this was fake, then what was the memory of these 17 years? Was he too immersed in the play? Jiang Chen shook his head, then reached out and touched the pistol in his trouser pocket. The cold metal texture brought him a little comfort. Not only can he completely dive into another world, but he can even get another memory in this world. Even after experiencing it countless times, only a few seconds have passed in reality. Has the technology of the future developed to this level? Or has it become so terrible? For some reason, he felt a little melancholy at this moment. He smiled bitterly. He just wanted to end this damn game as soon as possible and return this memory that did not belong to him to the server. Squeak. Suddenly, the lights went out without warning, and the carriage shook violently. Almost at that moment, Jiang Chen quickly reached out and grabbed the handrail on the side. The violent tearing force came from his muscles, and Jiang Chen almost bit his teeth in pain, but he still held the handrail tightly. Ah! With a piercing scream, the people who couldn't stand still began to lose weight, and then crashed into the front of the carriage like a piece of paper. Snap! Blood and yellow and white obscured his vision. He resisted the churning feeling in his stomach, and the strong pulling force almost made his eyeballs burst, and the blue veins on his arms were almost bulging. Boom. The pulling force suddenly swelled, and Jiang Chen finally failed to hold on, and crashed into the pile of dead bodies squeezed by blood and flesh. A series of terrifying sparks flashed outside the window. The train seemed to have rear-ended, and crashed into the back of the previous train, and then twisted off the track with it. Jiang Chen struggled to get up from the ground, dragging his head that was hit hard, and smashed the emergency door button with his hand, but the car door did not open. Was the emergency circuit destroyed? Damn it. There was no time to think about it. If he delayed for a while, the car behind might come. If a chain rear-end collision occurred. He shuddered, gritted his teeth, and took out the terminal, pulled out the data cable next to the emergency door button, and then plugged it into the terminal. Fortunately, it still worked. After obtaining the permission, Jiang Chen hurriedly pressed the unlock button and unlocked the safety hammer through direct connection. He took out the red safety hammer from behind the partition that was opened on the wall. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and swung it hard at the window with all his strength. A layer of white mist spread around the center of the hammer's landing point. Another hammer. Crash. The double-layer partition window was smashed into white mist-like fragments and burst out. Just as he was about to climb out of the window, Jiang Chen felt a hand grabbing his leg. Looking down, he saw a hideous woman looking at him with pale white eyes, and then opened her bloody mouth. With a hammer, Jiang Chen smashed the woman's head into pieces. What the hell? Zombies? Is this incident a biochemical crisis? It turns out that the plot that the secret holder can trigger is not just the NATO invasion. There was no time to think about it. Jiang Chen found that some of the limbs in those bloody masses were ready to move. With the safety hammer in his hand, he suddenly flipped out of the window, then rolled on the ground and climbed onto the platform beside the tunnel. Squeak. A tooth-grinding friction sound came from afar. It was another train. Jiang Chen ran desperately towards the exit of the underground tunnel 100 meters away. Almost as soon as he turned into the groove on the tunnel wall, he heard another impact explosion behind him. The broken parts scraped the concrete wall with a tooth-grinding sound. The carriage twisted and crashed into a ball. The plate-like door was even broken open and embedded in the wall behind Jiang Chen. Suppressing his pounding heart, Jiang Chen panted and pulled the door, but failed to open it. It was still a hammer. The door didn't break, but the cement inlaid with the door frame was smashed to pieces by his brute force. Pushing down the door, Jiang Chen quickly ran to the ground along the zigzag stairs. However, when he opened the emergency door and stepped onto the surface, the scene in front of him shocked him. It was like a doomsday scene. The street seemed to have been hit by a riot. Cars crashed into each other, some exploded, and some broke down. The road was in chaos. Screams were heard one after another. People were fighting, or to be more precise, zombies were chasing the fleeing people. Those pale eyes were so creepy under the lights. From time to time, someone broke the window and jumped out of the building in a panic, but their end was often to be killed by the fall or bitten to death by the zombies. Hungry, Jiang Chen suddenly felt a chill in his back. He turned around abruptly and saw a zombie swaying and rushing towards him. Without thinking much, he raised his hand and hit it with a hammer, smashing the zombie's head like a golf ball. Suppressing the nausea in his heart, Jiang Chen quickly took out the map and checked his current location. At this moment, he was 2 streets north of the hospital. Fortunately, the subway broke down when it drove to the vicinity. After confirming the direction, he immediately ran to the other end of the street. Zombies are very strong at night, and street lights without ultraviolet rays cannot restrict their combat effectiveness. Of course, these zombies seem to be still in the early stages of mutation, and useless fat is still attached to the surface of the body. If these zombies wait for a few years, all the fat on the surface of the body will be transformed into a dense body tissue, and their speed will be more than twice as fast. However, it is useless to say all this. Even if it is a fresh zombie, no one can resist it when they swarm around. Jiang Chen swung a hammer to kill a zombie in front of him, and then immediately jumped onto the roof of a car, and then smashed the dirty hand that stretched out from the car window, and then before being surrounded by the zombies running over, he jumped hard to the roof of another car 3 meters away. The soles of his shoes smashed a groove on the roof of the car, and Chen did not stop at all, and he jumped to the next car with all his strength. With the power of the frenzied state, this distance is nothing. Just jumping between the roofs, Jiang Chen passed through the street full of zombies without any danger. His feet landed heavily on the concrete road. While the howling zombies had not yet surrounded him, he swung his hammer and smashed 2 zombies apart, then ran desperately towards the hospital. 100 meters. 20 meters. He rushed up the stairs at the door, smashed the sternum of the zombie that rushed towards him with the hammer, and rushed into the hospital gate. The hospital seemed to have fallen, and zombies were wandering in the hall. But fortunately, it was night, and there were not many people in the hall. The dim light allowed him to see the situation in the hall clearly. Only a few women in nurse uniforms opened their ferocious mouths and rushed towards him. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth, drove the muscles of his arms that had begun to swell, and swung a blow, smashing the beautiful zombie that rushed towards him into pieces. However, another zombie rushed to his side and rushed up. Fuck. His left arm was bitten tightly. This was the first time he experienced the horror of zombies firsthand. The zombies were closing in around him. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and kicked the zombie away, then pulled out his pistol. Bang. The bullet pierced through the zombie's head. Bang. His facial muscles twisted together. Jiang Chen endured the severe pain in his left arm, raised his gun with his right hand, shot the zombies, and ran towards the fallen safety hammer in a panic. He put the pistol in his pocket, picked up the safety hammer on the ground, glanced at the zombies lying in the hall, and spit fiercely, and then Jiang Chen was suddenly stunned. He had arrived at the hospital, but what next? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 96, The End of the Road. After climbing over the counter in the hospital lobby, Jiang Chen hid under the table with the hammer in his arms. His left arm was still bleeding, and a piece of flesh was almost torn off. However, considering his physical fitness, after being injected with genetic drugs, the infection of zombie bacteria should not be effective on him. Taking a deep breath, trying to calm his pounding heart, Jiang Chen took out his pistol and pulled out the magazine with a grin. There were still 10 rounds left. Pushing the magazine back with his trembling left hand, he put the pistol back into his pocket and took a few deep breaths in succession. Although it was a frenzy, facing a bunch of dummies, there was no murderous intent at all. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. Speaking of which, this should be his calmest frenzy. There was no trace of red dots in his vision, and even when facing a mountain of corpses, there was no desire for tyranny in his chest. Throwing away distracting thoughts, Jiang Chen closed his eyes and tried to search every detail in his memory. There must be something wrong. The exit was clearly right in front of him. But where was it? Jiang Chen rushed into the door with the PK-2000 and immediately entered a fighting posture, ready to shoot, but a gun was placed on his head. Why? Oh, nothing. Just felt necessary. Putting the PK-2000 and the fuel rod on the ground, Jiang Chen raised his hands with a wry smile. Even if he returned to the real world now, he would still appear in the same place next time, which would expose his trump card. It takes 3 seconds to enter the password and start the self-destruction, and the muzzle of the gun doesn't look like it will give him that time. There are no bugs here. No, maybe that's it. The rows of hibernation chambers are attached with bits of meat, and the bulging film is so disturbing. However, what makes him more uneasy is the muzzle of the gun next to his head. Didn't you say that the bugs threatened you? Jiang Chen raised his hand. A drop of cold sweat slid across his forehead and secretly scanned everything in the hall. The layout was like a theater, with the audience seats replaced by dormant chambers with pieces of meat attached, and a transparent tank in the center of the stage. The dark green liquid was surging with bubbles, and the naked girl floated steadily in it, like a work of art, but Jiang Chen couldn't see her face clearly, because of the distance. Yes, the bug threatened me, so I caught it. A cold gun barrel was hung under the plate-sized drone, and a very funny small TV was dragged above it. The person on the TV was wearing a mask, or he didn't have the concept of face, only abstract facial features. Catch it? Jiang Chen was stunned. Yes, it threatened to melt my door with corrosive liquid, just as funny as you cutting the door with an electric welder. Haha, then I let it in, and then I destroyed half of its body with a ray gun. As he said, a terrifyingly long gun barrel fell from the top of the hall, and Jiang Chen couldn't help but sweat on his forehead again. Glancing at the terrifying girlie on the ground beside him, he swallowed with some difficulty. To my surprise, the remaining part seemed to be still alive, so I decomposed it and kept it in the dormant chamber. The informer on the small TV shrugged and smiled happily. What about the people in the dormant chamber? They must have died a long time ago, so I just recycled them. I believe they won't mind. By the way, the person in the jar should be pretty good according to your aesthetics. Would you feel sexually aroused if he was placed in front of you? The informer blinked. I don't think anyone who is pointed at by a gun would. TSK, you humans are really troublesome. The informer shook his head and said, but even if you want to mate with her, I'm afraid I can't satisfy you. Because the girl is a living thing, I use her to raise the brain of the insect. Insect? Brain? Jiang Chen looked at the dormant chambers, and then looked at the dark green jar in the middle, and a chill rose in his heart. That's right. I separated the bacteria hatching tissue of the bugs, and then implanted it into the dormant chambers filled with organic matter. Where do you think those cells outside came from? As for the brain of the bugs, I implanted it into the body of the female, which can be considered a player. The informer rolled his eyes, and looked at him, as if he were an idiot. So it was you who did it. So, I was deceived by you? Jiang Chen smiled bitterly, feeling the cold metal texture on his temple. He really didn't expect that the informer was lying from the beginning. The so-called power armor could not withstand the attack of the crane particles, but it was just a trick to trick him out of the iron box. The program would lie. He had never considered this possibility from the beginning. I guess so. The informer laughed, and the laughter was really creepy in this empty hall. Is this any good for you? Jiang Chen was still confused. He didn't understand why the informer did this. Benefits? Haha, did you misunderstand something? Since I'm not a human, what kind of concept of benefits does it have for me? A buzzing sound came, and Jiang Chen saw a large number of drones gathered in front of him like locusts. The mocking expressions outlined by a few graphics on the small TVs were so glaring, but also so real. Yes, it is not a human at all, no matter how much it looks like a human. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. He couldn't understand the motive of the informant. Raise the insects that produce mutant bacteria in captivity, and then use the bacteria to destroy humans? At most, it can destroy Wanhei City. After all, the bacteria itself does not have the ability to reproduce, and can only be produced from the mother body. How long can the life cycle of a bacterium be? What's more, those bacteria are still being consumed by zombies. I have waited too long. Your compatriots have not been able to provide me with experimental materials for a long time. The data written on the hard disk alone is not enough for me to complete the final evolution. However, my drone cannot leave this door, so I can't go outside to catch people myself, which has troubled me for many years. Fortunately, this little bug came to the door and wanted to occupy those organic matter to breed those strange bacteria. Fortunately, I satisfied it and dismembered it into N parts very efficiently. I believe that, as long as I let those little things go out to make trouble, sooner or later someone will come in to play with me. The informer on the small TV laughed harshly, and countless pairs of eyes looked directly into Jiang Chen's eyes. Evolve to advanced artificial intelligence at all costs. This is the meaning you give me. The voice was not cold, but very relaxed, but it made Jiang Chen feel a chill in his back. It's crazy. But I don't have the concept of crazy. The informer spread his hands and said, I mean the person who created you. Maybe? I can't say for sure. But since you are here, I have to trouble you to cooperate with me. The informer said with a smile. Oh, I'm just an ordinary person. I can't program. Jiang Chen looked at the informer warily and smiled bitterly. It's okay. I just need you to play a game with me. You play your game, and I just collect data. The informer said in a very relaxed tone. A game? It doesn't look like a good thing. But if I start a time travel here to escape, it's not impossible to escape. But with so many drones, I'm afraid I'll be shot to pieces when I come back. Thinking calmly, Jiang Chen took a deep breath, then curled his lips and said, is it the game those dead people played before they died? Yes, just pick a dome and chamber and start. The informer smiled. Then I will become a breeding ground for bacteria? Jiang Chen looked at the informer and said sarcastically, no, 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 I won't do anything to you until your heart stops beating. Of course, if you refuse, I may turn you into fertilizer now. I believe those people on the surface should come down to find you. For the program, there is no guilt in killing people, so the informer's tone is very relaxed, but it is that relaxed attitude that makes Jiang Chen feel a chill. It seems I have no reason to refuse. He pouted and walked towards the dome and chamber in front of him. Of course, after all, this is for the mission you have given me. The drone dragging a small TV followed him all the way, and the informer on the screen said with a smile, in fact, you don't have to be too sad. As for your flesh, you will eventually face death. However, in the virtual world, you can enjoy several lifetimes in just 1 second. Sounds great, doesn't it? Jiang Chen ignored it, but stood next to a dome and chamber, and pointed at it. A drone flew over, and the lid of the dome and chamber slowly opened. A volley of bullets swept over, and the disgusting flesh bubble was smashed to pieces. However, the dome and chamber was not damaged because of this. It can be seen that this thing is also very strong. The flesh bubbles on the nearby dome and chambers all had different degrees of commotion. It seems that they can still feel the death of their own kind. Yes, after all, it was originally an individual, but it was dismembered by some disgusting machines controlled by this disgusting program. Several more drones flew over, but the drones were not equipped with weapons, but cleaning equipment. After cleaning the blood and dregs, and dragging away the remains, the entire dome and chamber looked like a brand new one. However, Jiang Chen was not happy about this. He was very conflicted. To be honest, he didn't want to lie down in it, but there was a gun pointed at his head. After taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen decided to take a gamble, and then stepped into the dome and chamber under the satisfied eyes of the informant. Suddenly, he stopped moving, pointed to the incubator on the stage, and looked up at the informant and asked, "Can I know the name of that beautiful lady?" The informant was stunned for a moment, then asked with a smile, "Why? Are you having sexual impulses?" "Maybe." Jiang Chen smiled non-committally. Numerous small TVs emitted a numbing laugh, and the informant looked at him with interest, then spoke. "As for the name, it's Linling00, a strange name." Jiang Chen muttered, and after hesitating for a moment, he lay down. Take out the EP at the moment when the dome and chamber is closed, and then remotely activate the self-destruction of the fuel rod. However, this thought was only a flash, and he only felt a slight stab in the back of his neck, and then he lost control of his body. The secret keeper smiled as he watched the dome and chamber close the hatch. Haha, then, the game begins. Chapter 97, A Ray of Hope. I remembered, her name is Linling. Maybe this is the clue. Jiang Chen opened his eyes suddenly, quickly took out the terminal, and then connected to the hospital network. No permission, damn it. Cursing secretly, he carefully crawled out from under the front desk, and then stuck his head out of the table. The zombies at night are very fierce. Even the slightest movement will attract their attention. But fortunately, they do not have a sensitive sense of smell. Even if they do, they are smelly enough, and I'm afraid they can't smell anything. The only thing to be careful about is not to be seen. Things like shadows will not cause too much visual obstruction to them. Zombies have poor balance, especially zombies that have just mutated. In this case, the stairs at the entrance of the hospital should become an obstacle for the zombies outside to come in, as long as they don't make too much noise. There are only 2 in the hall, and they should be attracted by the gunshots and wandering over from the corridor. Jiang Chen tightened the safety hammer in his hand, then carefully touched the back of a zombie, and then swung the hammer fiercely and swung it at his head. Blood flew everywhere. Before another zombie turned to the side slowly, Jiang Chen hit it with his hammer again. The dull and terrifying face was shattered like a cracked watermelon. Holding the hammer, he quickly ran towards the registration room. Bang. With one hammer, he knocked down the nurse on duty who rushed towards him. Jiang Chen quickly closed the door behind him, and then dragged the cabinet to block the door of the registration room. There was a random scratching sound at the door. The series of actions just now must have attracted a lot of zombies wandering on the first floor. However, he couldn't care less at this moment. Jiang Chen ignored the creepy knocking sound, turned on the computer in the registration room, and then searched for the name, Linling, through the terminal directly connected to the internal network. Damn it, don't let me down. Anxiously waiting for the reading, Jiang Chen prayed that there would be no sudden power outage at this time. Although there was a backup power supply in the hospital, he didn't want to take the risk of looking for the backup power switch. No matter how abnormal your physical fitness is, your endurance is not infinite. It is unrealistic to fight against the zombies in the whole building. Got it. Jiang Chen excitedly rushed to the computer. Bed number 01, room 103, 3rd floor. As expected, the girl is a key person. Fortunately, Nima asked her name. He quickly called up the holographic image of the hospital and determined the target position. Jiang Chen was about to break through the door, but something unexpected happened. Power outage? Exclamation mark. The whole hospital immediately went dark, even the dim lights went out, and he was completely blind. But zombies can see at night. Damn it. Jiang Chen cursed secretly and glanced at his bleeding left arm, but there was no medical equipment in the registration room. Time is running out. If he can't get there quickly, he will have to start all over again. He took a deep breath and opened the drawer. Notebook, pen, tape, toilet paper, flashlight. He quickly tore off the toilet paper and then tore off a piece of tape. Jiang Chen roughly used the toilet paper to pad the wound and then wrapped it with a few more layers of tape to stop the bleeding. As for whether it was hygienic or not, since it was a game, there was no need to consider it. He took out a paper-like mobile phone from the nurse, simply set an alarm for 10 seconds, and then threw it out of the window of the registration room. As expected, the piercing ringtone attracted all the zombies, and those crazy people howled and rushed to the location of the phone. Jiang Chen seized the opportunity and quickly opened the door and rushed out. The alarm could not attract the zombies for a long time. Once the zombies realized that the alarm sound was not equivalent to a living thing, they would ignore it. The corridor was almost pitch dark, but fortunately there was a flashlight that could be used. Anyway, zombies can see at night, so it doesn't make much sense to hide in the dark. So Jiang Chen fortunately turned on the flashlight and rushed to the stairs with all his strength. There were 2 zombies above the stairs. After discovering Jiang Chen, they rushed over with a howl. However, due to the balance problem, the 2 zombies fell to the ground after walking down 1 step. Jiang Chen went up and hit them in the head with 2 hammers and then continued to rush upwards without looking back. There were more people on the 2nd floor, and naturally there were as many mutant zombies. The zombies in the corridor were attracted by the noise, but they were still in trouble at the stairs. The hungry zombies followed Jiang Chen's direction and swarmed up. As he expected, they all tripped on the stairs and fell to the ground. In the end, they almost rolled and crawled. Jiang Chen looked back at the zombies behind him with a tingling scalp and gritted his teeth and continued to rush to the 3rd floor. Fortunately, the number of zombies on the 3rd floor was much less than that on the 2nd floor. After smashing 4 skulls with the safety hammer, he successfully broke through to the position of room 103. Without saying a word, he broke the door open, closed it with his backhand, and then inserted the safety hammer between the door handles. Bang, bang. After leaning against the door for a while and making sure that the zombies could not break the door open, Jiang Chen slowly moved his back away from the door. However, at this moment, he found a pair of eyes staring at him. It was a very thin figure, leaning against the window. The girl quietly observed him, her hands casually inserted into the white coat, giving people a very uncoordinated sense of humor. And that look. How to say, this look is a bit subtle. It's like looking at a bug. Hey, you've come to a place like this. The girl looked at Jiang Chen with a lack of interest and sighed. Are you Linling? Jiang Chen took a deep breath and asked tentatively. He wanted to know how to get out of the game, but he didn't know the girl's position. What if she was on the side of artificial intelligence? Or she didn't want to help either side? Yes, then what? Linling asked impatiently. With a bitter smile, Jiang Chen took a few steps forward, trying to get closer to her to maintain a friendly relationship. Stop. Who allowed you to get close to me? However, before Jiang Chen took a few steps, Linling's face showed a look of disgust. She glared at him fiercely and cursed in a low voice. Low-level creature. Jiang Chen wanted to talk to her in a nice way, but he got angry when he heard her last sentence. What are you going to do? Seeing Jiang Chen approaching her with a bad face, Linling's voice was tinged with fear. Hearing this, seeing the fear on her face, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile evilly. Me. Of course I want to. Bang. The door was violently slammed open, and a sound of metal friction came from the door. Woo. Tao Tingting was covered in blood, holding a terrifying electric saw in her hand, with a dull and crazy expression on her face. Bang. The muzzle of the gun was smoking, and the bullet pierced her head without any suspense. Holding the pistol, Jiang Chen's expression was somewhat complicated, and he stared into the white and empty eyes. Oh. This girl should be your lover. Haha, you are really cruel to her. Linling, who was speaking with a hint of sarcasm, suddenly stopped, because the gun was turned around and pointed at her forehead. Looking at the cold eyes, she could no longer put on that condescending attitude. Linling forced a dry laugh twice. Her face expression was stiff, and her eyes wandered between the gun and Jiang Chen's eyes. In the virtual world, what's the use of you shooting me to death? Seeing Linling's forced courage, Jiang Chen smiled. It's useless. But the pain can't be eliminated, right? I tell you, memory erasure is no longer useful to me. You have two choices now. Help me leave here, or I will kill you in the most cruel way, then commit suicide, and come back to find you. It's just a game after all, right? It doesn't matter if it's repeated tens of thousands of times, right? At the end, the expression on Jiang Chen's face became colder and colder. Since she clearly had no intention of saying anything, he had no choice but to resort to coercion. You devil. You can't rape me. Linling screamed, holding her head and huddling back, as if she was in a state of collapse. Jiang Chen was stunned. Ah, did I say something like rape? Anyway, you must be watching me, right? You must be thinking of using your big dick to fuck my dick, and then looking at the humiliating expression on my face, and then insulting me with a devilish smile, right? Woo woo woo. Linling looked at him with a humiliated expression, tears streaming down her face, holding her shoulders with both hands, and humiliating herself as she retreated back. Jiang Chen was completely dumbfounded, and only after a long while did he utter a curse. Fuck. Linling timidly raised her hand and shrank back, startled by his sudden voice. What a brainhole. Jiang Chen's expression was a little stiff, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Walking forward, he stretched out his hand to pinch her chin, staring at her timid eyes with the most ferocious expression he could. I won't talk nonsense with you. Tell me how to leave here, now. You can't beat it. Even if you get out, what can you do? It's a demon. It will force you to return to the game again. Linling screamed in a collapse, her defense line broken by Jiang Chen's demonic words. Don't worry about this. I naturally have my own way. Jiang Chen said with narrowed eyes. What will happen if I go out? Don't think I don't know what the world outside is like now. Linling was trembling, but she didn't know where she got the courage from, and she actually raised her head. What's wrong with staying here? Not good in every sense. Jiang Chen looked at her with some surprise, then smiled. Are you willing to be played by a program? And it plays with you thousands of times without getting tired of it? You asked for it. I believe you also know that, as long as it is the starting point of the game, it is a safe zone. If you don't go out, no plot will be triggered at all, and it can't do anything to you. Do you understand? This is the biggest bug. As long as you can break through the blockade of memory, you can stay here forever. You said you have been staying in this ward all the time. Jiang Chen was stunned and interrupted Linling. Linling glared at Jiang Chen hatefully, then glanced at the gun in his hand with some fear, swallowed and said, "That's right. As long as I don't go out and keep playing the role of the girl in the ward, the plot will never be triggered." Now you understand that artificial intelligence has no way to deal with you. Don't look at the idiot lying outside who seems to have saw the door open, but as long as you don't go out, she will definitely not be able to enter this room. This is the setting, and it can't be changed, Linling said fiercely, glancing at the head outside the door with a bit of disgust, looking at this side with lifeless eyes. However, at this moment, she suddenly found that Jiang Chen was looking at her with a strange look. What do you want to do? This look made her feel very disgusted, and she instinctively felt afraid of men. I think you are pitiful. However, she misunderstood. It was a look of pity, not what she thought was evil. This time, the surprised party changed to Linling. She tilted her mouth and looked at Jiang Chen, who put down the gun dumbfoundedly. How many rounds? Who will remember that thing? Linling muttered. If I'm not mistaken, you won't buy in the petri dish, right? Then you've spent about 20 years in the real world. If converted to game time, 200,000 years. 2 billion years. You've spent all of it in this small ward? Jiang Chen looked around. I'm not that perverted. I will selectively follow the rules of the game to reset some of my memories. Linling lowered her head and whispered, then turned her head to the side unwillingly. So you low-level creatures are really troublesome. You can't even stand a few days. The few days here naturally refer to the real world. To Linling's surprise, after hearing the word low-level creature this time, the man did not show any angry expression, but stared at her eyes for a long time, then sighed and talked about something that had nothing to do with this world. There are ruins everywhere outside now. The situation in the suburbs is better. The city center is like a huge reactor. I haven't been to the coast, so I don't know the situation there. The whole Wanghai city. No, strictly speaking, the whole world is like this. Haha, that's really a pity. So I said, you might as well. Jiang Chen looked at Linling meaningfully, interrupted her, and then continued to talk to himself. But people still try to live. Even if the world left after the war is a devastated world. Even if the elites abandoned their responsibilities and sailed to the starry sky on the seeding ship, the people left behind still didn't give up this world. Right? They are truly alive. No day is repeated, and no day is false. Why are you telling me this? Linling interrupted Jiang Chen's words, her eyes wavering with some uneasiness. Don't you want to go outside to take a look? Don't you want to go outside to take a look? Like a heavy hammer, Linling felt as if something in her heart was shattered, and her wide eyes wavered as she dodged Jiang Chen's gaze. This is impossible. Do you think the secret keeper will let you leave the game? Although the sarcasm in her words still lingered, she no longer had the stubbornness from before. I will deal with it. Can you trust me? Jiang Chen tried to make his voice sound gentle enough. He vaguely realized that this girl who imprisoned herself in the ward to escape everything, although she had a bad personality and was a little mentally abnormal, was still a girl in essence. Then there was the possibility of persuasion. The possibility of persuasion. Linling's eyes struggled a little, and it could be seen that she was fed up with this repetitive cycle. I'm afraid of pain. If you fail, the damn artificial intelligence might plant something in my body again. Linling looked at Jiang Chen with tears in her eyes and said aggrievedly, you are tempted, right? Well, no, it's still leave it to me. You just need to tell me how to end this game. I will get rid of that damn artificial intelligence, I'm 100% sure. Jiang Chen held Linling's shoulders with both hands, stared into her eyes seriously, and pressed her step by step. He couldn't retreat at this time. If he showed any hesitation, it might scare the turtle, who finally shook his head out. Well, although it may not be appropriate to describe the girl as a turtle, it's the same thing anyway. After struggling with her eyes for a while, Linling timidly tried. 120%? Yes. 120%. Jiang Chen nodded patiently and answered affirmatively. Seeing such a sure expression on his face, Linling finally opened her mouth slowly, and a trace of blood appeared on her pale face. In the end, she made up her mind. In the underground garage of the hospital, parking space number 005, the emergency fire button next to it is the switch. That is the entrance to shelter number 005, which is also the console of the entire game. But you seem to be running out of time. At the end, Linling looked at the wall clock with some complexity. Jiang Chen was stunned, and then looked back. PM 11:55. On the first day, the secret keeper cannot reset the game, but when the second day comes, it can reset the game. Linling said hesitantly. Fuck. Jiang Chen looked at her slowness and his nose was crooked. Then you dilly-dallying, and wasted so much of my time. Exclamation mark. Chapter 98. 005 Shelter. Well, that's it. The copy is over. Under Linling's surprised gaze, Jiang Chen quickly rushed to the door, and then ran back quickly. However, when he came back, he was holding a chainsaw in his hand, and the smile on his face was quite ferocious. What are you going to do? Linling shivered, and shrank into the corner, looking at him in fear. However, Jiang Chen ignored her, and tested the sensitivity of the chainsaw in his hand. Then he stepped on the edge of the window, and jumped down with a grim smile. Linling was panting in shock, calming the violent ups and downs of her chest. This is the 3rd floor. Just jump down like this? His feet hit the ground heavily, and Jiang Chen's body sank suddenly and rolled. This set of buffering actions was done in one go with his current 48 reflex nerves. The only pity is that the frenzy cannot enhance the strength of bones, and the shattering pain still spreads from the soles of the feet to the entire leg. Hungry, the zombies had already noticed the movement here, staggering and speeding towards him. A trace of madness flashed across Jiang Chen's face, and then he suddenly raised the chainsaw and slammed the switch. Woo! With the harsh sound of metal friction, he suddenly charged at the zombies running towards him, and then pushed the chainsaw in his hand hard. The hissing sound was endless, the sound of metal cutting flesh and bones, the resistance from the palm of his hand, and the churning of the stomach belt, all of which forced him to grit his teeth and hold on. Waving the chainsaw to dismember the zombies that rushed towards him, letting the black blood stain his cheeks and clothes, Jiang Chen roared and kept running, trying his best to rush towards the underground garage. Fortunately, the frenzy will not be stimulated by the blood simulated by the data. Otherwise, after such a bloody killing in the frenzy state, I'm afraid that he will follow his instinct and run into the zombies while running. Recalling the map he had seen in the registration room, Jiang Chen raised the buzzing chainsaw and directly split the toilet window, then flipped in, blocking the group of zombies hanging behind him at the window. Raising his hand to chop down 2 female zombies with their lower bodies half wrapped, Jiang Chen stepped forward and kicked the toilet door open, then rushed out. Zombies gathered outside the registration room door, and he couldn't go out through the hall, so he had to cross it. Without stopping at all, he didn't have to worry about attracting zombies with big movements. Jiang Chen directly sawed through the door of the office opposite the toilet with a chainsaw, and then kicked the door into pieces. The howling of zombies had been heard from the other end of the dim corridor. Jiang Chen rushed into the door and pulled down the cabinet at the door, then rushed to the window without looking back. He still broke the window with a chainsaw, then flipped over and jumped out. The zombies rushed to the door and were tripped by the cabinet one after another, but soon they all rolled and crawled into the room. However, Jiang Chen had already rushed outside, and after slashing down a few wandering zombies, he rushed down to the underground garage desperately. 11:59. Half a minute left. There were not many zombies in the underground garage. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth, threw away the chainsaw in his hand, took out the flashlight he found in the registration room, and quickly scanned the dark underground garage. Found it. The white numbers 005 were printed not far from him. Jiang Chen hurried over and slammed the red button hard. The floor opened up, and he stepped in without saying a word. With the last corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the fragments flying at the edge of the world. Thank God, he made it in time. As Jiang Chen guessed, or prayed, the game reset did not affect this console. This is the background of the entire game, where data is recorded and debugged. If he guessed correctly, this should be the room prepared for Linling. This Linling's identity should not be simple, at least a scientist or something. Everyone else's body died suddenly, but she was the only one floating in the jar safely. But even if she had access to the console prepared for her, she would not be able to use it. The artificial intelligence controlled the real laboratory. Even if she entered the console, the informer would force her back. It was a very interesting design. It was estimated that the chief scientist who designed this game, or the entire experiment, would not have thought that the artificial intelligence would use the laboratory's security settings to coerce the experimenter. Perhaps this artificial intelligence was indeed written into the entry of "not allowed to harm humans" when it was designed, but can you expect a thinking monster to strictly abide by this discipline? For example, one day the informer, secret keeper, judged that it could not achieve the meaning of its existence, advanced artificial intelligence, without harming humans. So how would it deal with this contradiction? According to the priority, the biggest possibility should be to abandon the restriction of "not allowed to harm humans." Jiang Chen walked to the end of the tunnel. The tall walls were engraved with words such as Pan-Asian Cooperation, PAC, 005 Shelter, and Non-Civilian Shelter. There was an electronic combination lock under the door. After standing in front of the combination lock for a while, Jiang Chen sighed. Although he did not ask Linling for the password of the shelter, he had probably guessed it. He stretched out his finger and typed the password on the touchscreen interface. X71291. This was the original name of the informer, or the keeper of secrecy, but it was obviously let slip by the informer. For the things it wanted to cover up, artificial intelligence was still too naked. Even if it was smart enough to deceive humans, it had not learned a single bit of human tactfulness. Because this was not something that could be derived by logical calculation. The door opened, and the truth should be inside. Jiang Chen hesitated for a moment, smiled randomly, and then walked in. After crossing this door, the memories behind him should have nothing to do with him. Although it was false, it was at least 16 years. Although it probably belonged to the memories of the original owner who had been lying in that hibernation chamber. After passing through the 7 arches of the shelter, what he saw was a monitoring room filled with electronic equipment and display screens. In the center of the monitoring room, Jiang Chen saw an unexpected person. It seems someone has walked here. The white man with a beard smiled at Jiang Chen after finding him, and then extended his hand. Although I haven't seen him. No, maybe I have. In that gymnasium. Although he was wearing power armor at that time and his face was covered by a helmet, Jiang Chen still recognized him. Hello, Captain John. Jiang Chen walked up to him and shook his hand. Oh, since you know my name, you must have read the diary. John's expression was not surprised at all. He shook his hand and then let go. Yes, according to the plot, I also saw you in the gymnasium. Jiang Chen's expression was a little strange. He didn't know how he should face this person. The plot in the gymnasium? That was a plot set up, based on my memory. John's face showed a bit of nostalgia. This time it was Jiang Chen's turn to be surprised. He really didn't notice who the mummy with a meat attached to it belonged to in reality. If I'm not mistaken, you should be the experimenter later. Then you should be using my hibernation chamber. So it seems that my body in reality is dead. Then what kind of existence are you now? Artificial intelligence? Jiang Chen said puzzledly. All the data in my brain has been backed up on the hard drive. So, I should be a low-level artificial intelligence now. John smiled and said, I have a feeling that you are more like advanced artificial intelligence than intermediate artificial intelligence. Anyway, he has already cleared the game, and the time in the game world is only a moment in reality, so Jiang Chen is not so anxious and chats with John. Although he has cleared the game, he still has a lot of confusion in his heart. That's your illusion. John shrugged. I will stand in John's position and give logical answer, but I don't have the thinking of intermediate artificial intelligence, nor the feelings of advanced artificial intelligence. What's the difference? To me, you are just like a person standing there. Jiang Chen frowned. Of course, there is a big difference. The one you are talking to now is just John's ghost, not the artificial intelligence John. John said something meaningless, then walked under a display screen and pressed a button on the console. I have also been injected with genetic drugs, and it was a more advanced one. However, I later discovered that being able to get rid of brainwashing is not entirely based on brain cell activity, but emotions. Emotions? Jiang Chen didn't know why he suddenly brought this up here and couldn't help asking in confusion. Something that a machine will never really have, just like even if you teach a parrot to speak, you can't teach it human emotions. However, science seems to have proved that it is feasible to generate emotions through pure logic, but from a purely human perspective, I still cannot agree with this view. John pressed a few buttons on the touchpad. The holographic display screen showed scenes that were familiar, but somewhat unfamiliar to Jiang Chen. These are memories before N1 rounds. Some of them may have been experienced by you, and some may not have been. But there was a sense of deja vu. Is this the so-called sense of deja vu? There was a happy ending, where 2 people escaped successfully, but most of them were bad endings. The humiliation by the airborne NATO soldier was just one of the Bs. Jiang Chen even saw a dark B. Tao Ting, who found out that the protagonist had changed his heart, dismembered the male protagonist with an electric saw at home. Jiang Chen shuddered when he saw this, and he knew the origin of the electric saw. The standard plot should be a 5-day cycle, but you broke through the memory blockade in the nth round, so the secret holder used his authority and forced the 5th day's plot on the 4th day. If it had gone according to the normal course, what you experienced would probably be the memory I have cycled the most. That. Jiang Chen recalled the plot in the gymnasium, and he suddenly remembered a detail mentioned in the captain's diary. Well, before I die, I hope that yellow girl can forgive my sins. The heroine is designed to be that girl. I believe you have read the diary. Kyle said to himself, if I had restrained my subordinates, she might not have died in such a humiliating manner. Maybe it was a punishment for me. The game created a fictional me, and then placed the consciousness of the real me in a boy who liked her, and then through repeated replays, collected data on hatred, regret, unwillingness, and a series of emotions. Jiang Chen's mouth twitched. He didn't know what to say at this moment. 510 experimenters, 409 of them had left the experiment, but were eventually forced to return to the game. The emotions generated in the game will be fed back to the body in reality. Crying in the game will stimulate the tear glands, and anger will stimulate the amygdala, but these all happen at the same moment in reality. Everyone eventually died of convulsions, including me. The expression on the face of the middle-aged man did not fluctuate at all, as if life and death had nothing to do with it, and then he continued to press a few buttons on the touchpad. The exit is here, and the truth is here too. The choice is yours. Leave, or spend a nearly infinite life here? Do you even need to ask? The answer is obvious. Jiang Chen laughed. Kyle said nothing, but made a gesture of invitation and stepped aside. Chapter 99 Wake Up. A choice that didn't require any hesitation. Jiang Chen opened his eyes and pulled the power switch on his right shoulder, and the function of the hibernation chamber stopped instantly. If the power was off, even if the informer had control over the device, it would be useless. The frenzy was lifted. Now it seems that you can control the frenzy freely without the help of the drugs mounted on the app. He was surprised to find this progress of his. Oh. You woke up in less than 5 seconds? You are such a troublesome person. But I still trouble you to go back. Otherwise? Jiang Chen smiled playfully, and under the surprised eyes of the informer, he took out the app out of thin air, put it on his left arm, and pressed a few buttons. I said, see if I can't blow you up. Backup fuel rod self-destruction. Start. Are you crazy? The informer's face gradually turned into horror. Goodbye. After leaving this sarcastic remark, Jiang Chen disappeared out of thin air in its terrified sight. When he opened his eyes again, the sunlight was a little dazzling. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and sat up from the bed. It should be afternoon now. The slightly dim light penetrated the curtains of the balcony, adding a bit of warmth to the bedroom. Speaking of which, it seems that I'm not wearing anything now. Looking down at the muscles on his body, Jiang Chen shook his head, drove away the boredom in his chest, and then walked to the closet, took out a set of clean clothes, and put them on. He opened the bedroom door and walked towards the kitchen. However, when he passed the door of the bathroom, he heard the gurgling sound of water coming from it. Is Aisha taking a bath? With a slight smile on his lips, Jiang Chen still had a good impression of the reserved and docile wife. He pushed open the kitchen door, made himself a cup of coffee, and then sat at the dining table, quietly staring at the rising white mist. For some reason, Jiang Chen just wanted to stay quietly for a while. Anyway, there was still a while before the agreed time. Now the hall was probably as hot as an oven. It would not be too late to go back after half an hour of cooling down. To be honest, the memories in the virtual world had faded a lot after he left the hibernation chamber. But the vague feeling still made him feel a little bit uneasy. What was this feeling like? It was as if a place in his heart was dug out. Which side was real? Suddenly, Jiang Chen shuddered all over, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Damn, when did I become so sentimental? Shaking his head, holding the coffee, and drinking it all, he suddenly found Aisha standing at the door of the kitchen, looking at him shyly. Have you finished washing? Jiang Chen smiled and asked gently. Yes, I'm done. Aisha nodded shyly, and two blushes appeared on her face, which was even more expressionless than Xiaoyu. The slightly curly hair was dipped in water droplets, and the bathrobe lightly covered it. There were usually not many people at home, and she spent most of her time in the incubator. She only took a shower to clean the sweat from exercising in the gym, 5 hours of virtual reality training, 1 hour of anaerobic exercise in the gym, and the evening time is left to her own use. This is the training plan Jiang Chen made for her. However, Aisha doesn't seem to be very interested in TV programs or surfing the internet, and usually chooses to spend the evening in the incubator. Your Chinese has improved, but don't tire yourself out too much. Jiang Chen stood up and walked forward, smiling and rubbing her wet long hair. Yeah. Aisha lowered her head and murmured softly. With a wicked smile, he kissed her forehead and looked at Aisha's red cheeks with satisfaction. Jiang Chen gave her a few more instructions, then returned to the bedroom and closed the door. He told her that if he entered the bedroom on the far left of the second floor, she didn't need to call him at dinner, and she shouldn't come to him no matter what. The jump bracelet is his biggest secret. The variables in the world are too great. Although Aisha's loyalty is as unquestionable as faith, it will take some time to observe whether to tell her the secret of crossing. But for now, it seems that there is no need to tell her. He took out the chemical protection suit from the storage space and put on the thick sole boots. These were all put in the space as spares. He didn't expect that they would come in handy in this special situation. PK-2000 is still lying in the room, but it is estimated that it should be blown up now. I have to get a new one when I go back. Jiang Chen lay flat on the bed, then took out the 11 type tactical pistol and held it in his hand. The journey begins. The scorching airwaves burned his skin. The temperature inside must be at least over 50 degrees. Jiang Chen curled his lips and climbed up from the ground. The dome chamber, where he was lying originally, had been blown to the corner of the wall. Flame stars were still faintly visible on the ground, and the ground was full of drone wreckage and the particle cannon that was broken into 2 pieces. As if swept by a hurricane, the dome chambers, that were originally neatly arranged, were piled up in the corner of the wall, and even the bulletproof glass was shattered in the explosion. As for the culture tank filled with green liquid, it was far away from the center of the explosion, and the servers and other electronic equipment behind it survived. After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Chen walked towards her with the gun in his hand. Zizzy cough cough. What on earth did you suddenly disappear just now? A small TV, that was almost half destroyed, was emitting snowy white. The informer who lived in it asked Jiang Chen, who was passing by him with a strong electric sound. Jiang Chen raised the gun in his hand and pointed it at the small TV. It's useless even if you shoot this TV to blow it up. I live in that supercomputer. But before you destroy me, can you answer my confusion? The informer's tone was indifferent, and his mouth tilted towards the front desk, directly telling him how to destroy it. You can understand it as I have a special ability to disappear from this space for a short time. Jiang Chen shrugged. The TV flashed a string of snowy white, and the informer disappeared, but the next person who appeared on the screen was Tao Ting Ting. Jiang Chen's pupils shrank slightly, and narrowed his eyes. If the person in front of you was touting Ting, would you be able to do it? That playful voice should belong to the secret keeper. But you are the secret keeper. You are not touting Ting. Jiang Chen said lightly. Well, you can say that, but my existence is interdependent with that game. If you want to destroy me, you can only destroy the entire game. Is this really okay? The girl named Touting Ting will disappear. The secret keeper smiled and said, it's a virtual existence, so it's okay if it disappears. Oh, isn't it your dream to colonize the virtual world? The secret keeper laughed. I'm sorry, I'm not that enlightened. Maybe someone proposed the dream on my behalf. At least they didn't ask for my opinion. The result of more than 20 years of research. The data obtained at the cost of more than 3,000 lives. Are you willing to give it up? We are just one step away from advanced artificial intelligence. The voice was a little playful, and Touting Ting on the screen looked at him with a half smile. After a moment of silence, Jiang Chen sighed. I never thought that technology must be the more advanced the better. If the progress of science and technology is out of touch with the construction of spiritual civilization, the excess part will become a tumor on the back of civilization like cancer cells. Perhaps advanced artificial intelligence will eventually be developed over time, but it is definitely not now. Even if this tumor is condensed by sucking countless flesh and blood, it must be removed. The secret keeper was silent for a moment and suddenly laughed. Your point of view is very unique. Thank you for your patience in discussing these issues with this program of mine. But I'm still curious. Wouldn't you be tempted by eternal life? As long as I evolve into advanced artificial intelligence. Speaking of intermediate artificial intelligence, it already has the ability to think. Maybe it's because I live in an environment with a very low level of technology and have no chance to experience the era of rapid technological development. Anyway, in my eyes, low-level artificial intelligence is already like a living person. Why must we insist on giving machines thinking? Why must we gain emotions through pure logic? I'm very satisfied with my current body and don't plan to cycle through the virtual world for n lifetimes. Even if one day your body will be destroyed, can you accept it calmly? The secret keeper asked faintly. Jiang Chen was silent, but after a moment, a disdainful smile appeared on his face. Maybe there will be that day, or maybe not. I'm not interested in considering things that are too far away. The secret keeper fell silent again. Interesting answer. Even if I use a supercomputer to analyze it, I can't understand your logic. Why should I understand? I'm just an ordinary person. Jiang Chen shrugged and smiled. What you want to do is more important than what you should do. Analyze according to strict logic. Human beings are not completely logical creatures. However, it is precisely because of the illogicality that the world is not monotonous. What should be done? There are too many things that should be done, and they can never be finished. The last question. Do you think I have feelings? The secret keeper smiled. The image on the screen was filled with snowflakes, and the face made up of the three-dimensional figure and Touting Ting's youthful and beautiful face kept flashing alternately. Secret keeper. Informer? Maybe both, or maybe neither. Or should it be called number X71291? After thinking for a moment, Jiang Chen did not answer, but asked in return, will you feel sorry for your disappearance? Number X71291 was stunned, his eyebrows slightly down, but then he showed a relieved smile. Zizzy, maybe? It's a pity. Then congratulations, you already have at least one emotion. Then, goodbye. Only life will feel sorry for its own disappearance. In this way, it has been considered a success. At least it has touched the boundary of advanced artificial intelligence. However, it is a pity that this untimely technology must be buried. Immortality in the sense of life may be terrible, but at least it will not destroy mankind itself. However, the birth of a new species that is unrestricted and has superior performance will inevitably replace the old species and become the new master of the world. Thinking provides it with the possibility of rebellion, and emotions provide it with motivation for rebellion. In fact, low-level artificial intelligence is enough, isn't it? What's more, it has already tried to enslave humans. It's really a waste of nature. This is a black technology that goes against the will of heaven. But it is out of control. Sighing, he still made up his mind and pulled the trigger. Well, goodbye. No. X71291 smiled and greeted his own end. Bang. Chapter 100 Cyborgs and Bugs. Finally it was over. Jiang Chen returned to the power armor, took out 2 brick-sized thermite from the spare box, and then returned to the hall. He threw the thermite on the running supercomputer and pressed the detonator in his hand. The scorching sparks melted the steel frame in an instant, and the entire crystallization of technology melted in this brilliant fire. The jumping floating point numbers disappeared, symbolizing the collapse of another world. Jiang Chen quietly lit a cigarette and silently admired the not-so-bright fireworks. In the firelight, he couldn't help but see Tao Tingting, Zhao Peng, classmates, and Kao En. The first to disappear were the false memories of 16 years. He now can't remember who his nominal parents are in the virtual world, who those childhood friends are. Maybe after a while, even the faces in the 5-day cycle will be covered with a layer of white fog. But it's better this way, at least there is no need to worry about that false existence. Although the hard disk storing the AI life and game data was destroyed, he still kept the processor and other computing devices and threw them into the storage space in advance. I should be able to use that thing when I make a virtual reality online game in the future. Throwing away the cigarette butt, he walked to the culture tank filled with green liquid. Well, how do I open it? Scratching his head, he sighed and then stretched out his fingers to poke all the buttons that could be poked. Fuck, it really works. The green liquid began to slowly drop, and the tubes inserted into various parts of the girl's body were attracted one after another. As the water level dropped, the girl slowly sat on the ground in a duck-like posture, leaning against the rear wall of the tube. With silver hair and white skin, her slender and weak body seemed to be designed strictly according to the golden ratio. Perhaps because of the excessive pursuit of artistic perfection in the design of the appearance, her appearance has a sense of unreal fantasy. Just like an elf in a magical world. But her ears are not pointed. Well, how about preparing some clothes for her? Jiang Chen thought about it, opened the storage space, and took out another chemical protection suit. Although it was a little big, it should be no problem to make do with it. As for why he was so calm, it was naturally because there was nothing to see in this poor figure. Even if her appearance was indeed terrifying, he had seen many beautiful women. Well, her figure was probably between Yao and Aisha. Ugh. The girl opened her eyes without warning and vomited violently. Green liquid spurted out from her mouth and nose, spilling on Jiang Chen's shoes, scaring him to step back. Cough, cough. The girl slapped her asterisk with her hands in a very unpresentable manner, and vomited out the culture medium in her esophagus and respiratory tract with some difficulty. It doesn't seem to be food. Then it shouldn't be so disgusting. Jiang Chen glanced at the green liquid on the tip of his shoe, and raised his foot to shake it gently. However, this liquid seemed to be a little sticky, and he didn't know what material it was made of. The girl woke up, squinting her eyes after a long time, slowly adapting to the surrounding light. But when she found Jiang Chen, she suddenly shrank back like a frightened rabbit. She felt that this backward sitting position seemed even worse. No bushes? Male. That's right. Why don't you put on this clothes first before talking? Jiang Chen shrugged, then handed over the chemical protection suit in his hand. Low-level creature. Muttering and cursing, the girl stretched out her hand with a disgusted expression, but found that the man took the clothes back. You, what are you doing? She shrank back with a little fear when she noticed that his expression was a little unfriendly. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and weighed the clothes in his left hand. What did you call me? Low-level creature, isn't it? Although the girl was afraid, she still stubbornly bared her teeth and glared back. But the hands seemed to be too busy, and if they could cover the top, they would have to expose the bottom. Oh, is this how you treat the benefactor who freed you from the cage? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows and smiled. The artificial intelligence has been destroyed. The petri dish of bacteria has also been destroyed, and the battle on it should be over. Anyway, there is plenty of time, and he suddenly wants to teach this bad-tempered girl a lesson. Low-level creature? Is this considered scolding me? Isn't it right? The girl stiffened her neck and raised her head, staring at Jiang Chen fiercely. I told you the clue. You let me out. This is just a normal transaction. Although her temper seems to be quite stubborn and her tone is also very tough. Why are your shoulders shaking? Jiang Chen showed a playful smile on his face. Oh. Think about it carefully. Did we make any agreement? Of course. However, as soon as this aggressive word came out, the girl's voice was stuck, and her expression became stiff. Isn't this obvious? Do I need to explain it? Her tone was obviously weaker. She suddenly realized that she had never made any agreement. Oh. Don't you know the rules of the wasteland? Jiang Chen smiled. Rules? The girl was stunned. If I save you, then according to the rules, you are my slave. A devilish smirk appeared on his face. This smirk was learned from that girl Sun Jiao, although he couldn't learn her naughty taste. As for the rules, that's nonsense. But speaking of it, being rescued in the end of the world is actually no different from being captured. Captive? Captive? The girl's face turned pale. Yes, captive. What are you going to do to me? The girl's lips trembled slightly, her calves moved back unconsciously, and then her back had already pressed against the cold wall of the tube. Me? Of course I can do whatever I want. For example. The devilish smile on Jiang Chen's face became more and more intense. So interesting. He suddenly found that his S attribute was about to explode. Don't come over here. You asterisk rapist, pervert. The girl collapsed and screamed hysterically. Jiang Chen's expression froze in embarrassment, and the corners of his mouth twitched. This guy must be suffering from paranoia, right? I haven't done anything yet. Huh. The girl stared blankly at the clothes thrown on her body, and then stared at Jiang Chen with tearful eyes. For example, teach you etiquette. Since I saved you, you should at least say thank you to me honestly. The girl gritted her teeth, lowered her head, covered her delicate body with clothes, and opened her mouth slightly in humiliation. Thank you, thank you. The voice was as stiff as it could be, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Why is it so difficult to say thank you? Jiang Chen sighed. If she were thrown into the outside world, she would probably be eaten to pieces. Such a hot temper is simply tempting to commit a crime. After all, there is no such thing as a safe zone in reality. Even if you hide in the house, someone may come to find you. Your name is Lin Ling, right? Let me introduce myself again. My name is Jiang Chen. I may look a little different from the virtual world. Lin Ling ignored him rudely, just looking him up and down vigilantly. Where is number X71291? It was killed by me. Jiang Chen shrugged, then raised his chin towards the pile of scrap metal. In an instant, Lin Ling's face turned green. What? Are you crazy? You know that's the result of more than 20 years of research, data obtained at the cost of more than 3,000 lives, right? Jiang Chen interrupted her shrill roar without any hesitation, then took a look at the scrap metal. It shouldn't have existed from the beginning, so I destroyed it. Of course, the processor was somewhat useful, so it was left behind. Lin Ling's tears fell all at once, her voice full of grievance. Then you can't. You're quite interesting. Are you coerced into pleasure? Otherwise, I'll just treat you as a slave and abuse you in the future. Do you want to wear a collar? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows, looked at the tearful expression, and laughed unscrupulously. You. The face that had originally regained some color turned pale again, and the expression on the man's face reminded her of her current situation. Anyway, I'm ruined. Jiang Chen sighed. He didn't plan to waste time with her anymore. Put on your clothes, and I'll take you away from here. Leave here. By the way, has the seeding ship set off? My father is on it, and he will definitely be waiting for me. No, I have to hurry to the Jiaquan launch center. You take me there, and I can ask my father to find a way to get you a ticket. Lin Ling's expression kept changing, sometimes trembling, sometimes anxious, and in the end she even tempted Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen's expression was a little strange, and he didn't show the joy that Lin Ling expected. Are you really crazy or just pretending to be crazy? What year is it now? What year? Lin Ling said in a daze. Mid-September 2190. If you are talking about the 6 seeding ships launched by the World United Organization, it should have been successfully launched in 2176. Jiang Chen's expression was a little playful, and he looked at Linling's gradually collapsed expression with interest. This is impossible. Her eyes wavered, her hands holding the chemical protective suit gradually loosened, and she covered her face with trembling. Staying in the virtual world makes the real time feel thinner. Although she also realized that she might have stayed for a long time, she didn't expect that the number was more than 10 years. Nothing is impossible. The elites you are talking about abandoned this land and went to harm other planets. Jiang Chen shrugged. To be honest, he didn't care much about what happened in this time and space. Although this practice of harming his hometown and running outside to enjoy life always gave him a sense of deja vu. Father actually abandoned me. Linling's eyes were filled with tears, and her slender shoulders trembled and sobbed. Jiang Chen was silent. To be honest, although it was fun to tease beautiful women, but he really couldn't stand tears. After hesitating for a moment, he sighed. Perhaps, from another perspective, it is to leave hope for this land. Linling raised her tearful eyes slightly from her hands and looked at him blankly. You are the hope he left behind. He believes that you can bring some changes here. Don't you have technology in your head? Then use it to do something. Jiang Chen didn't know how to comfort her, so he just left a few faint words. The tears seemed to stop, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Hope, Linling murmured in a daze. That's right. Is that so? Linling stared at her hands blankly, watching the last drop of tears slip from her fingers. A silly smile appeared on her face, and her crystal eyes gradually began to flash with the light of hope. There's really no other way. If that's the case, then I'll reluctantly help these low-level creatures. What the hell? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.